Hey all, thanks for being here. Glad you're around. We are going to do the Reverie Roundtable in just a moment. It'll be fantastic. Yeah, we got returning friends, we got new friends. So really excited about it. Thanks for being here, everyone, if you are here. Okay. Get ourselves set up. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. What's happening? Something's up. Okay. Hey all.
Hey all here, or everyone muted except for me and you.
Yeah, usual.
Hey, no, I talked to you and then you didn't say shit, and then I was like, and then I muted myself and went back to chat. I said, oh, thank God, I'm not the only one here. It's like 2 minutes before show starts.
I apologize then. I didn't hear that. Okay, my bad.
All right, and then I was like, all right, I'll mute myself. so I can
Sorry
talk to
about
chat
that.
and not be annoying. I'm trying not to be annoying by like having conversations with everybody in chat.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't know what happened there. But sorry about that.
Not being
I mean,
annoying.
it's sometimes it takes Discord like a second or two, like when you like pop in a channel before like the audio comes through.
Yeah.
Wait, you'll be happy to know, Prime, that I've watched episode 1 of Severance.
All right.
Oh God, dude, I forgot about that.
It's a cultural phenomenon. It's everywhere. People are talking about this. This has exploded, right? And again, I'm like seeing mainstream news articles about it, right? Like I saw another one about the finale. Like everyone is talking. You gotta get on board the Severance hype train.
Pause.
Isn't it like 2 seasons deep?
Fair enough. But all of like the media glazing up a show has basically no correlation with whether or not a show is either good or whether or not a show is popular, because the media has like picked out games and shows tons of fucking times where people are like, I'm good. And then but the media becomes obsessed with it.
There's a decent correlation. I'm not going to say it's a 1-to-1, but like we're in a golden age
I'm being
of television
hyperbolic.
as is.
I'm being hyperbolic. Like the more popular something is, obviously the more likely media is to cover it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, there's like stuff that the media has gotten behind. Like, I'm trying to think what's the last show that was like super hyped that I thought was awful. I don't think it's happened. I don't think Squid Games was that good, but it wasn't
a little
awful.
overrated in my opinion, yeah, but still good.
Yeah, it was decent. It wasn't all that, but typically, yeah, I think like when something's like really, really hyped. Don't get me wrong, I'm late to watch stuff sometimes. Actually, they're rare, but I'm sometimes with a show, something can get too popular where I like avoid it.
He doesn't want to be one of those guys, right?
Yeah,
Like it's too
somebody
trendy.
somebody in my chat said that the deaf Marvel girl, like that's funny, but I will say this, like more often than not, like I think conservatives have and this might be one of those examples, I'm not trying to shit on you specifically, right? But conservatives have like they'll have like an online moral outrage against like certain news articles that the left puts out, because why wouldn't they? Because they're crazy. But it's like, it's kind of the same thing as like street interviews where you go up to 100 people and then you show the 3 dumbest people on your interview. It's kind of like the same thing happens when it comes to journalists, because like, you know, like you'll see somebody talking about a game, and then like when you actually look at like what Kotaku, Polygon, like every journalist is talking about, they'll most be like, it's okay, it's pretty decent, blah, blah, blah. And then they'll pick out the 2 that are like, this is game of the year material. And it's like, this game sucks. Look how crazy journalists are. And it's like, okay, but like, they're not all saying that. And so like the ones where they say something ridiculous kind of gets blown up, like this is the media. And it's like, there's enough media publications out there that like no matter what happens in the world, one of them is going to have an absolutely retarded commie shit take. Like it's just like that's going to happen every time. And so like I feel like the left gets the inverse of this, where they don't quite understand how crazy certain, you know, like bad, you know, like journal, like how off the base many journalists are, now out of touch they are. But like I hate to both sides it, because I hate those people more often than not. But like I do think this is a little bit of an instance where like the right thinks journalists are a little bit more out of touch than they are, and the left kind of thinks they're more in touch than they are.
I don't know how true that is for the gaming like world. That may be possible. I think it happens
it's worse in the gaming world for sure.
I think it happens in the movie world. I think it's less likely to happen in the TV world. I think the TV shows that typically get some level of hype have some real following behind it. I think that with movies, some things can get hyped, but if anything, it's the opposite effect happens. Like movies can get like no real shot. Like people have accepted before it came out. This is gonna suck.
Well,
movies.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but movies require like massive marketing and getting people in box office, right? Whereas like a lot of TV shows, people will watch them just cause, or like their profit model isn't like a movie theater model, tickets and like the initial sales, etc. Right? So it's like there are plenty of shows like that, like don't gain popularity till like a year later or 2 late, and it's like it's not that big of a deal. They kind of make their money back, whereas like you're not really seeing that a bunch with like movies, right?
Yeah,
like
with movies, you really got 2 weeks.
You know what I mean?
I was about to say, yeah. If you got your opening week and then that next week, and then after that, like if something like after that, there's gonna be like 60% of what you do, you know. And then if it's one of those like you have to see this, then those movies carry on for a few more weeks. But typically after 2 weeks, movies start to.
I think some movies now can like find relative success in like the Chinese and Asian market.
Yeah, international. Yeah, if it's
like whereas like that wasn't really a thing 15, 20 years ago.
As long as you remove
like,
the Taiwan flag, like in Top Gun.
Well, just make sure it says Gulf of America, motherfucker.
Like I think a movie that like wasn't that bad, but people decided they want to hate it related to the actor involved. Like I don't think Black Adam was a bad movie.
Well, hold on.
That's
Americans have far more obsession with actors and actresses than like most other people have with like directors, right? And I feel like a director can genuinely, obviously, is kind of like the buck stops here. Like if a director puts out a bunch of good movies, it's because they're a good director, right? But like there are plenty of actors that like can be mid, but like they're selected well for what they do, and so like the movies can be fine even if they're mid or even be great movies, like especially when it comes to like certain like action film actors. Like you try and put them in a serious role and it's terrible, but so long as you keep them jacked up on their fucking steroids, you know, in a fucking action film, like they're doing great and it's a good movie because
Jason
the director.
Statham's done the same movie like 12 times.
It doesn't matter.
He's always just like some regular guy doing a regular job, and then somebody gets kidnapped, and he's like, "You know who I am. You know what I do.
All right.
What's the job?"
I gotta tell you that it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. You don't know me. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, we get it. All right.
I'm
like
a working man. I'm a driver.
Some pithy quote that where he's actually a badass and nobody knew. And definitely got to be a lot of chase scenes. That was pretty good. There's got to be some car chase scenes and like for when you have a Statham movie for some reason.
Well, yeah.
Like it matters.
Some job he shouldn't be doing, and then somebody figures out, Jesus Christ, you know who that is? He's the greatest secret agent in the history of the world, but he just happens to be a mailman right now. That's just a coincidence, and he just wants to be a regular guy. And he's like, I'm retired. I'm not doing this. I don't want to do this anymore. And then like a little girl gets kidnapped, and he says, "What's the job? I'll do." He's done that 15 times. And like that kid like, "We need you, Jason." Come, like, and he does it, but it works.
Little girl got kidnapped. I guess I gotta find her hot mom and fuck her for no reason, and then go get her. You know, it's like what? Like
7 people. Like,
yeah.
But you get what I'm saying, right? Like the actors, I don't think make or break films as much as Americans.
It used to be a big thing. I think that's I'm about to say for anyone who has seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I think this is what Tarantino's last movie. Well, there was a concept he was trying to deal with. He was the death of the Hollywood celebrity. Like we used to have a concept where it didn't matter what they were in. People followed celebrities themselves. People followed the big actor and the movie star, and like they just went from thing to thing to thing to thing. Nowadays, I think we are transitioning to a time of directors getting more credit than they used to.
Well, I think also we're transitioning where the celebrities are changing, like what avenue they're in, as well as like self-segregating the demographics that choose different celebrities, right? So like you have young people that like, I mean, like you watch fucking I Show Speed showed up. Like you watch I Show Speed show up to another country, and it's like watching Michael Jackson go to that country. You're like, he has this many people in Brazil that want to go out into the streets and scream and freak the fuck out because he's there. But he's not an actor or anything. He's just some random fucking streamer.
Well, yeah,
right?
the streamer is like a new avenue that this is happening. But I think it was just specifically talking about like in the actors. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't.
No, I'm not.
I don't know. I think some of the streamers are just.
I'm just stepping back. Well, what I'm seeing is like stepping back. I think what you're seeing is society is kind of, the generations are segregating themselves in terms of what they value. And because of that creates different celebrity. Like if you were to go back to the 1960s, right? Or like, let's say we go back to the time of like the Beatles as a full sensation, right? it doesn't matter what generation you are, you're probably like, you get it. They're a celebrity.
Yeah.
Right. Like they're like, it doesn't matter the younger generation, the older generation, they like them for different reasons and different things, but they are a celebrity in America.
Because the media landscape was much smaller, more defined.
Right. Right. Exactly. That's what I mean. It's like the institutions had more, control over who was popular and who wasn't popular. I mean, like fucking look at Led Zeppelin. All they did is steal music and pass it off passably, but they were super famous because they were decent at stealing music.
But budgets were also
you know what I mean?
so you just kind of got the same people to do everything. Like they nowadays people are, I think they're making so much money, people are taking on less jobs, so it gives people aren't wanting to pay what their fee is. Like they're like of Gen Z, there are in the movies, but there are superstars. There's Zendaya and there's Timothée Chalamet, and for them,
Chalamet, I'm sort of pedantic, but
it's the love child of Timothée Chalamet and Charlemagne the God, right?
Yeah,
the two of them. Had a little baby.
That wasn't even worth stopping. Let black people say things. But anyways, the skinny white boy and Zendaya are beloved, and Tom Holland for that matter are beloved. I think like good. when that generation thinks over the next 20, 30 years, like they're gonna be like, of course they're the big guys. They've always been the big people. But I don't.
Dude, I see. Every time I see Tom Holland, I know I'm old because I just see it and I'm like, that little guy can dance. Look at that little buddy go.
I'm pretty sure he's like almost 30.
Yeah, I don't think of him as a man. You know what I mean? I just think of him as like a little dancing boy. And then like people, and then I'm like, oh wait a minute, I'm just old. You know, like I'm getting old now.
And Zendaya, well, isn't she just like an overall just like celebrity? Because there's so much, she's in so many things now. Like
yeah,
TV,
Zendaya, I think
and
she would be. Yeah, she's a big star. She's like, she's a household name. At this point. But the point is that like I guess the factory of creating these is lessened. Some people, lots of people blame Marvel for lots of things, right? But they say that basically the way that they franchise their movies, right? Like basically, like people weren't following like other than Iron Man, right? But like for the other franchises, they weren't following it for the actor, right? They just like following the franchise. Like I'm going to see this movie right in this line, rather than like, oh, this is the person starring in it. And so that's the theory. But again, people blame Marvel for fucking everything wrong in the movie industry. But
most of it,
I don't know. Like, I don't think
I totally agree. I totally agree. People are like, oh, you see the clip at the end of a Marvel movie, right? Mm-hmm. And then you see like the hammer, right? Like landing somewhere at the end of it. I think it was like Iron Man 2 or something, maybe. Yeah, was the first one, right? And then you're like, oh shit, there's gonna be a Thor movie, right? Yeah. You're not following because of the actor or anything. You're following the franchise. I'm not gonna be like, I watched the second Thor just because it was like Taika Waititi. I was like, all right, I'll fucking watch that. Like, I love that guy.
What is that? That's even worse than
Taika Waititi.
Cam said.
Yeah. Oh man,
I don't fucking know how to say his name. I don't fucking know. I don't care.
Wow.
But I think the Marvel movies have made it where it's not about like, oh, a great actor makes the character, like I said, outside of Iron Man. Now it's like, oh, if you get to be this character, it justifies you. You become therefore A-list. Because you've been given like the opportunity to play whatever character in a Marvel movie. Again, I've liked Anthony Mackie before. Anthony Mackie becoming Captain America solidified him as a guaranteed A-list now. Like regardless of what he's done before, he starred in a Marvel movie. He's an A-list now.
I don't know. Anthony Mackie
Yeah, I just want to question. Are you saying like as of now, since he became like as a result of the recent movie, or since he was in Marvel, is like he became he was the Falcon first, and that's because he's A-list?
Well, I'm about to say, I think Falcon being a side character in the movie, I think it was debatable before. I like Anthony Mackie as an actor, but I think it was I think if you ask somebody, Anthony Mackie definitely an A-tier actor. I think people would argue like maybe B+, like blah blah blah. But I think now it's like undeniable.
I'm not I'm not even sure that I agree with it, because like at least from what I understand, the box office performance of that is like highly underperformed.
Well, it's not about that. It's about legitimacy.
I'm about to say it's about $500 million.
It's about legitimacy, right? Like if you get into like one of those roles, right? I feel like it lends legitimacy to the average person that like, okay, this is an A-list actor. It's not really like there can be plenty of like Oscar bait films, right, that do really well, that are dramas or whatever, and like people will know them as an actor and they might like them as an actor, but it's like you get into like one of these huge franchises and then people are like, oh, that's a famous actor.
But it's funny that you guys. It's funny that you guys say that because Anthony Mackie specifically was talking about, this was before the Captain America role. He was specifically talking about how, yeah, like movie stars don't exist. He's like, I was thinking of him actually, like picked him out because he had a conversation about this. Like, yeah, like laying out exactly what I laid out, basically. That like we don't like he was grateful like to be like the Falcon and all that, right? But he's like, yeah, we don't follow actors in the same way, right? Like, and I'm not sure if he like necessarily placed himself in the conversation in this way, but basically, like the implication was like if he had been an actor like 10, 15 years previously, like he had been in the role, then like his trajectory would have been quite different. You know, if he had followed like a similar path of like big movies, his trajectory and positioning would be different because he would be a bigger actor and people presumably will be following it because, oh my gosh, it's an Anthony Mackie movie rather than what it is. So
he's probably the most classically trained Marvel actor. Now, I don't. You can argue best. I think that
Anthony Hopkins.
And I don't think
classically trained. Like, bro, the guy's done like about 1 million plays. Just
I'm about to say, so was Anthony Mackie. So Anthony Mackie with the Juilliard. He's still been in acting like his entire.
I listen. He's accomplished. I was just saying that if you say most accomplished or most whatever trained, you can't forget there's a bunch of guys like Jeremy Irons and some of these others that are like only in like one movie.
No,
or they play a small role. And they're like super classically trained.
And I'm saying in the Marvel.
Right, in Marvel. That's what like they even had like Matt Damon in a one-off. Now I'm not talking about him classically. They have a lot of like cameo guys that are technically in Marvel. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. Go ahead.
I was about to say, but regardless of dealing with
sidetrack from the sidetrack.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm about to say we're about to start. People are here now. It was a fun little conversation. But I do think that outside, I'm sorry, he's one of the most classically trained, arguably not the best. But yeah, I do think we still have movie stars. I think that a lot of them trend a little bit older, but I mean, if Leonardo DiCaprio's in a movie, people are going to go see Leonardo DiCaprio in the movie. Same with Brad Pitt, same with Denzel Washington,
Tom Cruise.
Yeah, we still have movies. Well, Tom Cruise almost doesn't count because Tom Cruise only does 2 movies now. Like he's like trapped himself in his Mission Impossible series. And
I don't know if he's trapped. I think like he just,
but I mean, like obviously, if Tom Cruise does
trapped
a movie,
Mission Impossible. Oh no!
I was going to say like obviously, if Tom Cruise does a movie, like if you're a Scientologist, you probably are probably legally required, unless you want to like lose some of your theta waves in your brain to go see that movie, right?
Will Smith.
That'll drive the 100,000 to the theater.
Oh, but the other thing I was gonna say is like when we were talking about legitimizing,
only 10,000. The rest of them don't have the money to go to see a movie.
True.
I'm about to say Guardians of the Galaxy made Chris Pratt an action star. Chris Pratt was the fat funny guy for years. It's the fat funny side character. He wasn't even a star, and he lost the weight, got the role in Guardians of the Galaxy, and now he's the action hero. Like it completely changed the trajectory of his entire life and career. Yeah.
I agree, it changed the trajectory, but now like I don't know what he's doing. Maybe retired. I don't know, but I think
he does voiceovers for basically everything.
Oh, okay, but I think
he's Mario, he's Garfield.
Well, sure, voice. I think there is potentially an issue of like once they're in a Marvel movie, like they have a hard time moving past that.
Jurassic World, Passengers.
Yeah, he hasn't had.
He's also in a bunch of action movies too, like recently, like they're like B level movies, but they're still action movies.
But he's getting paid. I'm about to say they don't got budget for much else, but he's getting checks.
Yeah, it's just like when they hired what's his name, Nick Cage, after he got in that trouble where he did like 15 or 20 terrible movies. They paid him like $1 million each. He just showed up like one day and filmed and kind of thing. Like some of them don't pay as good, but it's like, hey, we got one big star.
Ghost Rider? Yeah.
Well, Nick Cage.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's an example of that, but Ghost Rider's famously, like Nick Cage famously is like, that's why you see me in these like C-tier movies all the time.
You know why Nick Cage had to do that because his accountant stole all his money and went to South
America.
Well, he also has a spending problem. Like
I think he
pretty
spent
bad
a lot of
spending
his money.
problem.
He does have a
I
spending
think
problem.
he even acknowledged it. Like even
Yeah.
in the Marvelous whatever the movie, Fantastic Talent or whatever. Like he even kind of acknowledges like yeah he buys random houses, random stuff. Like he didn't think he could run out of money.
The MC
And it
Hammer
didn't help that
problem.
his accountant literally took every dime he had and moved to South America. It's interesting, the Tom Cruise thing. People don't realize that he's been in a lot of other stuff than Top Gun and whatever the other fucking movie.
Mission Impossible.
Mission Impossible.
Days of Thunder. Like I mean, he's been.
Yeah, people know he's
featured-
been in other stuff.
Edge of Tomorrow. Edge of Tomorrow is great.
Edge of Tomorrow was good. Actually, it was really good. Yeah.
Yeah. Vanilla Sky was in, but War of the Worlds was fucking.
How can you
War
forget
of the
Jerry
Worlds is
Maguire?
amazing,
That's a
too.
whole.
You like
Jerry
World of the Worlds?
Maguire.
I did not like World of the Worlds.
I like that a lot.
You did not like War of the Worlds. What's wrong with you?
I like
I
the I like
think
the
it
old
was
radio,
kind
the
of-
original, but I just didn't like their interpretation of it. Not my favorite.
Arrival was a good sci-fi movie, but I don't think War of the Worlds was that good of a alien event.
I
Not
like
the new one,
Aaron
not the newest one at least.
Aaron Eckhart is a vastly underrated action star.
Who?
Really?
I didn't hear the name.
I didn't hear the
I don't know
name.
what you-
Battle for Los
Played the
Angeles.
Joker. I'm sorry.
I didn't know what your name was, you
played
said.
Two-Face in the
Yeah.
Dark Knight.
Oh,
Thank you.
played,
yeah.
He plays all. He plays like that brooding, normal guy character perfectly.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
he's
Oh,
a
I
lot of
feel like we have proven that that we were all wrong. That apparently we do focus on actors by not being able to stop talking about Hollywood celebrities and actors.
I
I just said I watched Severance, and then it took over from there.
and everyone else should watch Severance. I don't think I told you about or like tried to harass you into that bam, but you should be watching Severance too, in case you haven't done so already.
I'm working on it. I'm about to say
It's fantastic.
It's in the list.
So before we get started, I did want to ask something to Lactoid and Scott. So long about your libertarian beliefs. I had we've talked about already how you're against copyright, right? I think that follows the same true for patents, right? Is that not the case?
I think Scott is
Well,
more.
patent is just a version of copyright. Yeah.
I mean, I want to
We
make
know
sure.
you love that.
Just want to make sure if there's
I'm really
Huge
so.
fan.
Huge.
I think-
Frankly, nobody's a bigger fan than
I think
Fabian
Scott
of
is like
contracts.
no IP at all. I am skeptical of IP. I don't think it has a philosophical grounding.
Okay.
I just think that for pragmatic reasons, you might be able to justify it in the short term.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. So then maybe this is more to Scott than to Lactoid, but I'd love to hear both of your answers on this. In terms of trademark, so let's just imagine for a moment that Lactoid comes out with an amazing new widget, right? This widget is like tearing up the shelves, right? Even a luxury item. I think that like if I get one of Lactoid's widgets, I'm walking down the street, like I'm gonna get fucked, right? Like it's that good.
Not in the good way.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, in the good way. No, the good way, right? Like I'm getting ladies, right? It's that amazing. So I go to the store, right? I got like a fistful of hundreds in my hands to buy that product, and I reach for the shelf, right, for the widget. But then right next to it, there is another box that looks just like Lactoid's, right? It has the same like wording. It has the the type, the font, and all that, right? It looks exactly like, but it says widget new and improved. Underneath, like at the bottom of the box, it says created by Fabian Industries, right? But it's like otherwise the same. And I go in my head, oh, I didn't know they had a V2. Okay, well, I guess I'll grab that instead. And so I grab the Fabian version. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Should that be allowed? Is that okay?
So, I mean, there's a couple of things that can change the scenario in one direction or the other. Like, so first of all, like caveat emptor, you know what I mean? Like buyer beware. If you're just buying random shit and you don't know what you're buying, like, that's
Especially
kinda
from
on
Fabian
you.
Industries.
Right, exactly, right? Like what does Fabian Industries do? We take products, we reverse engineer them, and then we make them 20% cheaper. Okay, well, when I'm able to make something 20% cheaper, there's a reason I'm able to make it 20% cheaper. And the reason I'm able to make it 20% cheaper is because I have a better manufacturing process. I have better sourced
Or
materials,
it's just worse.
or whatever. Right? When you have copyright, let's say Rolex copyrighted the idea of a watch for 100 years, and only Rolex could make watches. Right? Well, a lot of things would happen. Number one, the price of watches would be fucking insane. So no one except the rich could afford a watch. Number two, the technology in making better watches, like diving watches, or watches that might have a different style or look to them, right? Like whatever it is that you as the customer want is going to be stunted by the fact that Rolex doesn't have to compete with anybody, because the government is going to come out and say, you're not allowed to sell watches. Only Rolex is allowed to sell watches. And so all I'm saying is, if someone figures out how to build a watch, they ought to be able to build a watch. And that doesn't mean Rolex can't exist. That doesn't mean a company can't exist that makes luxury products for people that want luxury products, simultaneously with another company that makes the same product or a similar product that's cheaper, easier to mass produce, and maybe it doesn't last as long. Maybe you don't get pussy unless you wear the Rolex, right? But you can tell time, and it'd be pretty dope if we could all tell time. And I don't want IP standing in the way of all of us being able to tell time, because you don't have a sundial in the town square to go check on at night.
But we're talking.
You just
of
look at the
course-
sun, though, right?
But of course, we're talking about trademark, right? So I'm going to give you two scenarios. One, that like the again, the box looks exactly similar to Lactoids, right? Except either it says new and improved widget, right? Or it says gadget, but like it's done in a way that makes you think, right? And it has like even a mark. So let's say he has like he has a symbol, right, attached to it, right?
It's like you got some shit from Temu and it's an Adidas with like fucking 7 stripes.
Right, exactly, right, yeah.
It's exactly the same except for that.
And have it, right? It's called gadget rather than widget, right? So both of those situations where you're using the same name but just say new and approved, or it just says gadget rather than widget. Do you think that should be allowed?
So I do think that should be allowed, right? Here's the difference, though, is that Lactoid can come out with packaging that says the original. And if I put out and say original, now I've committed fraud, right? Because I've lied to the customer.
Though.
Right. Yeah. Well, if it's original and it's got a new name, right? Like again, like I said, there is caveat emptor, right? Like there is a sense that this happens already even with IP laws, right? Go to Dollar General and you're going to find toys and things that look very similar to Disney princess toys, right? They're just a little different. They're like should I make the toys sold at Dollar General illegal? No, like there are products that are licensed to be official products, and if you try and sell the idea that your product is not a different version but is that product exclusively, then you start engaging in fraud, now you can't tell the difference between the real product and the copy of the product.
An interesting point, Scott, is that I only know about this because my kid is like ridiculously into Legos. A lot of the best Lego kits are actually not made by Lego anymore because Lego's patent expired on the Lego brick. And so where they get what Lego decided to do is that they would have it's like the Death Star, but it's made by Lego instead of Lego, right?
Okay.
They got them. They couldn't do anything because the patent ran out on the bricks. But the problem is that they were too good at replicating the packaging, and they violated Disney's copyright.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I'm just like, it's not. It doesn't have to get that complicated, right? Like it really just comes down to
it can be.
No,
really
no. What
ridiculous.
I mean is like. What I'm saying is that like without IP laws, right? They're just like you can't commit fraud. That's all I want, right? Like don't commit fraud. But I don't care if a product copies another product and looks very similar and does the same thing. Like I just don't care.
Yeah, but like I think it's rough. Like to say, okay, Lactoid, I'll hear what you got to say.
The main disagreement I have with, and maybe this is not really that big of a disagreement, but I think the small but main disagreement I have with Scott is I think that a trademark is sort of in of itself like the kind of caveat of the original implicitly. And so I think caveat's probably the type of IP that I'm most favorable towards in terms of existing, because the purpose of trademark is not necessarily we're going to hoard this product that nobody else can make it so we can have like exclusive monopoly on it. The purpose of a trademark is we don't want the consumers confused as to who they're buying from. And oftentimes, right, if you have like the Apple logo implies with it, this is the original Apple logo. And there's no reason why you would need, like, you can make computers all you want, I agree. It'd be ridiculous for Apple to say, we own the concept of computer, right? But I think it's totally fine for them to say, no, we have this trademark. This has been commonly understood by the consumer base to mean us. And the only real reason why you're trying to go like for some kind of similar thing is to try to like get people to think that you are us. So then you can like trick them, basically commit fraud. So trademarks I'm cool with. When it comes to patents and copyright, I'm much more skeptical because that's more of like establishing a monopoly on a product as opposed towards just trying to like give the consumers a free choice. I'm not saying that it can't happen, but I'm just more skeptical.
You got to be strict with patents.
When it comes down to the trademark situation, right? Like there's no reason that so again, the problem with being an ANCAP as opposed to like damn near every other political philosophy, right, is just because there is like ANCAP just says certain things can't be done. It doesn't actually tell you what you ought to. And so I do agree that there's probably utility to customers not having to constantly sue for fraud and figure out what product is the right product. And so what I would say is that most companies that are major distributors, major stores that have lots of locations and things like that, would it probably engage in some type of contract to avoid those lawsuits, right? There would be insurance companies that are like, okay, we're going to insure you from lawsuits and from like, we're a rights enforcement agency. So like, if someone robs your store, we're going to insure your product, we're going to handle policing, et cetera. Oh, and by the way, if you want to pay a low rate, I don't feel like dealing with all the trademark bullshit fraud lawsuits. So there's this thing here that says that you agree to follow whatever such and such. And then that problem kind of like moves out of the market. If it is something that genuinely costs money because there's so many fraud lawsuits, the easier way to get rid of that is to just have large distributors, large stores and things of that nature choose to adopt for the ease of making a profit to not engage in that behavior, because that behavior wouldn't ultimately be profitable.
Friend, the easier way would just simply have a trademark office and say that you can't use this particular trademark. You can make the exact same product, right? As you guys have said previously, make the exact same product, but like you can't like basically like engage in fraud. Right,
no, I agree.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
But
I agree
actually,
that the easier solution a lot of times is to just grab the guns of the state and force everybody to believe in your arbitrary rules, right? But like, I'm not evil, so I don't necessarily take the presumably easier solution, right? What I'm saying is that under certain contexts, it might not be more profitable. It might be better to let people do that.
I have to say, I find it ironic that Lactoid uses Apple suing over computers when that's exactly what they did to IB.
There's plenty of criticisms that you can make about Apple about all sorts of shit. I'm just saying they were used as an example.
No, but it was just so funny.
I want to clarify something real quick with Scott.
Okay, then we'll go Bam and Corey.
Scott, the one question I have for you though is I understand where you're coming from, but oftentimes these fraudulently trademarked goods are shipped in from impossible to find, very difficult to sue places. And so like, let's say the government like uncovers a cargo ship full of fake shit, right? Do they really have to wait until like everybody starts suing some random unnamed company in China before they just say, look, we're not going to let this in the market?
Well, I mean, like your example requires a state to exist.
It does.
But for the state to be not following IP. And like, I feel like IP is probably one of the last things that goes before the state kind of goes anyways. So like, I'm not sure it's really a real world example per se, but like I'll still engage with the hypothetical, right? Which is that like, so long as the state is enforcing borders and enforcing trade, which is likely the last thing to do, and like Temu is shipping in a bunch of fraudulent shit, right? Like it becomes the
They would never
state's
do that.
prerogative or authority to engage
Maybe, I don't know why you're even saying
in
that, because
some level of economic protection against those
well,
like
hold
blatant
I
crimes.
don't know why you're even saying that,
let's-
baby. When half the
let's-
panel here doesn't even believe in
let's go.
protecting the borders of the free trade.
Oh my
I'm
god.
just saying.
Let's go. Okay.
Oh
Let's
fuck!
go
I
to-
brought
let's
up the
go to
magic
damn-
words
I'm
and
just
summoned Gibbs.
Yeah,
I went into my mirror 3 times and said immigration, immigration,
Yeah,
immigration.
like
And all,
back
and all of a
kids,
sudden,
back.
and all of a sudden, like a coke fairy wrapped in a swirl of cocaine, he comes into the bathroom to cut the lights on and bring his strobe light
need to get
and
some,
start
like,
telling me
flour.
about immigration.
I think it's a flower like LeBron and just come on these things and be like, oh.
Let's
No,
go
I
to
actually-
damn- Quay. Yep.
Yeah, I would actually go further than I think most people here. Like people who have an issue with product patents. I just don't want the rest of the world to look like the tech industry, where it's essentially become this space where no other company can exist. Like even if it's even become like the new model, like the companies have accepted. They're like, oh, okay, their goal is to make some type of technological advancement, not to exist as a company, but just to be purchased by a larger company, who's just gonna buy their product once, take it apart, and feel like, oh, okay, I can do this. I can buy this in a larger bulk than they can, so I can make this product a little bit cheaper than they can. So I'm just gonna like destroy them. Like I said, I think that there's value in saying like, oh, okay, I've come up with some intellectual property, like some valuable product, and I want it doesn't have to be in perpetuity, like for a million years, but I want some period of like exclusive rights to it where I can actually make a little bit of money off of my creation versus someone else just being
That's
able
first
to
to
like,
market.
take it.
Yeah.
That's such a good point. I literally
Yeah, I
wrote that
agree.
down to jump in later with it. It's a good point.
Yeah,
And it's the classic argument for IP. It's just fuck the whole world so that the inventor can make more money.
I mean,
Corey.
Yeah. Well, this is where Scott and I think are like largely perfectly aligned. So then I'm curious, Prime.
Yeah.
So like, are you in favor of? I'm curious. Like, it seems like you're against some form of intellectual property, but like trademark, that's where you lean towards, or like just to uphold that. For
I
the
mean,
sake of-
I'm waiting for an argument other than like state violence equal bad that would lead me against it, like because like Electra I think laid out perfectly. Like it's like I mean it's absolutely the path to fraud. Like there'd be no reason
It's the
why
benefit
I
of the
would.
consumer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is how the consumer can easily tell without like having to do it. Like I agree with Scott. Like customer beware. Absolutely, he's correct on that. But like, there's a level of reasonableness that should be within the market. That like, hey, if I see these logos, right, that I've always associated literally for decades with this product, I can reasonably assume that's the product that I'm looking for.
Well, so
Yeah,
like,
I think there's
well,
utility in what you're
I
saying, so I think the market would just do
say
that
what
with
I wanted to
contracts.
say. Just FYI, when pointed to me. And so I guess springboard off of Lactoid's example of like Apple has the monopoly on that specific logo. But like for me, I think another company. I understand, or I'm sympathetic to like they want their logo associated with their products, but I do think another company should be able to like if I want to have that logo on like a candy bar, like have at it. Like why should it just be restricted? Like they have a monopoly on this graphic, and like nobody else can use it, and it's like a very simple graphic, where I can just change it a little bit. I'll add an extra whatever leaf to the apple. And then, like, yes, that should be able to be repurposed for a candy bar, or whatever. Or no one, or rather, at that point, I'm okay with saying the consumer's at fault. If like,
Wait, that's how it works, though. Just to be clear, like how it works is like the question as to the validity of trademarks has to do with the likelihood of confusion by the customer. So, like for example, UPS tried to trademark the color brown, and there's like a whole there was like a bunch of like uproar from this, but it was to trademark the color brown as it regards package delivery services.
Well, yeah,
That's
but
not a joke. I mean, Barbie
wait, please. I just want to engage with Lactoid since you responded to me.
I was just saying, Prime was laughing at that. Like I was like, they have a legitimate argument.
Then I'm curious because like I believe so if it's to avoid confusion, like should it have never occurred that the WWF was like never to be confused with the World Wildlife Fund and the World Wrestling Federation? Like but that happened.
Acronyms are difficult. And look, there's plenty of lawsuits that happen about this, and I think if two organizations using different names try to like
Showed
file
up
for
to a
trademark.
WWF event, and I was expecting some pandas. And
Wait, did this actually happen? Did this actually
no,
happen?
It did happen.
Because that could potentially happen to you. I would expect that.
Oh no.
You seem like the kind of person that would go to a World Wildlife Fund.
I would, but I would know what I would not be expecting Hulk Hogan to walk down.
Sure. Look, you could make the argument. Hey, this is bullshit. I think they should change their name. You can make that argument. You could be their lawyer. Like, I'll potentially be
This
open.
music is really intense for a zoo. Like,
I just think that like for an Apple logo, like if you put an apple like on a candy bar, the likelihood of confusion between a candy bar and a laptop is nil.
But
if I create,
Apple would not allow that to fly, and
Until-
they would probably
until-
win.
they would probably
Apple
lose
starts
that.
selling fucking.
I don't know that they would.
I think they probably would. You can find examples of companies trying to like go overboard of their trademark, and if there's little to no risk of customer confusion, it's one of the things you have to try to show in order to like enforce a trademark against another company.
I mean, like, you're kind of talking about the same process, all three of us here, right? Which is that like there is ambiguity within, and that's why we have common law, right? Like that's why we have courts on certain things, like you know what I mean? Like civil courts is like, well, we got to figure this out in court because we're not actually sure, right? If it was really blatantly obvious, someone's lawyers probably would have settled out of court. They would have been like, okay, I'm gonna lose this case, I'm gonna settle, right? So I don't think there's actually that much difference between the three of us in too many regards, because I think what we're trying to say is, what is the line between fraud and a society where nobody can tell what product is made by what company, and how do we figure that out? And I think the appropriate answer is, you have to have some court system in place that has kind of, or some contractual system that is able to find the most efficient means of settling this dispute. My only opinion is that the state fails at doing so because it's a monopoly and because it has so much corporate influence. But I still think the market itself would have to answer that question, just like any society would have to answer that question.
I think Pitbull had something to say.
Yeah, I got a question. Well, I wanted to. This was like a question following up on what you said. I'll call you Bam, I guess. Yeah. About the patents. I think it makes sense to have patents because I wrote that we have to protect the incentive of developing novel tech because of the research and development costs. But this is also like kind of timely, right? Like we're thinking about like the iPhone or like stuff like this. We're living in a time where like we're having radical change. Like your phone is like aged out over like 4 years. So one, I wanted to ask you guys if you guys thought that it'll ever like slow down. Are we just like in perpetual like acceleration, or will it slow down where it's like, I've had this phone for 40 years and it works? Because like we get to that point where like the software updates are able to, the hardware, I guess it's more of a hardware thing. But then the second question was kind of earlier what you guys were getting at with Lactoid, but on the copyright issue, copyright I feel like made sense, but with the age of AI, I'm wondering if artists are going to run into trouble, because when they want to like strike creators content because they're using music, it's going to probably drive a lot of creators to just go use AI art. And it might even drive like restaurants to just start putting like AI generated music up in their ceiling instead of having to like pay out for some like artists or whatever. However, they end up like this copyright program works in the future, however they're trying to sell music, because there's already a lot of theft of it, right? So it's like in the age of AI, it might be like, there's no way you can get people to pay for your music, because like if they're paying for your music for back music, they're just going to have this AI generated. It's going to be cheaper and there's no copyright issues. There's no question.
It's inevitable.
Yeah. I can't
like,
wait
is
for that day
copyright
to
dead?
come.
I think we're like
copyright might be dead.
I think we're like 97% there as far as like our phone technology. Like there was a time where like the technology was really transformative, but I'm saying, just hear what I'm saying, or you disagree? There was a time
I was just
where
saying, all right, my bad.
No, I wasn't disagreeing with you. I'm talking to the black man. Don't worry. But like I think the tech, like there was a time whenever the iPhone first came out that we were doing really transformative things with our phone technology, with the smartphone technology, and even a few years past that, where we're getting really big dramatic updates and changes. I think at this point we're at as our phones currently exist. I think that the changes we're getting year over year is like, oh, this battery lasts 25 minutes longer.
True.
Or, oh, this processor is a little bit faster. That doesn't mean that we're never going to get a new thing, but I'm saying the next thing is going to be something past this. Like I'm saying, whatever this is, I think we're pretty close.
So
you think we'll move on from phones to like the goggles or anything like that in the future?
That's what Zuckerberg is betting on, but I don't believe it. I don't think.
I think it'd be so much
want to wear glasses
better.
full time.
Dude, I think
I think
it'll
it's
be
brain
way-
chips. That's next.
If it's implemented correctly, I think it would be way
Not
more
by
freeing, and
Tesla.
we'd look back at this
No.
time and be like, "Bro, remember we
No.
carried around bricks
Neuralink.
instead of just being able
No,
to like
we're
see
gonna
it
be
on the
the
walls
last.
behind us?"
I mean, people aren't using laptops as like actual like portable travel computers anymore. Most people like have some
Yes,
form
they
of
are.
tablet.
I don't know about that.
Yes, they
No,
are.
I'm
They
saying
absolutely
people
are.
own laptops, but I don't think they're buying laptops for the purpose of like, oh, this is my portable computer. Like people just don't buy desktops. If
I
you're-
absolutely
They
own
do buy
multiple laptops
desktops.
for
They
travel
do buy
computers.
laptops and use
Not
laptops as
buying
a portable. Yeah, they
No,
absolutely do.
you're a nerd. You have to listen to. I'm talking about buying large. Most people who own computers own one computer.
normal
I-
people,
that's
Brian.
not true.
He's talking
That's
about
not
normal
true.
people.
Yeah,
I
not
own,
us.
I own both, but yeah.
You can get a laptop for like
I'm like-
$80. Chrome.
I
and
issue
just buy
laptops
extra
to my
screen
salespeople.
with an
Like-
HDMI cord. That's what people
No,
are
like
doing.
all my
Yeah.
salespeople get a company issue laptop, like for travel purposes. Like, I don't like.
Yeah, the
I mean,
company
they-
issue it, but they're not buying it. Like, well, they're buying laptops. Their laptops are their only computer. I'm saying they have a screen at home that they connect it to for their Zoom meetings. But like, they don't have like, oh, okay, I have a laptop and I have a desktop and I have the tablet.
Okay,
and I
that's
have
that's different. That's different. I wasn't saying that. I was saying separately. People get laptops for travel. People have desktops. Like people are buying desktops. I'm not saying they're buying both. To be very clear. I'm not sure, Pet Tub, you can still hear me or not? I don't know. Can you? Oh, you can still hear me? Okay. Well, you can. I'll answer your question while you're doing whatever. My response is like your thing on the cell phones. Like the companies have literally no incentive to create a cell phone that you don't have to upgrade, right? That you don't have to buy again, and you'll perpetually just upgrade through software. Not unless there's a way, right, a more profitable way to monetize the software updates. Like right now, they like them to break. Right now, Apple is fighting against the right to fix
Right to repair, yeah.
your own cell phone, right? Yeah, like like fighting against the right to repair.
Well,
So
they also brick them on purpose. They
Yeah,
do
but also,
updates.
like,
They've
3
been
to 4
proven
years-
to do updates to brick your phone.
The 3 to 4 years is definitely like, I mean, like this. We're getting like the next wave of updates is going to be like when everyone's phone has like AI. I think people are gonna. I think honestly, I'm starting to realize like I feel like this is gonna be way bigger than we think. This AI thing. At first I was like, oh, they're just saying AI,
on
slapping
AI.
on everything. I think it
I don't
really
think
is
AI's
going to be
getting
huge.
That much bigger. I think that people are like, wow, AI is going to like triple. I think we're like 75% there on it.
Dude, I think it's
gonna
going to
replace
bigger than
us.
the internet.
It's
The effect of the internet.
going to be for now until the next big thing.
engineering
it's
our
going
own
to replace all our jobs.
Hold on,
It's gonna fucking ruin us,
to
dude.
Pittuple's point. and,
Hell
like,
yeah, dude!
I
Can't
know
wait till
Pittuple's-
AI starts replacing massive jobs.
Well,
dude.
to Pittuple's point,
Based.
right? Like, it's so efficient, right? Like, I see Pittuple. He does a lot of stuff with Grok, and I have another streamer friend. His name is your new dad. He's a comedian on Comedy Central, but he's been like, "Hey, Gibbs, you got to get a ChatGPT for XYZ." And so I am not. I want to be clear. I'm not artistically inclined. I'm a very confident man. I'm good at a lot of things. Like, say I wanted to paint minis, I could probably paint 1,000 hours and get decent enough that it's not terrible, right? But it's not something I'm naturally good at, and it's not something I'll ever be Picasso at, right? Like, but when it comes to like making graphics, I could go on there and make a semi-professional looking thumbnail on ChatGPT in less than 20 minutes and start uploading. I can do graphics for them. I mean, I have been like, and this is just like with rudimentary knowledge, and I'm learning all sorts of different things. And it's like, how many people that I just cut out there? I cut out all the people that I used to pay to make emotes. Now I can just make emotes myself. I've cut out all the little small mom and pop graphics people that do this all the time. You know, I've cut out having to go like, yeah, I mean, it's sad, but it's basically the same as when like with the whaling industry disappeared, because it's gonna overnight, unless you're like the top of your field, this is gone. Like, it's going to be gone, and like you're going to have to do something, and it's going to be the people that have been able to adapt to using this as a tool that are going to get this initial boon from it.
I more or less agree with the AI point. I didn't really respond to that. What I was going to respond to is like why we haven't gotten, this is more to Bam, I guess, why we haven't gotten, and we'll get to the actual topic very soon. I promise. I apologize, Scott. But like, yeah. Like, I think part of the reason why we aren't getting massive innovation, one, is because at some point in time, like this happens with any new piece of technology, new form factors. Like at first there's a burst of innovation, right? Like the graph goes like this, like straight up, and then it like begins to slowly slide down. So like we're simply in like the more stable phase, and that's fine, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
As far as it'll go, like
But-
something new will have to come out.
but beyond that, right? I think we have well, two things. One, I think the technology is so complicated that like it's a very high barrier of entry for others to get into this space, right? Or even if it's going to create something new and a whiz bang, right? It's still going to take a lot of engineering that is beyond most like small like groups to be able to create. So there's that. But two, there's all even beyond that though. There's been a concentration and a oligarchization of the field. Samsung is not trying. Samsung is not like Samsung is doing the bare minimum with its updates. We saw that with Apple too. Apple is doing the same thing previously. They're trying a little bit harder now. And there's a few other like
Samsung doesn't really need to update that much though.
Bro, it folds.
Samsung doesn't need to because it has a hold of the market, right? Because we have there's such big players that the big players do what big players do, and then eventually decide we're not going to put money into R&D. So they're just not doing not keeping up with the rest. So it's really bad.
Especially when Huawei is banned in certain large markets.
We took out one of their competitors here in the States. So who's that?
I understand what you're saying, and like I understand like the capitalist market of it, but I do believe that by and large, there's only so much you can put in the R&D. Like there's certain things that you figure out, like, oh, okay, we're actually at the sweet point in this. Like I think people a few years ago, like in the 2015s or whatever, they thought for a while like, oh, we're gonna keep increasing the number of megapixels in cameras, and we're gonna add more cameras, and we're gonna keep doing that. And then they realized like actually people aren't using all these other cameras as much as we thought they were. Like you could say that like, oh, they just don't want to make more, but they just realize it like
R&D has dividends, but you don't know what those dividends are until you actually do the research and development, right? Like we can say from our perspective,
R&D has dividends. That's not an obvious thing. You can put
$1 billion in. Of course it does. Yeah,
you can put $1 billion and have zero return on investment. Like
there's a possibility, yes, that you could put $1 billion into research, right? Hiring like the best talent and then like literally get nothing out of it. Yeah, sure, there's a possibility, but the tendency over like decades, right, over this entire digital revolution is that when you put money into it, you will get some level of returns. Like again, I agree that like at this point in time, right, we're in a stable phase with like the form factor that we are in, right, and with smartphones, in which you won't have like mostly like large spikes in innovation, right? We're still waiting for that next big thing, but yes, you get dividends out of that, right? Whether it's new applications, what
I'm saying is like phone screens are actually excellent now. In 2010,
and they've gotten better. They've literally gotten better.
Oh my! Listen what I'm saying. Phone screens are excellent now. In 2009, 2010, 2011, you do anything, you drop your phone once, your screen is shattered.
Thank you, Gorilla Glass.
Yes, but so we've hit a point now where our phone screens are actually generally pretty successful. Putting another $1 billion into phone screen technology
might make them indestructible. Like I don't like. What are you talking about? Of course, it can be better.
Again, you can make anything better. Humans can be better.
Yeah,
like there has to be a business perspective of it. That people like there's a customer satisfaction.
We're coming up with new possibilities for TV technology, right? In terms of like the screen technology has been changing. I'm not the OLED, QLED.
I'll use your Prime.
Sorry, what? Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah. There's like a whole bunch of shit. So that's actually improved because we put that research and development. So it's crazy to say like otherwise. Actually, it's a huge.
I'm about to say there's only one way you could like you're thinking a retarded argument that like there can't be any minuscule increase in or improvement in technology, or I'm saying that like we've hit a point of like general satisfaction with what we're doing. Like I don't need we could make cars that go 2,000 miles per hour, but once you hit like 250 miles per hour, you realize that like we make cars adequately fast.
Okay, hold on. We can understand that we have some limits and like practical limits, and that like hey, we like making cars faster actually is not helpful. I agree with that, but that doesn't mean that that's what
we should make them faster.
No, I wouldn't argue that. No, because I was just about to not argue that. I was about to argue the opposite. I was going to say, hey, when you put that research and development, hey, where other places can we make improvements, right? Safety. There's all kinds of safety improvements we can still make. There is interactability with the car. How can, because people want to have their entertainment, they want to have like their car to be like a roving computer. How can we do that while like making sure the driver doesn't crash, right? There is still
I understand you can point to different things, but I'm saying focusing on the speed thing. I'm saying that
focusing on the thing that I've already said that that would be pointless.
I'm saying it's not about speed itself. I'm speaking to the practicality of. I'm saying because you're like the thing I was arguing is there's a threshold.
You're always eating.
Like on any individual thing you can
try to
speak
bulk
to,
for the summer.
There's a threshold you can hit where like yes we could do this more, but it like we've hit a place of customer satisfaction. We seem to like people want faster cars. You can't say that people don't. People do, but for the general consumer, we figured out how to generally make cars faster.
I understand that.
We could continue making cars faster, but we're generally satisfied. So we're like we've hit the peak of what we want.
Hold on. We've said a lot. All right, we've gone back and forth. So maybe I can like get us to the topic by just kind of settling this for a second, right?
Well,
the capitalist.
Thank you.
The capitalist.
That's what you're doing.
Listen. Right? In order to make products and services, you need at least 2 of 3 categories: land, labor, capital. How does a capitalist make money? The capitalist makes money by providing capital. Okay? They don't provide land always. Sometimes they do. And they certainly don't provide the labor, right? It's usually the worker that is providing the labor. So they provide capital. Okay? And so that's because we have a time preference. We want a thing now, not a thing in the future. So the capitalists, in order to make profit, because we're not in an evenly rotating economy, right? The capitalist makes the most profit by predicting what will be wanted in the future. Okay? Like it's not about what the market wants now. Anybody can figure out what the market wants now and then start, building up whatever is necessary to make it. Samsung is an example of a company that has their fingers in like a billion different shit in tech, right? Like Samsung is known in Korea. Like basically everyone works at Samsung. Samsung does everything, right? They're really well known for like fucking their hard drives and their RAM and all kinds of other shit in tech and TVs and all of this. Okay. And so when stagnation in a specific product occurs, it's a terrible idea to put research and development into that product, because Samsung's job is to figure out what will be the next thing. And so they're going to slow down their own improvement in research into cell phones and put it into other areas that are still growing rapidly until that new thing comes out, or until they get some idea that a new thing is going to come out. And that's when they put a bunch of research in it. I'm not trying to shit on you, Prime, but Bam is 100% correct here that like Samsung knows that the development process of the phone is slowing down. And so because those changes are slow, it's going to be less and less value for them to put money into research into that product, and more valuable for them to put research into TVs or into other things. And they can learn some things about phones from researching processors or memory and things like that. And then that can kind of laterally make the phones better. But they're waiting for the new product, the new thing that's going to have higher returns on investment, because they have the capital to put a bunch of money into a product when a new thing comes out, so that they can get ahead of everybody.
No,
everybody's already caught up on phones.
So we won't move on until I finish this. No, I disagree here. Well, I agree and I disagree. One, the situation you laid out in which, hey, we're waiting for the next big thing. We're seeing like maybe returns on investment being decreasing in this area, and so maybe like we shift the research dollars to somewhere else. That in itself makes sense, right? So I'm not fighting you on that. But the idea that it's not worth it to be making at least nominal improvements to keep up with the rest of the market, with in terms of phones, right? Like that, I disagree with. I think the reason why
I don't think I'm saying that, or Bam is saying that. To be fair, I don't think either of us are making that claim.
Hold on, because that's literally where I started this conversation about, right? So that's what I was talking about. So I'm going to finish my point here. So like the idea that you wouldn't put money into that requires research and development. Those are R&D dollars. Putting that to have the nominal improvements that at least keeps up with the market. in the way that they're not doing now. The reason why they can do that is because of their market position, because they're part of the oligopoly, because, at least especially
because of IP. You finally agree with Corey and I. You understand IP.
I already agreed about that. Okay, let's move on. But like, but in any case, that they have this market position that keeps them secure, so they're not worried about losing that ground when they are not putting out new products that are comparable. That's what's happening there, and
like
that's the thing that I'm responding to. And then you talked about how research and development is pointless here. No, it's not pointless. And then like Bam specifically said, well, you could have a situation where you put $1 billion into a product, right, and get nothing for it. Like, come on, man. Like,
what I'm saying is that, like, I'm saying it's not necessarily true that just because you do R&D, you're gonna get a return of it. But I'm saying that, like, I'll go back to the phone screen. Phone screens are pretty good right now. If someone said that, like, but they're not bulletproof, like, you could argue, yeah, they're not bulletproof, and it's like, shouldn't they keep going until they're wait a minute. Let me just say what I'm saying.
Okay, sorry.
They're not hard enough to be They're not hard enough to be bulletproof yet. It's like, yeah, they're not hard enough to be bulletproof, but people are really satisfied with the hardness of phones. That doesn't mean like that. The person is saying that like they're not actually indestructible. I think as a company, you can decide that, like, oh, okay, I don't think that they have to be indestructible. I think that we just have to satisfy our consumer base to realize that, like, oh, okay, yes, we can continue to make nominal increases in this market. We can make the bulletproof cell phone screen, but I don't find that to be super valuable.
Oh yeah, I know. Hold on, but you keep making this like weird. You're forcing it down. There's like weird dichotomy. Is that what I'm looking for here? I'm not sure. But like you're setting up a situation where like, oh hey, we've on this specific aspect of this specific product, right? We've reached a point where there'll be decreasing dividends, decreasing results, returns, right? Returns on investment, and I have already acknowledged that yes, like you can do that for one property, right? It could be that there's not much point putting more money into increasing, right, this one property. But right, like we're playing a fucking RPG, right? Like you're getting close to like level 99, right, on your stats here. Like the next few points, it doesn't fucking matter, right? Maybe put your points somewhere else. So like talking about screens, yes, you can invest in those screens because you can make them brighter, you can make them more responsive, right? Like now, before it wasn't the case where you could like use your thumbprint on like the glass itself and then like scan that. That's like a new innovation. That's the thing that happened through R&D. Like that's what happened. So I wouldn't say like yes, like put all your money in making it tougher, right? Gorilla Glass, maybe they've reached like, you know, like optimal hardness for their glasses. They haven't, but let's say they did, right? There are other ways, maybe make it more flexible, right? Hard but still flexible, all kinds of ways. But
sure, but you're like the thing is why I don't disagree with what you're saying, because you're saying, okay, don't put your R&D into that thing, move it on to something else,
and within the same product.
No, even it doesn't matter.
You guys are saying very similar shit. But it's like you guys are agreeing 98% of the way, and I think you both kind of have this idea that you're agreeing like 50%, right?
No,
like
I understand.
Like the argument is simply this, right? It's like Samsung has like a million different things they could research, and phones haven't made giant improvements, so they're going, where's the best bang for our buck? That's our job, a return on investment for shareholders, okay? And right now, it's not in phone development. It's just not. Like you're right that they could put money they could put money.
They're fucking leading the field a whole bunch of other fields too.
Well, so Samsung knows that there are better things for them to put their money into that they can then utilize in their phones, so that they're not specifically looking too much to put money into phone development because they make processors.
Okay, so
I make a lot of hard drives, NVMe drives, fucking memory, like a lot of those things.
I'm just real quick here. I actually like work with Samsung directly, like regularly, and not for their electronics. They do a lot of construction. They're like a massive construction company, and so The thing about Samsung is they're like diversified, and sometimes they do the cheap copy kind of thing, right? Every big company does, but a lot of times, they hire people that are heads of the fields and all these different things. So it is like on the cutting edge. But like as they develop stuff for all of these different stuff, as they develop, things just get cheaper. Like dude, you go to Walmart today, they have a 70-inch TV for $300, right? Like. Bro, like if I got a 70-inch TV, like it's like $600. I'm lying, but like it's cheap as fuck. And like so, like you go, and the point is, but like 3 years ago, a 70-inch TV would be like 6-8K. It'd be like outrageous. And now it's whatever. And then like as stuff improves in different categories, like what's that deep seek AI? Like we thought, we couldn't make stuff without whatever. And then the Chinese invented AI, not using NVIDIA's process. Like you never know where something's gonna come out of left field. I think a lot of this is all Henry. Can we talk about that other topic now?
Okay, sure. We can do that. I've already won. So, perfect time to stop.
I went to Amazon. There actually is a 70-inch available for $350.
Hey, see, I wasn't lying. It was just Amazon, not Walmart.
What's the resolution? Is it like 1-bit resolution?
It exists. Just like the mothership for drones exists. This exists.
It depends. Is it like an LED or OLED? Like that's what we're
fucking stop. You stop. All right, we were ready to go on to the topic, and now you're over here talking about OLED.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's, we'll get started. I just want to point out that I think it's interesting that I set up a situation in which Scott was going to, parasitically feed off of Lactoid's hard work, right? And all of a sudden we got a difference of opinion on IP. I don't know, it's interesting there. But
he's a socialist, don't forget.
That makes sense. It makes sense, right? But okay, so we can get started now. Thanks all for being here. Thanks for the spirited conversation, everyone. That was fantastic, I think. And I didn't think we would go that far with trademark, but as always, this group impresses me, right? We always have a really great talks, and I don't know where it's going to take us. All right, so hi all. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a fantastic group of people here, returning friends and new friends. Really excited to have you all. If you enjoyed the conversation that we just had, right, a preamble, which wasn't intended to go as long as it did, but I had to prove I was right, and so mission accomplished. But if you enjoyed that, consider supporting the channel by subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs, right, or resubbing if you're out there. If you got a resub, so using that here and get ad-free viewing in our emotes, right? And keep the channel up and running so we can have these things and do this more often. But we do need your support, so consider doing that. And if you especially are on YouTube, I haven't been checking yet. I tend to check now. But super chats are a thing that you can provide us with. So yeah, if you hit us with a super chat, I'll read your super chat. I am like waiting for my computer, stalling for it to get to the proper screen. But I don't expect that you had given a super chat now, because it almost never happens at the start. Except, of course, I'm not fucking looking. That's when you all like want to give me like $50 fucking dollars. But let's see.
Stop looking.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Good point then. Oh my God.
It's Schrodinger's super chat.
It absolutely
There we
is.
go.
Thank you, Sean, for gifting the sub and then membership. And then how long ago was this? Oh, this was only 12 minutes ago. All right, I'll take that. AI is most successful in topics which don't require guarantees of performance. Machine learning doesn't train on truth; it trains on probability. That doesn't require guarantees of performance. Interesting. I'd like to hear a bit more exactly what you mean by that, but I want to turn that over my mind. That don't require guarantees of performance. Could you give me an example of that? You don't have to super chat it. You can just put it in, right? Throw it in, because I don't know exactly what you mean. What sectors don't require a guarantee in performance, but machine learning doesn't train on truth. It trains on probability. That is absolutely the case. Thank you for the $5 Canadian. And Sean, you're always helping out. Sorry, go ahead.
I love when super chats accidentally admit that empiricism isn't a valid means to truth.
Okay, you're great.
Yes, true. Indeed.
True.
Indeed.
That's what we have over everything else. But yeah,
Uh,
it's not perfect.
Yeah. But yeah, Sean, like, let me know what areas are you talking about. Actually, I'm not quite sure, but it sounds interesting. So, but thank you again, Sean, for being kind. And the timing, of course, is impeccable with the super chat. All right. Let's get started. I'm going to, in fact, I'm just going to read the topic off, and then you guys can do your intro and opening at the same time. So, the topic for today, the topic of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI policies, has been the subject of hot debate in recent years. So much so that eliminating them in government was a campaign pledge by the current Republican president. As framed by conservatives, part of the issue with DEI policies is that they distort the hiring and firing process. This can result in underqualified individuals being hired just because they fall into a protected category. So along those lines, calling someone a quote-unquote DEI hire is seen as an insult. But there have been many on the left that have pushed back on this framing and claim that DEI simply redresses past and present discrimination by allowing candidates who might be looked over to have a shot. Where do you fall in this debate? Do DEI policies undermine the ability for employers to hire the best candidates? Is President Trump making the government and big business run more efficiently by encouraging the purging of these practices? Or are we simply reinstating the centuries-old status quo of ignoring qualified individuals because of their minority status? And shout out to my man Bam over here for coming up with this topic. Much appreciated. The government is doing like a purge of DEI, and a quite stupid one, basically. Like it's Control F, and they are finding things that all on a list, and they're getting rid of them. Like Jackie Robinson. Jackie Robinson had like a page on the Defense Department. Jackie Robinson, the famous baseball player, was also a veteran. And then his page gets eliminated because of DEI reasons. And there's like a whole list of examples like this. A very, very long list and growing. But in any case, DEI is more than just that, of course, right? And specifically, we're talking about hiring and firing. I want to know what you all think about, like, like, is there even a problem that needs to be redressed? Maybe you don't think there is, right? Maybe things are okay, right? And that without any of these policies or anything to replace those policies, that things will work out. The meritocracy is indeed working, and that it will produce the best candidates, right? And so there's no need to worry, right? As long as you are a competent person within a minority group, that you will succeed. Are those your thoughts, or maybe not, right? So we'll toss that around. Start with our friend Lactoid. Yeah, I can do introductions, opening.
Yeah, so I'm Lactoid. I'm a Gives adjacent streamer that believes that having sex with corpses is moral. And I often defend Gibbs even when he isn't around, saying that he has the highest social IQ of anybody that I know, and that he pulls 10s left to right. That's really who I am. So it's nice to meet you guys. We're here to talk about the subject of DEI. And generally speaking, the biggest concern and issue that I have when people talk about DEI, or really any kind of non-meritorious hiring programs generally, is that there seems to be this concept of qualified. And this is the single thing that I hate the most. There is no such thing as qualified. There's simply more qualified or less qualified. It is a spectrum. It is not a binary. There is not a you are not qualified, and then all of a sudden you pass this imaginary line, and all of a sudden you're just as good as everybody else on this other side of the line. That's not how it works.
Depends on the job. Sorry, this openings.
No, it's okay. I would say it really does not depend on the job, just to preeminently retort. But with any kind of job, there's various different metrics that would be that you have to do better at, do worse at, absolutely affect overall job performance. When it comes to DEI, it's explicitly a non-meritorious a way of hiring people, or a way of distributing resources, or a way of organizing society. It's DEI, obviously short for diversity, equity, inclusion. Now, that's been changing because DEI now has a negative social connotation. And so they are doing the same thing. A lot of people in these positions of power are doing the same thing. They're simply changing the wording, right? But they're accomplishing the exact same goal, and they have the same underlying goal, which is they have this perception of some kind of historical wrongdoing, and and the way they want to solve it is through selective advantages given to people based on race, gender, ethnicity, disability, etc. This is very much a thing, and this is very much alive. I posted some links in the group chat, for example, that I would like to talk about. I mean, one of the ways that the classic way this is being used is affirmative action, which, although there's a recent Supreme Court case that limits it, it still absolutely happens. One of the ways that they will do this is through diversity statements, in which if your statement doesn't indicate sufficient diversity or commitment to diversity, they're going to axe you before they even take a look at your merits. Another way they do it is through specific grants that the government provides exclusively to people based on their race or gender. And I provided sources for all of that. And all of that has an absolute effect on people in their real lives today. Now, do I think it's a good thing to get rid of it? I do. I think that people, when it comes to work, when it comes to things along those lines, they should be treated based on their merit, not based on the color of their skin or their gender or anything along these lines. Or if you would ask me the same thing about, certain educational institutions will have legacy where they give advantages to people based on who their parents are. I think that's also a problem. You're not going to catch me saying that any of that's good. Ideally, we would like to see the most meritorious people in the best positions for them. And socially, I hope to push this forward.
Thanks so much. And I didn't say it before, but we're very happy to have you back, Lactoid. We've missed your friend. So it's fantastic. And we finally have both our libertarians back on screen, right? Like, we haven't had you both here in like a month and a half at least, maybe even 2 months. So it's nice to have you both here. Libertarians should come in pairs, right? I think we all know this.
We needed that diversity.
Diversity. But yeah, thank you so much. And Scott, I'm glad to have you here as well.
Yeah, so no surprise here. I'm going to pretty much agree with everything Lactoid said, but I want to dig a little bit deeper. I think the biggest problem with combating and understanding DEI is the latter, understanding what DEI is. Conservatives, for the most part, they see things that they don't like. They see little elements of it, right? They hear a news article about, some government, HR meeting somewhere where they teach black people that being on time is actually a construct of white supremacy. And they're like, what the fuck is going on? And they don't actually understand like any of what is occurring, but they do know one thing, which is that having positive, discrimination for one race in certain categories means necessarily negative discrimination for those that aren't a part of that, which means that there is a less meritocratic system, that there is, issues that are resolved around that, and that it is, by nature of being positively anti-racist against certain groups, it cannot be anything but racist in practice against the other groups. And, they're fighting against that. So what is DEI, right? We hear the terms diversity, equity, inclusion. All right, so I'm going to give you a good definition of DEI, which is the installation of neo-Marxist political officers in institutions with the goal of establishing socialism through critical theory praxis. That's what a DEI is. Okay, it's not about diversity, it's not about inclusion, it is about equity, right? It is about all of those things, but when you actually understand what that means and how it works, that's what it is. So I'm going to repeat the definition. The installation of neo-Marxist political officers in institutions with the goal of establishing socialism through critical theory praxis. That's what it means. So let's talk about the elephant in the room first, which is equity. This is the easy one to understand. What is equity? Equity is a rebranding of socialism through the Frankfurt School and through academia to mean redistributing resources or, as conservatives often say, equality of outcome, right? You see, like we were given a video to research and all he says the entire time, all of his arguments are about disparate impact disparate outcomes. It has nothing to do with merit. It has nothing to do with qualifications. All of the arguments are this number doesn't match the demographic population, therefore racism, and we must fix it. So, when you want a better understanding of it, the best understanding would probably be social equity definition by George Fredrickson. Now, George Fredrickson was the founder and editor-in-chief of the Journal of Public Affairs, Administration Research and Theory. He was the founder of the Journal of Public Affairs Education. He was the president for over 2 decades of the American Society of Public Administration. So when we're talking about public administration, how companies run, how the government is run, this is your guy, right? And he says that equality is when citizens A plus B are equal. Equity is when shares are adjusted so citizens A plus B are made equal. Make no bones about it. The E in DEI, equity, is about redistributing wealth, redistributing jobs, redistributing things when the outcomes aren't perfect. It is a rebranding of communism. So what about diversity, right? Conservatives like the idea of diversity, right? Like, of course, we want people from different backgrounds, people of different ideas, diversity of thought, all of those things, right? But see, diversity is actually the exact opposite definition. It's anti-diversity. It requires singular thought. You saw Lactoid brought up these things like diversity statements. Why does a diversity statement matter versus just putting I'm black, I'm Indian, I'm from this tribe, I'm this? And the reason is because what diversity actually means is that you are using your voice of your identity, that you are instantiated within your identity as a critical theorist. You are critically conscious. So what diversity actually means is putting more people in positions of authority and power to force an ideology of critical theory and critical race theory on people, and that we don't just want black people, we want black people that have their voice within their identity, that parrot the things that we want them to parrot. Lastly, we have inclusivity. Right? So this is, of the trifecta. Now you'll hear from other people, there's actually an A, it's access. People like, Sam Cedar and a bunch of other people have started running with this idea. It's just them running away from the concept of DEI. Also, usually you're going to see that as belonging is an acronym there, or more often than not, you're going to see IDEA, not DEIA, but inclusivity, diversity, equity, access, because it makes a nice little pretty acronym, IDEA. So what is inclusivity, right? Well, what inclusivity means is that not only must you have a place that isn't antagonistic, you must positively and consistently affirm people's identity. Okay, it is not about having an office that isn't sexist or racist against people. Rather, it's about having an office that is constantly praising people for their gender, praising people for their identity, praising people for being, inclusive in these domains. If you don't believe me, you can look at McKinsey and Company's definition. The degree to which an individual feels that their authentic selves are welcomed at work, enabling them to contribute in a meaningful and deliberate manners. Or we can look at the International Labor Organization's definition, the experience people have in the workplace and the extent to which they feel valued for who they are, the skills and experience they bring, and the extent to which they have a strong sense of, here's that key word again, belonging with others at work. Belonging originates with Herbert Marcuse. Okay, it is not a concept that you simply are there and you are equal. It is that you are positively affirmed. This is kind of the basis. We'll get into all the details.
Point number 2.
Fuck ton more notes.
Point number 2.
Look! Don't bring me on to talk about DEI and think I'm not going to be verbose. Like, this is my fucking bread and butter.
All right. Oh, Scott, see, we didn't get the full effect last week. You require the
I gave 6 words. All right, last week. All right, I was stockpiling.
Yeah, rebalance the humors. Okay. All right. So, thanks so much.
I'll be quiet tonight, Scott. Just you can tap my time.
Oh, great. Well, we appreciate that.
We're gonna trade.
That's Corey. Glad to have you here, friend.
Yeah, thank you. Always appreciated to be invited and never take it for granted. And I also, I'm happy to be reunited with my fellow Canadian friend, Lactoid. Missed the Canadian representation. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram is Corey Campbell, and Substack is Corey Campbell. Second piece coming out soon. But yes, so I'll try to keep it brief, where DEI is a complex topic. I to some extent, I am sympathetic to all of the claims that have been made so far, where probably at the university level, maybe not so good, since, for some people, it might, let's say, have some detrimental negative effects on them questioning themselves or whether they actually belong in an academic setting. But overall, when it comes to DEI, at least based off of the empirics that I've seen, there appear to be some actual substantial benefits to DEI policies in terms of innovation, maybe some worker satisfaction, and maybe some productivity gains. There is some mixed evidence in some domains, but I think on the whole, the empirics hold out that DEI policies are largely overall a net positive. And I think that's also reflected in the fact that despite the fact that I think companies like Meta and Google caved to the new administration, and I think have abolished their DEI policies, but Apple has retained theirs. But they might be trying to pander to their demographic that buys their products. Who knows? But I think there's a reasons why they are retaining them, and they voted to retain them because I think we'll hopefully see that companies clue into the fact that some targeted DEI policies are positive and lead to actual gains that are tangible and beneficial to the company. And lastly, I also am in favor of largely, again, targeted DEI policies to make up for some historical injustices that I view. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Grid. Nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. I will not be as long as Scott, I promise.
It'll be
I will
longer.
and it actually
Please,
helps.
man. Please.
Actually helps because he said a lot of the things that I was going to say. I'm going to fill in some blanks that he, I'm sure, is going to fill in later. I'll just go ahead and preempt that. First of all, DEI is really nothing more than policies that actually reflect or attempt to further the affirmative action doctrine, which was law, which was struck down and has been gone for, I think, roughly 10 or 15 years. And affirmative action was proven to have failed. And we, instead of learning from those lessons, we've now doubled down on it. And instead of making it law, we're making it policy. And it's a group of, it's a network of policies and frameworks that in some manner give corporations this social credit, social EQ score, all of this nonsense that has no bearings on whether a company can do business properly or not. I liken it to the fact that if you had a guy standing in front of you who literally had the cure for cancer in his hand and was going to make you $100 million a day, but he was black, would you not hire him? There's really no country on the planet that's not going to hire that guy. Like literally. People who are capitalists do not care about skin color. Matter of fact, we don't care about race, creed, or religion at all, because we're all about making money, and this is what's important. I have to say that Scott also missed out on that DEI actually creates hostility by forcing people who would never associate with each other to associate with each other. And what's more, by taking people who are of varying experience and qualifications and forcing them to be equal, you create resentment on one side and apathy on the other. Resentment because this guy knows he's more qualified, apathy because this guy knows he doesn't have to do shit to get the job. And both of those things are very negative in the workforce. Very negative. And I don't think that you can point to anything positive that DEI has done, with the possible exception. I'm sure somebody's going to mention that there was this manufactured idea that a couple of companies actually made more money while they were using DEI practices, but that was a financial trick, which we can explain later. I'm not going to go into all of it now because, again, I don't want to be Scott. I will just, we'll get into it. But I really don't, I actually don't see any point to DEI at all. I think it's a net negative, and we just need to allow companies and individuals to hire, fire, and employ who they want. That's it.
Much. Let's go to Bam. And again, thank you, Bam, for coming up with the topic.
Absolutely. The unfortunate reality is the only correct way to have this conversation, which I honestly don't even want to have tonight, is some mutual agreement on what it actually is, because I guarantee you we've had 4 people speak so far, and they say they're like, oh yeah, we think similar things. They have 4 entirely different practical makeups in their head of what's actually what they believe is happening in the workplace. And I'm about to say, yeah, I'm gonna be the 5th, and I'm gonna have actually an entirely different makeup, just from people who I've spoken to who have been a part of these departments and what they look like in different workplaces. All of these, all these departments do, at least in the people I spoke to, is make workplaces make workplaces ask questions. Whenever you're going through your hiring process, it makes no requirements or demands of who gets a job, of how people are hired, but it makes you at least ask the question of, hey, are we interviewing a diverse group of people, and if not, why? And the thing is that the why to that could make sense. Are construction sites interviewing a lot of women for construction jobs? No, but why? Because women tend to not go into those fields. That's an actual answer to that question. What we don't seem to do is we look back on history and we think they're like, oh, okay, the I think Nick Wright was speaking to a lot of truth of like, okay, there was a good old days when everything went off of meritocracy. Like Jackie Robinson wasn't the first black person who was good enough to play play baseball in the major leagues. He wasn't, but I was about to say, but through someone seeking, I was about to say, and it wasn't the capitalists didn't decide to go get all the good players because all they're interested in is winning and success. There seems to be other things that they actually factored in. They did have other values, even the capitalists. And those people in that industry and every other decided it was in their interest to prevent women and black people from entering fields. Whenever we started asking these questions, we've gotten surprising answers. We for decades and centuries, really, for most of human history, thought that like there wasn't value to having women get educations. Then we actually figured out in our modern society that, oh wow, women are actually better at getting university educations than the men are. It seems to be something that they're actually prone to doing. I think something else that was said about like making the argument, like if you want to argue that like through the thousands of senators that the United States had, that only 14 black people have ever been good enough to have that job, then you can make that argument. But the reality is there probably are social, societal, and workplace enforcers that have been blocking and pushing people out of the workforce and out of opportunities that they would have otherwise been good in. I'm almost done. I feel like I feel rushed, but after everybody else speaking, I feel like I'm finally get my point out. We for the longest time didn't think that black people in the NFL, for example, we didn't think black people were smart enough to be head coaches. We implemented the Rooney Rule in the NFL in 2003. Within 5 years, we actually had two black coaches win Super Bowls. So the Rooney Rule is essentially a form of DEI. It didn't say that you had to hire any specific person, but it just says as a part of the interviewing process, one person should be a minority. It just says that like, hey, just talk to them. For by and large, black people still aren't getting many head coaching jobs in the NFL, but it's just saying they're like, hey, in a league that's 60% black, there's a lot of black former players that have a desire to coach. Making sure at least one of the people you have a conversation with be some type of minority, and then they're realizing, wow, actually these people are pretty qualified. I wonder why I wasn't interviewing them before, and it's not even saying that like there's some outwardly hatred or like intentional racism behind it. There may have been just a social paradigm that like a social paradigm of how things have always been to make them think that like, oh, okay, these aren't the type of people that I'm supposed to interview. These aren't the way that things have always went in the past. Like, and yeah, I think that we're realizing that, yeah, people are capable of a lot more than what the status quo and how things used to be
Right.
showed us. That's it.
Okay. It's always fun when people like wind down
I'm trying to get that last word.
And then they rev back up.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, that's even better. But okay, all right. Thanks so much. No, like Grit is the master of like winding down very slowly, and I'll stop, but who knows when. Okay, anyway, let's go to Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, DEI and diversity policies are baby back bullshit. It's a bamboozle. It's a fleece. And that's what it is. Let me tell you, first of all, we do know that they get you get benefits from the government for promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, particularly through tax credits. And guess what? Targeted funding programs for small businesses and underrepresented groups. You know, we call that open corruption, because that's what they're doing. They're sitting here setting up little piggy pens where they can sit here and wallow around in their DEI benefit money from the whatever, and then they hire people for bullshit jobs that fuck up the whole market value of stuff just to put them in there, and these people aren't qualified to do jack shit. We see the quality of the work. It's terrible. It's been merit-based. And honestly, here's my thing. I gotta be honest. We're at what is this, 2025? All right. I'm sorry that life's not fair. Some people get a better cut of life than others. Guess what? I am the son of a legal immigrant and adopted. You know, I came from poor, like real poor. And if I can do it, and I'm, a lot of y'all think I'm a dumbass. So if I can do it, then, yeah, I'm a DI. Like a lot of you think I'm a dumbass. If I can do as successful as I've been in life, coming from nothing, then there's no excuse. And being as stupid as I am, allegedly, there's no reason why y'all can't do it. And so when I see this and y'all go, oh, we need these DI hires, I'm just sorry. Cry me a river. I'd go get my violin behind me, but y'all already know the joke. It's just, I don't care. I just don't care anymore. I'm tired of pretending I'm caring. I think most Americans know that it's a fleece. It's just like USAID. It was a fleece. Just like this. That's why they're afraid to investigate and cut all these programs, because just like in the mob, whenever we go and investigate these things, whenever you start getting close to the money, they start throwing up their arms and screaming and hollering and trying to fight back. And guess what? We found the money, and now, we're bitching. Now we're talking about the ethics of DEI programs. Well, you know what? If you really are a minority and you really do come from nothing, like I do, guess what? You don't want to be the token DEI hire. You want to know for a fact I got hired on my merits. I'm not some baby back bitch that needed you to come give me a little handout because, oh, Lord and Lord, God made my life harder. Mama wasn't there. Daddy wasn't there. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry that life sucks. It sucks for everybody. Guess what? Pull your what's the expression? Pull your shit up by your bootstraps. I don't even have to care if you pull your shit by your bootstraps. Wallow in fucking sin. Wallow in failure, or get good. Stop getting me to pay for it with my goddamn tax dollars. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of paying for these people that think that, we're gonna need it for whatever. But whatever. I'm just done. I can keep going, but we've already had 6,000 hours of openings, so I won't go another 20 minutes.
John 3:16. What?
Gibbs was his own DEI hire.
Oh my god,
that's goddamn right, bro.
Amazing. Gibbs never disappoints.
Thank you.
The next person, very excited, brand new to this program, Reverie, Pentuple. Cool dude, hung out with them. He's an awesome guy. Actually, a really fun time. Wrong about everything. Also a terrible gambler. But
hey, I gave you that horse. I guess you chose it because of what I said.
Yeah. Like we were horse betting, and he didn't want to bet on a horse because it sounded woke.
Determined Blue.
I bet on the horse, and then I won.
Nice.
The opposite.
Go woke, go broke.
Yeah.
Go woke, make money. All right. Well, I'll just start with this. I won't take the Jackie Robinson slander lightly. He did that. They weren't just going to take any black. He was that guy, and he knew the assignment. There really was no other guy that was going to do this. And it's not just a guarantee that if Jackie didn't do it, some other black guy was going to do it. Jackie made a lot of decisions during his career and did a lot of things for his career just on the baseball field that absolutely had an impact. If he hadn't done that, it wasn't just handed to him as, here, be the black guy, Togi. He was that guy. So I just want to throw that out there as a kind of funny retort. I'm not,
by the way.
I'm not super serious trying to come heated. I actually don't really have that strong of an open. I'm kind of getting tired of winning. I didn't think this would ever happen, but I think it is starting to happen. Some of these topics, I'm just kind of we're winning, I'll lend an ear to what you guys want to say. But I just, as far as DEI, my question to the people who support it would just be, do you think that DEI is something that we're going to need perpetually? And what if not, what do we need before you would accept that DEI is no longer necessary? And if it's always going to be necessary, is that kind of an admission that we can't have a multiracial society? Is the best form of human governance not a multiracial society? Because if we need DEI forever to account for these differences, perhaps this isn't the best form of human governance. And maybe that's the argument that it sounds like is being made if you argue that DEI is needed forever. So is it needed forever? Or if not, what do we need before we get there? I think personally, there's enough economic mobility in the US and there's so many opportunities that it's really kind of a moot point at this point. I really don't know that there's anyone in the US we can find that has no access to any opportunities, especially as things advance. I mean, like we've almost connected the whole globe. I mean, I think it's a very different world than it was even just 40, 50 years ago. So I just don't think it's necessary. I think we've already moved on to the point where we could let it go. But I just wanted to hear those responses from the pro DEI when we get to the full thing, as just sort of thoughts that could maybe convince me on the topic. But there's my open.
See, there's a slide, right? Slowly just
slide.
Now point number 2.
Right in the home plate.
Yeah.
Just like Jackie Robinson stealing home base.
Okay.
Baby.
All right. Thanks so much. And last but not least, we have our friend Ali. Last but the latest, actually, is what we should say. Our friend Ali is here. Happy to have you, friend.
Thanks for having me, man. Yeah, merit means fuck all. I keep hearing merit qualifications. It's like, listen, man. Well, in a world where nepotism exists, in a world where people can and will lie about their credentials, will lie on their resume, can get away with that. In a world where interviews are essentially vibes, you can have the merit, you can have the credentials, you just suck at the interview and you don't get the job. Merit doesn't really mean shit. No one necessarily gets hired only on their merit. And if every single company only hired the people with the best merit, we'd never have workers because, we'd be too busy trying to steal workers from other people because of their merit and their credentials and so on and so forth. DEI probably just would have happened naturally anyways. But, considering the fact that there were some, I guess you could say, racists who ran companies in their days, right? You gave these people something to fight against, man. Stop giving people something to fight against. You won't hear this crap because once again, it would have happened naturally. You would have just been hiring people for the vibe and the culture of the company, because sometimes you don't hire based on merit. You hire those who fit the culture, right? You have a Spanish-speaking community. You're probably going to hire some more Spanish-speaking people or people of that community rather than the person with the best merit, because sometimes the culture is a little bit more important than the merit. Helps the business move along. Thank you.
Okay. Over to the panel.
Fuck you, Ali. I hate you.
Yeah.
If anyone,
that's how you do an opening, by the way. Oh my god, Jesus fuck.
If anyone doesn't want to answer,
thank you, Ali.
right? Like the Pentuple had a really great question, I think. But the theorists have kind of already answered your question, Pentuple. The problem is that most lefties don't want to actually quote the radical theorists that have set up DEI, right? So when you look at Horkheimer, Adorno, Habermas, Derek Bell, Paulo
what if you
Freire,
just don't know any of these people? It's not that I don't want. It's not that I don't want to name them or quote them. I don't know any of them.
Exactly what a Marxist
know their quotes. Or know their quotes.
So right. So when I brought up Derek Bell and his idea of interest convergence, right? Briefly, right. So when you're looking at DEI policies and you're looking at, look at anytime you see the word justice, right? You're trying to understand what does justice means. What you have to understand is that there's a difference between what the theorists will call punitive accountability and justice. So the answer to the question of when does this end is given by, Derek Bell as well as Horkheimer and Habermas, right? They will all say that the justice is achieved when all power in society and in all hierarchical structures has been redistributed so that there is a convergence of things, right? So there will no longer be any whiteness or any white power or any white people in positions of power in any degree larger than the other people. So you need massive pushes so that there is no power imbalances. There is no more oppression. And then justice will spontaneously erupt, because once everyone in society believes in critical theory, once everyone is woke or they've been purged out and they have been re-educated to believe in neo-Marxist philosophy, then justice will just occur and we will no longer need all of these programs. So the end goal is we must institute communism. We must re-educate everyone that doesn't believe in critical theory and wokeness and doesn't believe that like white supremacy is the greatest evil and things of that nature. And we must get rid of all of capitalism, and we must get rid of markets and everything. And we must all be living in the communist utopia. Then we will no longer need DEI programs, because justice will just exist from the critical consciousness. That's the answer. And everyone on the left is going to be like, you're crazy. But if you read the fucking people that write and advise all of the critical theory and describe what critical theory is and why they need DEI and make these fucking programs and advise with them, that's their answer.
See, that was a merit argument, and then now we're going to be here to discuss vibes.
I want to clarify. So I'm just curious. Like, I'm not going to argue with the definition. Okay, I'm sure that is the philosophy, but you think that Apple will only end their program when that happens?
No, because I don't think
I think rules the land.
No, because for the same reason that Marxism failed, and people like the Rockefellers funded critical theory in the Frankfurt School, you would go, why would a capitalist fund anti-capitalist movements? It's because they know that critical theory was less of a threat to them than was classical Marxism. These people are not woke. It's rainbow capitalism. Okay, they know that if they make people happy and they give them their breadcrumbs, they can get better ESG scores, they can get bank loans that have lower interest rates, they can get handouts from the government, and then they can beat out all the smaller companies that don't have all of these connections and don't have all of these programs and don't have all this NGO money. So it's a game of tug of war against the anti-capitalist Marxists that are trying to infiltrate all of these institutions and put forward praxis, versus the companies themselves and the wealthy people on boards that just want to make money. And right now, 2 years ago, the best way to make money was to go full-blown DEI. And with Trump in power, some companies are like, actually, the better bet is to get rid of this shit because it costs me money.
Oh, well then why did they vote to retain it then?
It depends upon the company.
Okay,
right? Like different companies are making different evaluations
but
on whether or not it's profitable to stay.
But you would agree that Apple's not necessarily looking for that outcome that you outlined.
No, Apple's not looking for that outcome.
Okay, that's all I want.
None of these CEOs are looking for an outcome of getting rid of their power as a CEO.
It's them.
So Apple, when you say Apple is not looking for I'm sure that the shareholders of Apple are primarily concerned with just the shares going up. But the consumer base of Apple, I think, is disproportionately concerned about those kind of things, right? Who is the general consumer base? Opening
statement. They might be pandering to the demographic.
I think pandering is absolutely a major part of this. I think, for example, when you see sort of the culture begin to shift the other way, you have brands that have a customer base that is less in line with this sort of like left-wing vision, like Harley Davidson, for example, just drop their DEI initiatives, right? Because it no longer is suited to their business needs. Which I think is kind of funny, by the way, for people who are like,
it doesn't work for every company.
Stands for this. Well, I understand it doesn't work for every company.
Like Ben and Jerry's is fine.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And in the same way, you're going to have your local vegan hemp farm that sells fucking fresh kelp on the weekends. Their customer, they're probably going to have to be like ultra liberal. They're going to have all the trans flags, in March.
DEI
they're
is
going to have
capitalism.
all the BLM.
They're going them beside the kale.
DEI is capitalism. If you really think about it,
it's not.
Pander to your customers.
In some ways, it is. I think it is in some ways pandering to a customer base, and there's a market incentive to do so. That's fine, but it's because in this case, like the market that they're pandering to are communists, like by and large.
Hold on. As long as their money is capitalist, who cares if they're communists?
That's not how that works. These are publicly traded companies. These are publicly traded companies, right? So it's not Apple making these decisions exclusively. Okay, it's equity. It's equity managers that own like 20-30% of the shares that have power in voting shares, right? Like you're talking about BlackRock, you're talking about Vanguard, you're talking about ARK, you're talking about Stable Street. You're talking about oh fuck, what's the
Name
the,
three
the
more.
big one that goes super?
No, don't name any more. Hold on.
Right, like you're talking about equity managers that have like 10, 20,
Ukraine.
30% of their company. Okay, and so it's like it's not so much that it depends upon what hedge fund companies and equity managers have stock in certain companies, right? And it comes down to an evaluation of whether or not they're worried that if they don't push certain things that these people might gobble up stock to then push those things, or that they might drop them. Like it's a lot more complicated than just Apple believes this.
Let's go to Bam.
Well, I mean, pushing
Bam,
down
Bam,
stocks-
Bam,
hold on,
Bam.
hold on.
Yeah. So I don't want this conversation. Two things. Well, and I guess I can't control it. I don't always get what I want in life. But there's two ways this conversation tends to go. We tend to go to like this philosophy conversation where we speak on like the principles we hold in this ideal world that doesn't map onto any of the like history and experience of the world that we live in, or we go into like about to say a lot of lefties will do this idea of like corporations are money machines that calculate most money thing go up. Like I think that business owners and people and executives and people on teams also have their own values and things that they genuinely want to be seen and implemented in their company. Obviously, it doesn't mean that like they're willing to do this to some major detriment of themselves. But I'm saying that like Google, for example, I don't think that Google I think that like the people at Google that make money, I think they also like enjoy their employee base being somewhat diverse. I think it's just something. I think it's a value system. Yeah, I think we'll have cultural reasons mapped into it too.
Where do
I just don't
values
want this to
come
become. I just don't think this all to. I'm not. Again, I don't want to go to the philosophy thing. The thing I'm going.
Yeah,
to
I know
say-
you want to avoid the philosophy because I'll
Yes,
kick your
'cause
ass on it
know,
and show
I
why
just don't
your beliefs
like
are
it. It's
evil,
boring.
right?
No.
Like I
I
get
got
it.
a
No, it's
question
not
for the
boring.
guys.
You're running. You're running like a scared
I'm
little
not getting
bitch
ran over
about
right
it.
now. Let me finish
sorry.
the point.
Yeah, chicken.
We'll go, after that, we'll go to Corey. After that, we'll go to
That's
Corey.
racist. All right, that's not very inclusive of you to just yell chicken at the black guy. That's racist.
Gosh. All right,
It's a microaggression.
Let's go. Okay.
Calling him a bitch
So,
is better.
Hey, okay. So we're gonna let Bam finish.
Yeah, this is just regular aggression.
We're stop it, knock it off.
Exactly.
We're gonna go to Bam. We're going to Corey. We're going to Penn Temple. I believe his hands up. Ali, Lactoid. I'm going to jump in, right? Because I got a bunch to say at you people. And then, okay, Gibbs.
Yeah. Finishing up again, like I can agree with everyone's idea of this world, like because Temple kind of brought up this question, like this idea of this world where like, oh, isn't content the character? Isn't just don't we just want the most qualified people? Sure, in a vacuum that sounds great, but it doesn't. It seems like we live in a world where people do have other value sets. When people hire based off of just a lot of hiring practices, just because I've been in the hiring space.
Vibes.
Yeah, it's a lot of vibe. It's just like, oh, okay, this guy kind of reminds me of me. He's from a neighborhood similar to mine, like, or this person is someone I'm used to dealing with. Like, it's not factually like, let me look at your resume and map down by the metric of a percentage. Which
Are you saying you violated the Equal Opportunity Act?
That was a horrible joke. I understand that
that's fucking a serious question.
No,
you're saying that you passed over other candidates because you like the vibe of this guy.
That's how hiring.
That's how hiring works, man. Do you fit in here? Do you fit in with the company? Do you fit in with the culture? Do you fit in with the
it's how it works.
It's part of hiring.
Race.
It's not. He didn't say based on race. He said grew up where I grew up. I see myself with it. He didn't say race. You guys insinuated race in that.
He said that.
I mean,
he literally said he sees himself where he
DEI.
grew up in the same neighborhood or it's the same vibe. He didn't say race. You guys insinuated race. So keep going, Bam.
Yeah, this is how hiring actually works in the United States. And
yeah, I've hired a lot of people and fired them too.
Damn, nice cutoff, bro.
You're so great, brother. I'm telling you.
I am.
But so when we know that there's this human element to this process, it's like I said, I think it's valuable to be able to ask questions about like, oh, okay, are we actually looking to do what's good for the country as a whole? Obviously, you have your business interests, but downstream from them, you can have larger like overall interest in the country itself, and not having like certain demographics of people like perpetually in the most impoverished positions. I think that like hiring practices that seek to what's the word, relieve those conditions,
Redress?
not in say redress those conditions. It doesn't have to be the number one priority, but I'm saying it can be a secondary thing. It can also be something like I don't think there's a beneficial world where we never hire Muslims in the United States. Like I don't think that would be good for the United States.
Well,
as a
can
whole.
the DEI go too far? I guess.
Of course it
Like, can you violate DEI like principles only by hiring too many whites? Like, what if you're trying to overcorrect and they're like, you're not hiring any whites? It's like, this isn't about trying to eliminate whites. You've admitted that, right?
But like I said, that's where it comes to like, what do we think it is? If you think it's just about like picking someone who's unqualified to do a job, like random nobody off the street, like then
What do you
like,
mean
I
by
understand where
unqualified?
I think you guys have a good point in like lower end hiring, but as you get higher up, especially in these companies, and we're talking about like financial duties, and maybe Lactoid knows more about this. I don't really know a ton about this, but generally you have like a financial duty to like your board has a financial duty to this company. They can't just like hire a guy because they like him. They have to know that like this is the best financial decision. If they hired some guy just because they liked him and then the company stayed, they could get sued by their shareholders for not honoring that financial duty.
It's
Nepotism.
fiduciary
When did nepotism
responsibility.
stop
It
existing?
happens all
Did
the
nepotism
time.
stop
It
existing?
doesn't happen.
The examples you're
And-
giving
but
are like
and those
lower down the
people do
chain
those
where it's
jobs
not
good,
like
well.
that clear
Yeah,
major
if you're
decision.
hiring for
Sure,
a
because the
party,
person you're hiring,
Pentuple is right. Listen to Pentuple.
the person you're hiring, even those hiring
Listen to
positions.
Pentuple. He's right.
The person you're hiring, even those hiring positions, the people who are who you find as eligible, quote unquote, candidates. All of the well, not all, but generally, you're picking from a pool of people who could more or less do the job well, even. Like it's not like, oh, this is going to be a bad decision.
Like you're not getting the interview.
Yeah,
You're not getting the
so-
interview. You're not getting your resume looked at if it's
Look,
not qualified, right? Like
Yeah.
What do you mean by wait? What does that mean?
Sorry. All right, but before we
I want
before
to
we-
deal with that, but yeah.
before we do that, we it's got to go Corey. Yeah, Corey's next. Gibbs, you're already on the list.
All right, man.
I'll attempt to at least maybe somewhat provide an answer to the question you posed, Pentuple, in your opening statement, which it's like a difficult thing to answer. So, well, when affirmative action was essentially like abolished, is largely in favor of that, and it's hard to know exactly when, an initiative or policy like should end. But I can sort of imagine or somewhat hypothesize, probably like in the next few decades, at least by my estimation. I have no real fundamental basis for making the claim of probably 20, 30 years. Hopefully we're at a place that DEI initiatives are no longer necessary. But also at the same time, to throw back to you of so then are you in favor of eliminating SNAP tomorrow? And if not, when? And if you want to maintain it, is that a reflection of the system not working?
Food stamps.
SNAP welfare? Food stamps? I mean, I wouldn't end it tomorrow.
This guy's so rich, you didn't even know that is.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was like food stamps or something, but I'm not like super familiar with SNAP to be like, oh, I'd end that tomorrow. I'd be like fucking sweating the night if I made a fucking mistake.
Yeah, okay. So then on that note, then when would you want to end it, or would you never end it? And if you would never end it, is that a reflection of your society not working?
Well, if I was going to argue like, oh, we always have to do this, I would probably say then we're kind of probably in other realms of society accepting defeat on some level. I don't know. Hopefully we don't always need it, but maybe we always need it. I don't think that like always needing SNAP would convince me that our society's broken. But if you were to convince me that we're going to always need DEI forever, it does suggest to me that it's like you're suggesting this isn't manageable. It's not possible to have a multiracial society.
Why could you not make the same thing about food allocation?
Well, Corey,
you're saying food allocation isn't like as serious. I don't think. I mean,
What?
I have the interest of getting people food, like, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, do you think society is broken right now because it exists? I don't know that society is even broken right now because we have DEI.
Well, depends what you mean by broken. That's a loaded question, but I understand your point.
Well, it's just like I don't campaign against SNAP personally, so like I don't have like a super strong feeling on it. I mean, generally, I don't want welfare growing, but I don't think welfare would ever be zero. So I mean, like I don't know that it's a 1-to-1 comparison for me. But generally, the point is like, if you don't think we'll ever be able to live in a society where people can like just self-govern without being racist at that degree and like affecting the livelihoods of their fellow citizen like that, it's like, well, what's the best form of governance, do you think? Do you think that like we should do that, or should we segregate? Like that sounds like someone who would want to segregate to me, and I'm not convinced on that. I think we could probably do it, but it's just like, it's who knows? I mean, it's like
segregation is part of DEI, just for the record.
Huh?
Okay.
That's what Grit was
Can
arguing
I
for
just
earlier. He was like, you're making people be around each other.
Sorry, we got a little list here, friend.
All right.
Oh, sorry, Corey. Do you have any more, please?
That's okay. Go on.
Okay. Pentuple, you were on the list. Papers, do you have anything else to add? If not, we'll go to Ali.
It's actually it was, I think, at Ali. I think he mentioned it because or maybe it was Bam. I'm not sure, but someone brought up nepotism, and I think about this a lot because nepotism makes sense in government, and it makes sense maybe like I think in like sports because of government money going into their industry. But like if you owned a business, right? Is it nepotism if you're giving it to your son to take on the family business? Like, at what point is it like, is that not just like the obvious thing to do? Why would you give it to someone else instead of your son? You know, like, especially when we're talking about DEI, if he's qualified. Well, right. That's what I say. That goes to the merit argument. But if you're not making the merit argument, wouldn't you be like, oh, well, nepotism's like, of course I'm going to give my son the business. Like, I built this business for me. Like, I built this business because, like, why wouldn't you pass it to your son? Why would you give it to some random other guy's family and let him fucking benefit from it?
So this is where I was going to answer. This is where I was going to answer Lactoid's question. So Lactoid kept saying like qualified. What does qualified mean?
I asked, what does it mean?
To me,
well, like, you pointed out it wasn't a binary. That was a good point. I thought.
I think it can be. I think like all qualified means is that you've like accomplished a level of learning or training needed to even apply for the job.
So you do treat it as a binary, though.
What do you mean? Like
you don't care? Say 6 and above to 10 is qualified. You're like 7 or 9. I don't really care. I'll hire him. It doesn't matter. It's like as long as you're in this pool, then you're qualified and you're hired. Lactoid saying, if I have a choice between the 9 and the 7, I want to take the 9 every time and
that's nice, but that's not how the world works. The world doesn't work where you're always going to have a choice between a 9 and a 7. Sometimes you're just going to have a pool of 7s because depending on where your area is, depending where your hiring pool is, depending on what your hiring competition is. You guys are lawyers, right? Both of you are lawyers, and depending on your skill level, depending on how well you learn, how well you can apply your training, you can get a better job, right? But if you have a practice and you work in like the middle of nowhere, Indiana, right? Your pool of people that you're going to hire from isn't going to be 9s, and you're like, oh, well, I'm only going to hire based on merit. Well, no, right? So you can go ahead.
What you're doing is you're letting the perfect become an enemy of the good, right? I think you're correct in that you're always going to have these other factors that are in place, even in situations where there's fiduciary duty, even in there's situations where you're looking for merit. But acknowledging that these other things might come up and these internal biases might come up is not an excuse to say, well, the whole system sucks anyway. Let's introduce this whole new metric that has nothing to do with merit as well. Let's just start basing it off that because, we don't care about merit to begin with. When no, actually, like you should be shooting to hire the person who's a 9 over the person who's a 7. And perhaps you run into a situation where, unfortunately, the 7 is like a better talker. There's maybe financial reasons at play, like in terms of where they live or what the kind of pay they're going to accept, et cetera, right? All things that could go into that, right? But like those are things that you're trying to minimize when you're trying to hire the best person for the job. I just don't see how it makes the situation better to say, oh, let's also like, instead of just since we don't, since we have these issues with merit anyway, let's just like, if they're above a 5, just prioritize the ones.
I can tell you why, because there's plenty of times. There's plenty of times where you hire people based on merit, and they don't fit in. They don't fit into the culture of the company that you're working. So you hire the perfect person on paper. They come into work. Everyone fucking hates them, or they disagree with it, or they get along with everyone. But they had the best credentials. But now the work suffers, right? Versus what Bam versus
they weren't the highest merit.
Right. I mean,
because just proved that they weren't the highest merit. So this is the real problem. This is the problem.
Okay, so let me finish. If I can finish my statement real quick. So like what Bam was saying is that it's not so much that DEI should be implemented in that, like, no, you have to hire 6 Muslims, 5 black people, 8 Asian. Like, that's not how it's meant to be implemented. But if you have you should open the pool to a more diverse candidacy in the pool of people that you're interviewing, because it's not always what's on paper that so like if you have a bunch of candidates and they all have 3.9 GPAs and they're all like white, and you never look at any of the candidates below a 3.9 GPA, right? It's like you might have better fits for your company. But if you're looking at a specific like merit that's only on paper, that you're only looking through a resume, right? Your candidacy pool for applicants isn't open, who you're interviewing isn't open. You're only looking at merit at that point, then you might not have a good fit for your company.
No, so this is so what merit actually means. What merit actually means is that
we got a whole list, friend. But don't worry,
I'll come back to it. I'll come back to it because nobody here is really getting the how merit works. And
okay, sure. So first of all, Ali, do you have anything else to say? Then we'll go down
No,
to
that was-
Lactoid, Gibbs, Grid, and then me, and then Scott. I guess.
No, I got my point off. We're good.
Okay.
Unless someone wants to respond to that, but I don't think you're trying to do that.
Oh,
right.
am I next?
Yes, Ali.
No.
Sorry, Ali.
Yeah. Well,
excuse
I'll
me.
just respond to that then.
Cool.
So when merit, I guess, is a sort of it's a hard to define term, but essentially merit is just how well you do in a particular job, how well you do in a particular role, and how well you get along with other people to enhance group cohesion. Absolutely is part of your merit. If you get along better with people, that can be a measure of merit, as opposed to if you're constantly fighting with people and causing disruption in the workplace and not optimizing the workplace for efficient production. The problem with the statement of like, well, if you look below 3.9s and you could find some people who are better fits for the workplace, that could be true. But I would expect that you would look for metrics that would indicate somebody's a better fit for the workplace, such as some kind of like experiential background, some kind of like personality test, etc., as opposed to, well, we're going to be giving advantages based on like race and gender, unless there is some reason to believe that race and gender is actually relevant to the merit of the job. And that is the case sometimes, right?
Well,
so, for example, when it comes to the military, I would expect gender to be relevant there, or becoming a firefighter, or becoming something along those lines. Now, you could say, well, we could just cut it off at like a particular like fitness level, and that could be an argument. You can have this, but the lost income on just simply like attempting to give women a shot for the SEALs could be less advantageous than just saying, no, you have to be a man to even try out for the SEALs. That could be the case. It also could be the case where if you're in a black area, like a black barbershop or something along those lines, there could be a customer base that just doesn't want to visit a place that has white workers. That could be the case. You could also have vice versa. And that's when it becomes kind of a sticky situation where you have, because of consumer preference, a crossover between what's technically a merit in like a capitalist sense and what I think you guys would describe as discrimination that you guys would hate. And I also have a problem with that. But it seems like my problem with that is both ways. While a lot of people who advocate for DEI, they seem to only have a problem with it one way, where it's like they like the idea of saying, well, kind of like, I want to bring on people who are kind of similar to me, who have similar upbringing, maybe can relate to similar things, right? And that's fine, I guess, for minorities to say that in the racial context. But if a white person says that, like that is not accepted in the same way. And if we're going to have that standard for private enterprise, you could do that, but I want to have some kind of consistent standard.
So I'm gonna keep going. And Blacktoid, if those white workers at that barbershop are white women, and those black men will absolutely show up. It's not a problem. But thanks so much, Ben.
Good point. I hadn't thought about that. But...
You hadn't thought about that, of course. Let's go to our friend Gibbs, Grid, then I'll go, and then we'll go to our friend Scott.
I gotta be honest. I don't give a good goddamn about a lot of what people on both sides are saying. Y'all are all full of shit, except for Fabian, who I know is an ideologue, right? The rest of y'all are all full of shit. Let me tell you why. First of all, I'm sitting here listening. We know the shit's a fleece. We know the DEI grants. I would love for Doge to go in there and take a gander at where some of these grants and tax cuts and benefits are going to and who they're going to. I would like to see that. Doge, if you're listening, make that happen. Secondly, when I turn around and I see that my tax dollars are being given away to these programs, I get real pissed off. Third, when I get here and I hear all this bullshit about merit and nepotism and, what was the other, raises, you know what I have to say about that? I don't give two fucks. Let me tell you why. It's real simple. I should be able to, as a business owner, hire anybody for any goddamn reason I want to hire them for. If I want to give it to my son, since I own the business, guess what? Cry Me River, if Bob has worked there 60 years and is way more merit-based, guess what, Bob? You ain't family. Sucks to suck. All right? Like, I don't give a shit. Sorry. Sucks. Like, go on, get then. Yeah, like, as a business owner, go fuck yourself. This is my business. I can run this the way I want to, and for any goddamn reason. So, guess what? Maybe Bob's a member of the Ku Klux Klan. He wants to only hire his Klansmen. Guess what? Let him do it. If you're a member of the Black Panthers and you want to hire only Black Panthers, let him do it. Now, I do think part of a business is being successful enough as a business that you continue to be staying open. And maybe, to me, probably those businesses that are exclusive in that manner are probably not going to stay open, is my wager. Guess what? Let the free market decide it. Cool, whatever. We don't need. It's not my job to even give a fuck about it because I don't. I don't give a fuck. I'll let all of them. You know, Al Qaeda wants to open up a coffee shop. Let them. I don't give a fuck. I'm done. It's fucking crazy that we're sitting here arguing about merit and whatever. I, as a business owner, who is the government to tell me what I should be able to do? And then why are my tax dollars going to fund this bullshit? It's bullshit, and I'm sick of it, and I'm tired of pretending I'm not. And all y'all are sitting here giving all these metaphysical reasons. Just be honest.
Tax
Say it's
dollars,
bullshit.
tax
Just say
dollars.
it's bullshit. And guess what? They will eventually have to recognize that we're sick of it. And, you know, instead of sitting here making arguments for them.
So-
I don't know.
Tax
I
dollars, tax
actually
dollars.
not with it.
Can I just give like 2 sentences to give? I'm about to say, so at
Yeah,
this point,
sure.
Sure.
yeah, like I think if I agree with you on for small businesses. I don't care who works in your local salon. I don't like if you don't want men.
Doesn't
there
matter
because,
the
like,
size.
but I think that when you're dealing with like we're dealing with companies that make millions to billions of dollars, like I think
Like
there
any of the
is-
Rothstein-owned banks, who gives a shit? Let them pass it on the Rothstein 52nd the third. Who gives a fuck? Like,
Again,
I mean, like,
you're just talking about this one person, the CEO. I don't care about
what about the Rockefellers? I mean, just pick your guy. The Hiltons.
You're saying who gets passed on the business. That's what I'm talking about. I'm saying
Doesn't
like
matter. They
even
own
in
it.
these publicly companies or like who you're bringing on as employees. If you're participating in a city,
Don't invest in that company if you don't like how they're going to pass it on. Like, sorry, don't care.
I just think that I think there's a difference, and I think that if not caring, I think that not caring. This is gonna be the most woke liberal cuck thing I've ever said, but I think not
All
caring
right,
is a
record it.
privilege.
Clip it now.
Okay. We'll continue on. I agree with Gibbs. Like Al Qaeda should be able to open up a coffee shop next to the Pentagon. I don't see
That
any reasons
place
why that
would
wouldn't
be-
We're working
the
on it
bomb.
next week.
Yeah, the bomb. I actually I went through DC on my way to Tim Pool's spot and I saw the Pentagon for the very first time. Oh my god, it's so huge! Like I had never seen the Pentagon. It was my first time. And it
China's
was
building a bigger one, much bigger one.
Egypt is building a bigger building. That's like a whole different story. Like seriously, look into that. Like Egypt, their military command with their tiny ass army is building a bigger building than the Pentagon.
I
Unbelievable.
think China's
They
is
don't
supposed to
need
be
to
like
do that.
5
They
times
just
bigger
need to
than-
dig under the pyramids.
See what's going on there.
And they'll unlock the ancient army that was waiting for them. Let's go to our friend Grid. Oh, okay. No problem. So I guess I'll go instead, and then we can get Grid afterwards. And we got Scott. All right, so that's a lot of stuff to respond to. I'll try to do my best.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Okay, you can go. Please go ahead.
Give me just 1 second to kind of reorient myself. Sorry, I had a phone. My wife calls, and I always answer my wife when she calls.
Otherwise.
Right. So it's interesting. It's either everything is a total meritocracy or it has to be DEI. And that's total bullshit. And everyone here knows it. Right. The reality is that if I have 2 or 3 different candidates in front of me, I'm going to pick the one that meets the desired requirements for the job and physically do the job, and who doesn't seem like an asshole that's going to torpedo my business. I've been wrong before. I've had to fire people. I fired a lot of people. I've hired a bunch of people. I've fired a lot of people. But as someone that sat across the table and hired a bunch of people, DI is not even on my list of things I look for. I don't care. Now, it's interesting. It's interesting that we talk about a lot of different things, some people might be disadvantaged. Well, we have Equal Opportunities Act, okay? We have the American with Disabilities Act. You can't hire someone you can't not hire someone based on a disability in most cases. There's enough legal protections that all DEI is a feel-good, ball-scratching bunch of nonsense. It's just to make you feel good. Nothing else. Zero else. Also, they attached money to it. Programs to lure companies into going through these processes. And that's bullshit as well. Now, I really got to address this meritocracy. Earlier today, I walked into my wife's home office, and she was in a meeting with a couple of dudes, and they were talking about. My wife is is looking at new positions. She's probably going to move, change to a different company. And they were actually talking about DEI, and it was unfair because my wife would get hired over the two men because she's an Asian female. You can't not hire the Asian female and instead hire the two Asian males, right? Like
that's what they said on the interview. They said, "Sorry, we would like you, but we have to hire the Asian female." That's what they told her.
They probably would. Yeah. Well, these
verbatim.
were three people in corporate America talking about their chances to get hired. It's an actual legit conversation I overheard today from my wife and two of her friends. All of them were Asian, by the way. But it was interesting that and I told her, I was like, "Hey, I'm debating DEI tonight," and she's like, "Get out of my office. I'm busy. I got things to do." But because it's very interesting, all of this nonsense from the opposition here tonight. You can't tell me one good thing DEI's done, not one, and you can't tell me why it is not meant to be devices, not inclusive. And worse, it's meant to make companies do things they would not ordinarily do. Gibbs is right. It's his decision. It's his company. Pass, fail. He should do that. There should be no reward for hiring people he would not ordinarily hire.
Hold on. Well, just to add one sentence to that, one sentence to that, I would like to and I'll be done. I was going to say, if these things were working, they wouldn't still need taxpayer dollars to fund these businesses. These businesses would already be profitable. If they need taxpayer dollars to stay afloat, that just goes to show that DEI is not working.
What? Hold on.
In thread.
Okay, all right, so I'll have to deal with that in a second. I got to add it to the long list of things to talk about. Okay, getting government money means business should fail. Okay, all right. We'll deal with that in a second.
No, if they use government money to stay afloat because they can't otherwise stay afloat and they get it because DEI hires, then it should fail.
Okay, you should be looking at Tesla.
Clearly not a successful business.
You should be looking at Tesla. But
with all the terrorism or what?
Not
terrorism.
You should be looking at the government subsidies.
Terrorism.
You should be looking at the government
terrorism.
We should be looking at the government subsidies that Tesla gets, right, for the bullshit carbon credits.
Wait, when you blow up a McDonald's like in another country to protest America, is that
or
not
General
terrorism?
Mills with the snap?
Is that not terrorism?
I thought you were blowing up McDonald's. What do you care?
Hey, excuse me. Hey, shut up. Hey, when I say shut up, that doesn't mean you make another comment, right? That's the Ali, that's the Gibbs. Shut up. Thank you. We're not gonna get distracted by this. Moving on. So, holy fuck. We got a I don't know how to respond to here. Okay, so disparate impact. Oh yeah, our friend Scott had said that previously, right? Talking about stats. I'm going to be responding to a lot of people. If you got something to say to me, please write it down, and then hit me back later on. But talk about the disparate impact stats. So, to the audience, I sent these fine individuals a clip, right, of a show of the Nick Wright show. I never heard of him, but he made a point about like what DEI is from the left, and he talked about how looking at the history of our elected representatives, it showed that we have like centuries of like white. And then we got a little bit of black, and then no white, no black again. And then now in this era, we got more black individuals within those programs. And then he also talked about the Fortune 500 companies, or at least the top CEOs. And like what the demographics of that, and it was always white until like just very very recently we got some a bit of color within them, and now it's it's DEI. So like what those disparate impact stats like perfectly exemplify like why equity is like a good thing. Absolutely, right? Like I think the point that was made within that video, simply stating that like it's like completely, unless you're going to make the point that before we started trying to redress these issues, right? And I'm going to use a very very broad definition of DEI. I don't really care about the Marxist, neo-Marxist radical thing, like whatever. I don't know.
The correct one. Got it.
I literally I've not read it, and again, that's not when people are having these conversations. That's not what they're referring to. They're not referring to those definitions.
And
right?
all those names are in your head, Prime, circling
Hey, all
around.
those names in my head, I just
24
like refuse. Like I'm like I
They
know I'm
are.
going to
They
just
sabotage
don't
the
know it.
Refuse to
conservatives.
acknowledge them.
I mean, I don't. Yeah, I don't know them.
They
I
are.
don't know who
They're
these people are. I actually don't know.
Right.
I know the Kimberly
Yeah.
person. But other than that, I don't know any of those other names. But in any case,
People do not
Karl
have
Marx.
ideas. Ideas have people, right? Like you're talking about that
Just
philosophy.
let Prime
Hold
get
on,
through
hold
his
on.
notes.
You know
But
it
to
or
be
not.
clear,
Yes, Prime.
No, hold on. To be clear, I don't have any sort of allegiance to any particular policy that like you would classify as DEI. I actually don't. I'm just looking for an effective way to redress these inequities, because these inequities exist. They absolutely do exist, and I'm going to address them. If you don't care about addressing them, then make that point. Then that's not an issue, and then we can argue on that, right? But I don't necessarily care about like this particular policy or that particular policy. However we do it, right? As long as we're doing it effectively, that's what matters to me. Anyway, disparate impact stats. Yeah, like looking at like the CEOs, right? Like of these companies, was it really for like decades upon decades upon decades that the only qualified people were white individuals, usually white males? Were they was that really the case, right? And now that that's changing, that's the aberration, or was it what it was before? Like that seems crazy, right? And to say that the meritocracy, well, that was working previously, right? And it just so happened to be, I just so happened to be people that looked like you. Oh wow, that just happened to all be the ones most qualified. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But if you want to make that argument, then make that argument, and then we can engage with it. But I don't think you will. And then this is to
It's not my
Corey.
argument.
Okay,
It's a
great,
straw man.
fantastic. Hold on. It's not. First of all, I'm not. Oh, actually, I was talking to you. No, that time I was talking to you. Fair enough. But that last part was actually to everybody. In terms of your so, Corey, Meta and Google never cared about DEI, right? I agree with Scott there. Scott replied, I think, at some point, on that. This was, and I actually really agreed with the way he actually framed it. That it was, rainbow capitalism. They thought they would have some sort of advantage for it, that the culture was moving in that direction. Nike with its deal with Colin Kaepernick, right? Remember that? Because they thought like there was an advantage to it, and to some extent, we call it pandering, right? Which I think it's fair to say those words. But to a certain extent, that like just makes sense, like to like do things that your customer base will like the thing that is happening with that I don't know, Steak and Shake, I think it is, right? The ones that RFKing their French fries with beef tallow. That makes sense if that's their customer base is like super conservative, right? Then do that. Like you should provide things that your customer base will like, that will attract them, they'll get them into the door, then that makes sense, right? But that's all that it was in terms of their allegiances, because the people who are in charge, well, first of all, most of them are white. They don't really give a fuck about any of this, but they saw profits, and so they took advantage of that. And I also agree. Fuck, I was actually going to agree with something else about Scott said, but if it's something that I agree with Scott, then that's something I can forget. Then never mind, we can move past that part. But if I think of it,
He'll
later
repeat it anyway. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he will. He's going to repeat it. But hopefully I can remember what that last point. Anyway, in terms of affirmative action, I think our friend Grid brought this up. I think affirmative action, specifically, if that's what you're talking about, wasn't very effective. I don't think it was very effective at redressing the issues. If we're talking about like, because of education, right? Well, redressing imbalances at the college level is actually like the most ineffective way of handling this. So, like I said before, I have no allegiances to any particular DEI program, right? If you tell me affirmative action isn't effective, and I've been convinced of that in terms of like where we should be putting our dollars, then I agree with you that like if it's the case that there's some sort of education gap, right? Well, then by the time people are going to college, right? That's like the worst time to try to like close that gap somehow. Instead, though, we could do things that are far more effective, and that would involve massively investing in our schools, but also be massively investing in neighborhoods. Because what's happened here, right, is that schools. Oh, now I remember. I remember what my thing with Scott was. Is that schools have become like the base of neighborhoods, right? Have like taken on more and more services for impoverished communities that are a disadvantage and not invested in. And they have taken on those roles. This is what the thing I was going to agree with Scott, talking about why DEI was so easily onboarded by the capital class. Because, like Scott said, they had to give up nothing. There was no structural change involved, right? And so it's like literally the easiest bone to give out to people, right? It's like the woke nonsense you're talking about. Yeah, I can agree with you there. So what I'm looking for is actual structural change, actually changing how we fund our schools, for instance. That'd be a big change. Actually changing maybe how do we redistribute children into those schools. That'd be a big change. But like,
sorry, did you say redistribute children?
Yeah, like school busing.
Are you talking about busing?
I'm talking about busing. I'm absolutely talking about school busing. School busing, in that period of time was when the achievement gap between white and black individuals shrunk the lowest, and that's simply because
welcome to the
hold on. Let me
far right.
Welcome to the world, man.
Hold on. I don't know how this is a far right idea, but you can explain it to me later. But like the reason why is because when the left talks about investing in schools, right, we usually don't actually get that. But when we put white kids in black schools, and then white parents saw how those schools were falling apart, all of a sudden the resources flowed in. The resources that we never actually get, they actually happen. And it was a massive boon to those communities on both sides. So yes, actually that's helpful because segregation by housing is one of the best ways to deny a group investments. And so when you broke that down in terms of schooling, that made a huge difference. Okay, next thing. You again to grid. I have a few things I say to grid, and of course you can respond to me later on. You talked about hostility, right? Hostility and putting people together from different groups. Well, I mean, we do that all the time. Like the military, right? Does that create hostility by putting different groups together that otherwise wouldn't meet?
That's not an employer.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. The military is absolutely an employer. People absolutely leave high school.
Wait. So the government's a business when you want it to be, but it's not when you don't want it to be.
Stop distracting nonsense. Stop distracting.
We don't want to run like a business,
okay, whatever.
except when it is a business.
I'm ignoring you, Gibbs. Okay, ignoring you, Gibbs.
I'm going to ignore me too because that's all.
Whatever. It's absolutely employer. It absolutely provides a paycheck. People absolutely leave high school understanding they don't have many other opportunities, and then so instead they go into the military for a job, for dignity, for training, all those things. Yes, the military and the government in general is the biggest employer. Of course it is. That's a ridiculous question. But anyway, So does it create hostility?
I mean, Walmart is, but yeah.
No, I mean okay. You mean private employer? It's the biggest private employer, Walmart.
What Chick-fil-A?
So it's a public business employer. I see.
Yeah, whatever. Ignoring you. I don't. Literally means nothing. Okay, moving on. Right.
Oh yeah.
So just because we force these people together and there's some sort of level of friction, like that's not a reason to not do it. Like I like, who cares? But it's better because like we can see the cohesion. We can see the advantages of having a unified force within our military, and I think we can apply that in other places. But moving on, DEI again to grid.
We're gonna start sending corporate people to basic training. That would be great. I would love it.
Okay,
Also,
all right. Well, we can find some agreement.
But I gotta roll out. I gotta dip out. I'm sorry. I hate to do it early. I don't know how long we go, but
11:30. That's what I put in the message.
Oh, okay. I can't. I don't usually go past 11 because of my work. But I appreciate you having me.
All right. See you later.
Sorry.
Take care. Be well. Read carefully next time.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. So so we're talking about DEI policies, right? Like what could that be? Here's an idea. So you talked about like how you hire and fire people, right? Here's an idea of a DEI policy. why not simply advertise in a place that you usually wouldn't, right? Let's say, right, because you're a huge country music fan, that the place that you usually advertise, you create radio advertisement, you put it on the country music radio station, right? And you get a certain group of individuals show up at your door. Well, if you put it in a different radio station, right, a hip hop radio station, or like whatever, like a Latin music radio station, you get a different class of people. That would be a DEI policy. It wouldn't say that, hey, you have to hire a black person. It wouldn't say that you have to hire a Latin person or whatever, right? It would say, hey, you would actually just kind of stretch out. Hey, let's see if we can attract, people from a different community, and then we can see if they're qualified, of course, right? Whatever that means within your parameters. But that'd be it, right? That's as thin as it can be, which is why the next point is I agree with Bam. Bam is right that everyone has clearly a different idea what DEI does. Clearly, right? You guys said like, oh, we agree. I agree with Scott. I agree with what Lactoid said, right? But clearly you have different ideas as to what that could actually be. So moving on. Oh yeah, to Lactoid, the diversity statements are bad, right? Those things, as you describe them. Those are bad things, and I don't necessarily support that. But that's exactly what you would get from a very neoliberal idea of like how to create equity. I think that's what we see through our current definition of DEI policies. All right. Okay, two more points, and then I'm done. Lactoid, who says, oh yeah, you implied that we don't care about merit, right? The DEI means that we don't care about merit. Well, I agree with something that Grid said, that of course these things aren't mutually exclusive, DEI and merit. That's crazy. Why would you even think that? Like simply putting in place policies in which you can expand the pool of individuals that can come in to your every interview for the job, right? Doesn't mean that you don't care about merit. Simply like taking a second look at individuals from these groups that normally don't have access to these circles, right? Don't have inroads, maybe through friendships, right? Like Scott. And so like you hire Scott just because you happen to know him, but you don't know me, and so you don't recommend me for the job, right? That things like that. You want to create inroads for people. That doesn't mean that you don't care about merit. That's extremely disingenuous to say that about people who support these policies. There was something else I forgot to. And then oh yeah, I already addressed this with Gibbs. Getting government money doesn't mean a business should fucking or fail or whatever it was you said previously.
Well, if it's not profitable without government money,
okay,
that's
well then
proof of a bad business plan.
There's lots of businesses. Agree? Okay, then I can agree. I agree that we should let a lot of farms fail because there are a lot of farms that get government money.
That's a good plan.
To
well, we didn't have the regulation as farms wouldn't fail in the first place.
We should let farmers fail. We should let Tesla fail. Tesla's getting a ton of fucking money, subsidized money. We should get the oil industry. It wouldn't fail, but at the very least, we should let.
What would happen in the oil industry?
Oil be find its watermark in the market, right? Like gas should be a lot more expensive.
But why would you want the oil industry to get any taxpayer dollars?
I agree.
Let's examine that. Let's examine that.
I'm literally agreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay.
I'm agreeing with you here, right?
Converted him.
All right. So there was something else I forgot there, but that's enough. Scott, and then anyone else like to it? All of them? Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot that's been said, right? So. Yeah. Just to add some context to the merit, right? Like Lactoid, you have the half of it, right? The part of your critique that is missing is the diversity, equity, inclusion part, right? So it's absolutely true that many people have brought up as like a DEI is good because meritocracy is a myth. And you're absolutely right. Pure meritocracy is a myth, especially if you're talking about only technical and experiential, expertise. It's absolutely true that most people get jobs based upon who they know or from word of mouth. These things are true. And so Lactoid very astutely was like, well, that doesn't mean we add more anti-meritocratic shit to it. That's part of it. But what's really important to understand is that what DEI is attempting to do is it's attempting to it's attempting to centrally plan cultural changes in a company. It is via tax dollars, via NGOs, via equity firms that are utilizing these tax dollars, right? Like I can send you guys the World Economic Forum's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Lighthouses of 2024, right? Where what they are doing is they're trying to highlight companies and their DEI policies and push these things so that these companies get more investment and things of that nature. So it is this incestuous relationship between activist organizations, NGOs, and the state that are pushing things that the market isn't asking for, but that activists and people that are putting political power, in places are asking for. It is about the party trying to centrally plan the economy so that we can have stakeholder capitalism as opposed to shareholder capitalism, right? It is trying to interject additional socialism into the market and have the market, be in a kind of a Marcusian sense, as it becomes more and more democratically controlled. Next, I do find it interesting that like everyone's talking about like how many senators there are. This is kind of more of a quip than anything, but the House is 14% black, which is about 1.5% overrepresentation.
Today.
So do we need DEI programs to make sure
it's not in
more
the
white
House of
people?
Representatives.
Yeah, it's not.
Do we need but do we need DEI programs to make sure more white people get elected or more Asians, and we make sure that we're not electing too many black people? I don't think people would make that argument because that'd be a silly argument, but it does showcase that DEI is about whiteness. It is about balancing racial power as seen from whiteness as a problem. And this is why I get so frustrated when people constantly want to decouple policies from their philosophical roots. You begin to be confused, when you look at it in practice because you don't understand the origins. The next thing I want to talk about is inclusivity.
I think
it's
we agree,
important to recognize that when you're
friend,
trying
I
to.
think we do agree that and I don't want to put words in Bam's mouth, so I'll speak for myself. But I agree. Of course, it's about whiteness. It's about white supremacy. Is what we're addressing. White supremacy is simply another way to provides another way to redistribute funds, right, and goods and services. It would redistribute it to one group. But addressing this requires some sort of response. Now, it doesn't have to be the DEI as we currently imagine it. That's fair. Like I said, I don't have any loyalty to any particular policy. But there should be some way of redressing it and not assuming that we can just move on, stop those old practices, and simply move on and things will naturally get better, because they just don't.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody would.
Black people. I just don't want black people for.
Well, you can't speak for black people. That's fucking racist.
Okay,
How the fuck do you speak for other black people that aren't you?
Or
go fuck yourself.
Okay, I'm still.
I don't speak for white people.
Sure, I'm speaking for black people when I say that. I believe black people are
a monolith.
We've been trying for.
They agree with you.
Yes, they do. They've been trying for decades and centuries to get removed from perpetually being at the bottom. I won't deny that. We're trying we're seeking our government that seems to have our United States seems to have a value towards multiculturalism, and we continue to be and we have a history of being passed over and minimized. And yes, we're seeking for not necessarily redress, even though we are seeking redress, but we're just looking for ways to not be at the bottom. Yes, that is something.
Right, you speaking on behalf of all black people,
yes,
are stating that black people, which now must be a monolith, yes, which is of course part of the diversity, as I explained in my intro, of DEI, which is this concept you're not actually black, you're not actually the minority. Right. Like that you're not actually speaking for those people. Like you're not actually
this is not
diversity.
the guy you think it is.
It is. It's just that you don't read the philosophy of it.
Black people are. We're not.
You don't speak for black people, but you're proving my point. You're proving my point that the push of diversity is not about a diversity of ideas and enjoying that people have different backgrounds, but rather that diversity means that the minorities that you select have the voice of the identity that you are speaking about. You are saying that black people are diverse so long as they agree with your critical theory, with your critical race theory.
No,
when they
I'm
begin
just-
to push
yeah,
off
I'm
and push
saying this
things
is
like
what by and
merit,
large.
so now you're willing to admit that it's a generalization.
I'm
and
sorry.
I'm going to continue
If you
with
don't know
my
if you
position.
didn't know that was a generalization, you shouldn't be a part of this conversation. That should be a bare minimum. You shouldn't be allowed to go outside by yourself if you didn't know that meant I meant generalization. I don't want to talk to someone in this conversation who didn't know that meant generalization. That's not valuable. You're not
well,
safe
then
to be
leave.
here.
You're
You're not
running
safe.
and ducking, and now you're looking for a dub.
It's not
I'm not
safe for you to
safe
be on
here?
Twitch right now. No, yeah, you're not. You're not. It's
It's
not
not
safe for you to be
safe?
on Twitch if you
There we
don't know
go.
when someone's generalizing.
Why?
It's
Because
not
I'm
safe for
attacking
you.
your racist ideas and
I said
showcasing the
you're
philosophy
not
behind
safe.
them.
No, I'm saying that you're not safe. Someone
What do you
should
mean?
hold
Are
your
you
hand
threatening
when
me?
go to
What do
the
you mean by
bathroom.
I'm not safe? What are you talking about?
I'm saying that you shouldn't be left alone if you don't know when someone's generalizing.
No, what I'm saying is that your generalizations are racist. Do I not? Is it only black people that get to call out racism? It's not
It's
white
not
people.
a gotcha. It's not the gotcha you think it is.
Okay, well, I don't have the
You're
gotchas. So
arguing, right?
so
You're
sit
not
down.
winning. You look dumb.
So shush, right? And I'll finish.
Please
Since
finish.
you know we can't we're speaking past each other in some degree. And
Yeah.
I'll keep
Yes.
informing people of the
I,
philosophy.
I
that
think
you
we
don't
should poll the
understand.
rest of the minorities
So
in the
lastly,
chat.
so
If it's
lastly,
racist, we should have the cards.
I want to. Lastly, there's a part of DEI that's being ignored in this conversation that's really important, which is inclusivity, right? Most people are discussing equity and then like how diversity and inclusivity kind of attach themselves to equity, right? Because that's the easiest thing to see as a problem. But inclusivity is by its very nature censorious, and by its very nature requires purging of people that have the wrong opinions, right? So when we look at Daryl Sue in his microaggressions in everyday life, right, there's a conversation about, and you will see constantly in HR meetings, in these trainings about microaggressions, about popular behavior, etc. And these things even go outside of the domain of things that are racist. For example, master bedroom. We can't say that because that's racist. And why? But it's not racist, even though the term was invented in the 1920s, right? We see the same thing about like slave code and things of that nature. And the reason is because pushes for inclusivity require catering to the emotional needs of people that are hypersensitive to race because they are critically conscious. And the reason this is so dangerous, I'll give just one case study, and then you can kind of extrapolate why this is so dangerous. In the 1990s, Korean Air had a series of plane crashes, and the worst of which occurred in 1997, which was Air Flight 801. Somewhere between 228 and 254 people died in a plane crash in Guam. And Korean Air was ready to go out of business. They didn't know what to do. So what they did is they hired Delta Air to come in as a consultant to try and figure out what was going on. One of the things that they discovered is that communication breakdowns were at the key, or were a key issue in all, if not all, most of the plane crashes that they had. And so what they suggested is that they needed to stop speaking Korean. The Korean language, which is part of their culture, right? It would be offensive to get rid of it. Inclusivity would mean accepting them in these situations. But they recognized that English was better. And the reason English was better is because Korean requires you to be use honorifics and be very polite. And what they realized is that when you had co-pilots that were trying to say things, because they were communicating in Korean, they had to say like, hey, maybe it would be a good idea, sir, if you checked your altitude instead of screaming, pull up, pull up, pull up, we're going to crash, right? And so they forcibly changed and forced Korean Air pilots to speak in English because English is a better language than Korean in this instance because of the honorifics and the breakdown in communication that can occur in hierarchies. When you are pushing things like inclusivity, when you are saying that you cannot critique people, when microaggressions become a problem, what you are doing is you are grinding workplaces to a halt for fear of saying the wrong thing or offending people. And you can't have this, especially in jobs like pilots or civil engineering or things where mistakes can cost people lives.
So you can respond if you want. Bam, before I do that though, quickly. Okay, look. The super chat came in. I literally saw it come in, right? But someone else is speaking. I was like, okay, let me let this other person finish speaking, right? But then other things happen, and then look, any which way, $10 to Michael. Ruth Bader Ginsburg famously argued in Califano versus Goldfarb. Never heard of this one. That men were unfairly discriminated against by the social security system. It was an early form of DEI, but for men. I've heard. I don't remember the case, but I've heard this like factoid about RBG. I'm guessing our friend Lactoid would be aware of this one.
I'm not aware of that
Well,
case.
it's just
Yeah, I'm about to
it's
say,
not
what
it's
would
not
be
D
the reason behind it?
like this is the problem when we decouple DEI from the philosophy and we decouple DEI from actual DEI programs and name, and we start talking about DEI as anytime there's legal or corporate addresses.
I think this is before
against
DEI,
something.
though. To be
That's
fair,
clear. Right, exactly. That's clearly not DEI. It's not
Okay.
an example of DEI in any way, shape, or form. It's an example of a court case that showcases things that were on the books long before DEI, like equal opportunity and the constitutional amendments that occurred during the Civil War and the Civil Rights Act, that these things are not DEI. And trying to say that like they're the same is a way to sneak in all of the bullshit and evil that DEI is with all of the things that conservatives
hold on,
tend to like.
Scott, before you like, attribute
That's
to
it. That's all
malice,
I'm
right?
saying.
What, yeah, but you're attributing to malice. What could simply be that, like, and I've said this many times before. You've heard me say this, that when these ideas escape academia, right, and they get into the wild, right, they just kind of like dilute themselves. So,
well, yeah, I said multiple times. I've said multiple times in this panel, right, and I even quoted it, Young once, right? People don't have ideas; ideas have people, right? And then I said before I answered that, attributing it to malice, I am attributing to malice the ideology and the way that it goes forward, not iCal Rich, which is why I said this is the problem when we decouple it from the philosophy that informs it, and when we decouple it from the programs themselves. When we start talking about DEI vaguely like this, that this is part of the perniciousness or perniciousness. Sorry, not necessarily iCal Rich. It right in his saying like, isn't this like a DEI thing? Yes, they're similar. They have similarities. It ain't DEI.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Let's
nothing's the prior to like 20.
let's go to
19?
a grid and then sorry, Lacto, you did want. Sorry, Lacto did want to go. Bam, did you want to respond first quickly to Scott, or then?
No, I'll get back. I'll get more in the queue.
We'll go Lactoid Grid and then Gibbs. Sorry, friend, I didn't see your hand. They're super pale. And then we'll go.
I know, that's very pale.
Go to Bam.
I definitely.
I just for the record, I speak for all Hispanics.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a lot to say, but Grid, I mean, you seem to want to jump on a very specific point there. I just wanted to give you a little bit of room if you want.
I actually have to go. I've got to get up earlier than normal in the morning. So as much as I dislike leaving because Prime said some things to me personally that I'd like to respond.
You want to say something really quickly, friend? Go ahead. I won't even reply. You get the last word.
Literally like. Got to be up and can't be late and all.
Okay. Well,
so not that I have no problem making you angry, but I do not make my wife angry.
Fair enough. And if you want to send me an angry,
been a good time. Listen to Scott, and you'll go far. And the rest of everybody, have a great rest of your night. I got to get out of here. See you guys.
Have a good one, friend. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Lactoid.
Yeah, so Scott's made a lot of points about like the kind of underlying philosophy of everything, and I'm not going to challenge a lot of that. You know, I think a lot of that is sort of, to quote one of my favorite movies, right, above the shoulders mustard shit. I definitely something that like if you have the time to look into. But for me, I mean, I guess my philosophy on this is that I do think that in some regards, DEI is simply a continuation of some of the quote unquote equal opportunity policies of the past, and I think one in particular, I think that is especially sort of a precursor to what we know as DEI and really is DEI, is affirmative action. And there's another Supreme Court Justice, Clarence Thomas, who has said multiple times that one of the concerns that he has with affirmative action is that he becomes insecure in the idea that perhaps people think of him as somebody who got to where he is because of racial advantage as opposed to the fact that he's a good justice. He has mentioned this as an insecurity. And I think this insecurity does exist. And even when you give people a leg up, they're going to have this insecurity that is sort of a side effect that comes with giving people an advantage. And this advantage absolutely exists. I just wanted to fact check a few things. First of all, there's not a significant difference in race in school funding. I posted a source on that. In fact, your average Black pupil in America gets slightly more funding than your average white pupil. It's true that the property tax, the proportion due to property taxes is different, but federal reallocation programs make up that and more. And so this idea of like, well, the white kids come in and the resources start flowing, it's not actually true. The resources are flowing slightly more in Black communities, although the number is more or less the same. Right? We're talking very, very small differences in gaps in funding.
I acknowledged, right? But I added another component to that, right? It was talking about like the neighborhoods and what schools represent, what schools do. Schools and communities that are disinvested in take on a lot more responsibilities in terms of like what they're expected, like for instance, like children who don't get lunches in the morning, or sorry, breakfast in the morning, right? They got to go to school, and the school has to feed them because the parents may not necessarily be able to do that, right? So schools take this on. It takes it on in terms of like providing extracurricular. It takes on responsibility in private extracurricular activities, right? Or new ways of like of engaging these kids, because like you can't, like their parents aren't going to be taken to a museum because their parents like don't have the ability to do that, don't have the time or whatever. Like there's all kinds of ways, and there are better examples than the ones I just gave you. I just used it off the top of my head. But there are all kinds of ways in which the schools there have to do more than schools in other areas. And they get outside investment, not just from like federal funding, but also through direct investments from parents and schools. And I can tell you, as a person who grew up, who actually used these schools, public schools, right, and then like saw suburban schools afterwards, there's a difference. For
sure, there's a difference. There's just not a difference in funding. But I agree that there's a difference in terms of the communities that tend to go to these particular schools. And one of the big issues, and this is accounted for in the source, is there are significantly more behavioral issues in schools that are primarily Black as opposed to white, right? And that is if
you grow up in a violent environment, yeah, like it's,
sure.
And then they have to be psychologists to actually deal with these kids, right? Like,
sure.
And if you're not providing funding for like a school psychologist, those things are getting cut. Yeah, sorry, I'm
interrupting you. Yeah, you can You can say, well, there's more need to spend even more money in these, and that would be kind
that's
of along
what the equity look like.
That would be along the equity argument, right?
Exactly.
I think the point of equity is really equality of outcome as opposed to equality of opportunity, right? That's kind of the basis, and you look at the definitions of this. That's sort of what the gist of what they're trying to get at, right? The concept of equity is we want people to end up at a certain place, as opposed to be given the potential tools that, if they so choose to take advantage of these tools, to wind up in a good place.
But this is equality of opportunity. This actually does. There's a difference there, because of equality opportunity. Like, schools allow you to have the opportunity. If you don't have the education, if you don't have that basis point, then there won't be a quality of outcome. It's like the school is the tool for the equality of opportunity.
The problem is, you could use, and it often is used, this argument for everything, because you could argue that anybody's place in life is somewhat determinative of where they're going to go in the future. And I posted some information on that as well. It is true that there is like a correlation between your parents' income quintile and your income quintile. But it's there's plenty of difference, right? Most white children who are born in the top fifth of income don't wind up in the top fifth of income. They actually wind up below that. This is very true with Black children, right? Black children born in the top fifth of income are also wind up more likely to not be in that top fifth of income. There is a difference between white and Black children, though. There's a significant difference in that white children born in incredibly impoverished households, literally the bottom fifth of income, white children born in the bottom fifth of income have a better chance of hitting the top quintile of income based on the graphs than the Black children in the second quintile of income, just below the first, right? And what that demonstrates, I think, and we've talked about this in the past, I think that there perhaps is some kind of cultural element here. It's not necessarily an income thing that is sort of influencing things here. But the reason why I brought up the school difference, I guess, is you can make the claim that there's more things that we want certain neighborhoods to fund, but a lot of people sort of have this misconception that black schools are funded less, when in reality, like per student, they're funded slightly more. You're just the only argument you can make is that we think they have more need. Like the students actually are going to be more expensive than white students, but they do get funded more than white students.
That's what I'm saying. That like that was equity
Right.
isn't the same as equality, right?
Yes, I agree.
And we should be honest about that, right? So people understand what we're meaning. So I agree.
Good. And I think it's also good that people sort of work with an understanding. And I'm not saying that I'm not accusing you of not knowing this or misrepresenting this, but I think a lot of people in America are under misconceptions that make them believe that perhaps like racial issues are worse than they are. We talked about most people are under dramatic misconceptions when it comes to black killings by police officers, in terms of the numbers they're saying are astronomical, when in reality they're actually very, very small. And people think that, well, black kids per capita are getting way less money, when in reality they're actually getting slightly more. And at that point, you just have to kind of argue the nuance of what you think is more or less, I guess, required for this goal of equity, if your goal is equity, which I don't think necessarily people should follow. The other thing, and this is something that you said before, lactoid merit is, you said that DEI is not merit. That's not true. But just to be clear, what I'm saying is that DEI is not merit. That's not to say that you could have somebody partially motivated by DEI and also partially motivated by a merit interest. But if you had somebody who was 100% motivated by DEI, then their decision making on this would not be motivated by merit. In fact, their decision making would often would be at the detriment of merit when there is a conflict between racial equity and merit. So another example, I posted this in the chat as well. There was a working paper in 2019 about Harvard admissions, and they ran a model based on what are the general requirements of getting into Harvard and what are certain modifiers that are attached based on race, based on legacy, based on athletics, etc. And what they found was, even when you factor in legacy, which slightly disproportionately helps white people, even when you factor in athletics, which also slightly helps white people, but you also remove race considerations into Harvard, only about a third of black students in 2019 would have gotten in, than actually got in. That means 2/3 of black pupils at Harvard in 2019, the model predicts that 2/3 of them, the deciding factor for them getting into Harvard was their race. Now, this is part of the reason why I'm so serious when I'm asking the question, what does qualified mean? Because there's this weird sort of line where people will say, well, it's only like when two people are both qualified, like then race can be the deciding factor. But when you have an elite institution like Harvard, oftentimes the line is going to vary based on the applicant pool. And the group that's hurt the most by affirmative action is Asians. By far, right? Asian students by far. White people are actually not super affected by it. They're a little bit affected, but not super. It's Asians. About 1,000, I think, by a third more Asians would have gotten in if there were no race-based considerations at Harvard. And so, when you take a step back and you look at what the motivation here is, like if you want to say, well, it's everybody's qualified. Is there a reason then why, when you don't factor in race anymore, all of a sudden, like the number of black applicants drops by 2/3, and the number of Asian applicants would increase by 1,000? Like, what would be the reason there? This would seem to be significant. Are there really that many people like that are exactly tied, or is, when you look at the average test scores, when you look at the average everything, basically, you begin to see that there is like a significant gap. There's a significant gulf in what's actually being affected.
So like I said, affirmative action, ineffective for exactly these reasons, right? Like if the intervention happens at the end of your educational journey, right, there's very little that can be done. And so you'll have these differences. This is why these interventions have to happen much earlier, and not just through education. It has to just I literally have a whole list of things, but I don't want to take too much more time than I have already. But like schools is just one area to actually fix this problem. I'm talking about broad-based structural reform, but we can talk about some other time.
Yeah, and let me just one last sentence on that particular point, because I meant to bring this up as well. You're right. I brought up affirmative action because I think that's the most transparent example, just because it's been around the longest. There tends to be a lot of litigation around it, and there's a lot of studies about it. But there's other examples that I also posted, which is that for a long time now, there are specific grants and financial instruments that are available to small businesses that are exclusively based on whether or not you're a minority, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there are advantages in multiple sectors of society. That's not just education, but it's education, it's your internships, it's your employment, right? There was that one thing from FIRE where they were cutting out 75% of initial applicants just simply based on their diversity statements. And I know you said that you have a problem with those diversity statements.
I do.
But what's the motivation here, right? The motivation here is to single out, like without necessarily saying it, because they're cognizant of the laws around this, without necessarily saying this, they're hoping to isolate out a specific section that they're looking for that is going to tend to be more along the lines of what their race, gender, et cetera, that they're looking for. And so in terms of your hiring, in terms of your education, in terms of if you want to start a business, the loans you get, the grants you get, I mean, in almost every single facet of society,
it's manufactured consent. I hear you.
I don't know.
Well, manufactured consent, and that like it starts with like the hiring, the people that you bring on to your organization, right? Rather than like telling a person that you necessarily need to like agree with this line, right? It's like trying to find the people who already agree with like these values. And these are the people already within the organization, so the organization operates in that. Sorry, yeah.
So just to be clear, these diversity statements, what they do is they ask you to comment on like how diversity has affected your life and how you're going to apply diversity going forward. In response to the Supreme Court decision banning affirmative action, by the way, all the top educational institutions said this, like in a statement. I can link it to you. It's cryptic. They made a statement saying, the Supreme Court has left the door open to us to allow individuals to talk about their race and how that affects them. We are for sure going to be using the Supreme Court's exception on this. And what they're telegraphing there is these diversity statements are a way for them to look into what people's race are, to hire people and admit people using racial.
It's one step further. It's one step further. The diversity statements allow them to make sure that they are also ideologically aligned under the concept of.
That's what I'm saying,
right?
Before, yeah.
You see this constantly, especially with because the AMA limits how many doctors. Mm-hmm. Because the AMA limits how many doctors can graduate from schools, medical schools especially will have diversity statements that aren't just tell us about diversity, but they're saying, tell us the programs and the activism that you engaged in so that you can even go to the school. So you have to prove not only that you're diverse and that you're sitting within your voice and that you have the right ideology, but that you actively are an activist fighting against white supremacy in order for you to be a doctor, because being a doctor means you have to fight white supremacy.
Because there's zero doctors in the United States.
Let's go to BAM, and then we'll let in our new participants.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's what you said. That was the argument you were leading people to believe based off of what you said. Like it's something.
No, that's just your bad assumption.
No, it's not. We make arguments, and then like we're getting we can apply what's actually happening. Like you were saying that like based on the rates of removing affirmative action, Asians are supposed to get on it like this much higher rate. We're only 2 years out, so we're dealing with limited data. But I think I can't remember what schools they dealt with. I think it was across multiple of the Ivy Leagues. But basically, since I think 2023 or whenever the decision came through, it is true that Black students have gotten into these universities at a lower rate. But surprisingly, Asian students are actually getting into the schools at a lower rate, and white students are receiving a higher percentage of acceptance rates at these major institutions. We were assuming we were going to see some major bump in Asian representation in schools, but that hasn't panned out yet in the data, I think, overall among all Ivies. Something else that you said was about there's a concept. Well, this is I can't remember specifically what you said, but basically there's a concept called stickiness at the ends. It's there's a reality that people who are born in a position most overwhelmingly typically remain in that position. Sure, there's some discrepancies, but poor people tend to stay poor. Middle class people tend to stay middle class, and rich people tend to stay rich. Now, it is true that the majority of millionaires, I think, in the United States currently didn't inherit any significant amount of wealth. But something the concept of
400 too, Forbes 400. So the richest people in the world.
I don't know. I'm just dealing. I'm just dealing with what I've verified. The related to the millionaires, but something that gets missed out on. They say that people in the millionaires, like there's some studies that'll show you that millionaires kids tend not to be millionaires. But I've something that it points out to is like it catches them at that moment in time. Like it's saying that like, while their parent still owns the business, their net worth technically isn't plus $1 million. But I think these millionaires' children actually still have a really really high likelihood at some point in life having a net worth of a million plus once their parents pass away through inheritance via whatever. And for the black kids that if black and white kids specifically who start at the and basically impoverished, white kids have a much higher likelihood of eventually escaping poverty. Black kids who do escape poverty are like 3 or 4 times more likely to eventually fall back into it. Now the why that, like I said, the why that is where it's debated.
Do you have any sources for the claim that a majority of people that are poor like stay poor? Because every piece of research I've seen and every survey I've ever seen shows that somewhere between 55 to 70% of people born in the Q1, right? So that's the bottom quintile of move to a different quintile in their life, right? So I mean, are you defining poor as like under the median wage, like Q2 as well?
I'll send you the article after and we can go through break it down. I'll just finish this point. Then something else that was brought up was talking about the way schools are funded. This can also not necessarily tell the entire story. Yes, you can look at the amount of funding per pupil and decide that like, these schools are receiving more in raw like overall dollars. But I think there's other ways, like if you calculate for the median income of the cities these people are located in. For example, black people tend to live in metropolitan pockets and inner cities and things like that. They're I think as a percentage of the median income, black students still tend to actually be underfunded in comparison to white kids, because in a rural community you may have less overall funding per pupil, but the cost of living is lower and the dollar goes further. And I think black kids are also more likely to have fewer more students per teacher. So like this increase
in and the cost of living in black neighborhoods is lower than in white neighborhoods.
Sure, but you can't just point like black neighborhoods speak to less than the entire city. There may be a poor black neighborhood in like a section of Los Angeles, but that doesn't make Los Angeles itself. It's still a very expensive city to live in. And these people don't just exist in that one little pocket of community. They're part of the larger community.
Well, that's true. But if we're talking about the school district being segregated in a black area, then you would be just controlling for that area.
Well, it would be one thing. If it would be this would make more sense.
Why would you factor in the white cost of living when they're not going to that school?
Because black communities don't have the benefit of being insulated. We don't have you can't if you had your own hospitals and doctors' offices and everything that also accounted to that same cost of living inside that community, then you would have that argument. But black communities aren't they aren't insulated in themselves.
I understand there's other things, but right. I'm just saying it's a minor point, because I would also agree that they have a lower overall median income. That's true as well. But it's just true that generally speaking, the cost of living in terms of rents, in terms of housing costs, in terms of the cost, generally speaking, is going to be lower in a black neighborhood. But I would also agree that, and this is based on the stats I also posted, which break down income and based on your parents. I mean, it's also true that black people have lower income overall too. I mean, that's just true.
Bam, respond to that quickly, and then I do want to move on because we have very limited time.
Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah, just basically like rural communities, because I grew up in a rural white community. They can be insulated. Like the types of cars available, the types of food sources available, hospitals, everything is insulated in itself, and everything appeals to the cost of living of the area that you live in. Like I said, when you live in a city, like when you live in on a street or on a block of a city or on a neighborhood of a city, that doesn't mean that everything around you is cheap or everything that you need to survive in that city is cheap.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying on average. And by the way, hospital access in cities is much better than rural areas.
Okay, I want to talk about that, but let's go to our new participant. Welcome to the show. Katie, gonna be the new one.
She's not wearing her
You're
headset.
muted.
You're muted. You're not wearing your headset. You're muted.
Chad.
You took it off. We can't hear you.
Yeah, they're aware. Okay.
Oh, she said move on. Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Well, while they get that worked out, the next one was Gibbs.
Yeah. So I
Oh,
mean,
Gibbs. Shut up.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, honey.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question. So, since the panel has an issue and there isn't enough of a conservative perspective, I think that DIY and affirmative actions are like huge fuck ups, right? I think they're really messed up. And I think the only reason why we ended up with these shitty programs is to try to make up for the real issues, is that America doesn't want to pay reparations. So minority communities are still not getting the proper help that they need. So America comes up with a bunch of dumb, unhelpful semi-solutions to try to help minimize the gap instead of just doing the right thing and paying reparations. And I was just wondering how my fellow haters of DEI feel about that.
What's the number?
Hold on.
What's the number? What's the number?
Per my first panel, nobody here is everyone probably nobody's a bigger fan of reparations than me. I want more reparations to go out because guess what? I'm going to be one rich bastard with all the new businesses opening up. I'm just saying, let's send out the reparations, boys, and then never talk about this being
invest in
an
the
issue
reparations
again.
stock.
Oh, bro, I'm going to be. Listen, I don't know what I'm going to invest in.
Reparation coin.
I'm sending all
Our
my
coin.
salesmen.
I don't want to be stereotypical.
Toy. Listen,
No,
I'll give you
send
guys.
all my
If you guys
salesmen
start
to
an
the
R
American
coin,
communities.
if you guys start an R coin,
Jackpot, let's go. I'm ready.
Reparations coin. It's a little e-commerce for
I'm white.
reparations.
I got to be careful about what I say on
Yeah,
Twitch.
just
You know,
what's
drop.
what's
Oh yeah, ha
what's the
ha.
number?
Just put on your FUBU
Like,
jacket. You'll
I'm
be
just
good.
curious. Like you said reparations, right? And if we do reparations, we can get rid of all of the things. So like we can get rid of DEI, affirmative
make it a
action, all
lot.
that, right? So like,
If
how
we
much
do
is
reparations
reparations?
properly?
40
Yeah.
acres and a mule adjusted for inflation.
So what is right?
I'm in.
No, just 40 acres and a mule adjusted for inflation would be gone in fucking 6 months, right? Like, so what's the right amount?
Agreed.
Wait a minute.
I don't-
That's a horrible gotcha. That's the thing people always jump to. There's things that I'm sure there's things that people advocate.
Let's give them a big
for,
number.
but you
Let's
can't
just
give
give
an
them a big
exact
number.
number. Like we should say that. Like you was like everyone would agree. Like
Well,
I mean, if you're
the United States
gonna
military
demand,
should-
if you're gonna say we
wait a
need
minute, I-
reparations, you can guess a fucking number.
Sure, but you
Or
let's say
process.
this-
2 mil. What do you
United-
want? Mil, 2 mil?
wait
What
a
do you think?
I'm saying that you can say the United States government should have a military that's sufficient. And if we didn't exist, like what's the number? What's a sufficient military? It's like if you can't give me an exact number right now, then that means you're
I didn't
entire-
demand an
Wait,
exact number.
Scott, I've got an exact
asking-
number for you. Scott, I got an exact number for you. The city of San Francisco did a reparations committee where they analyzed what the number would be. This is literally what they proposed. One-time payment of $5 million to Black San Franciscans, and then also an annual income of at least $97,000 for 250 years. The elimination of all debt, and tax burdens from eligible Black residents. Public housing must be turned into condos and sold for $1 to Black families. There must be an Afrocentric K-12 school and mandatory Black history lessons. Those are the big ones, right? So a lot of money.
Those are just the big ones. So,
I want to give space for Katie's response, but like fun fact, our friend Dream.
still wanna go
If you
by the
remember
advocate.
the debater that we had on here, Dream, he was part of this commission in some way. He was
That
a little
does
bit of a
not
staffer.
surprise me.
Which
But,
bullet point did he back the most? Just out of curiosity. The $5 million, the 250 years.
I don't. This is the point that I backed the most. Let's go to Katie.
Mandatory white women. That's the one that probably.
Hold on. People are coming at me for just taking the fucking suggestions seriously, right? Like I'm taking the suggestions seriously.
Sure.
Like, what would we need to do
let her actually
so that we would have to
respond
get rid of that? Yeah,
Katie.
Yeah. Did you mean Dream 10? The guy who's always on the Black FM?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool. He doesn't look like the guy for reparations, I guess.
He's black, actually. So yeah.
Whoa.
Well, he's Moroccan.
I think we
right?
actually found a problem
Yeah,
with reparations,
that's
actually,
enough.
just by that
I,
statement.
Hold on.
I
I'm
can
a
claim
fan
him
of
too.
reparations.
He's Middle Eastern.
I'm a fan of these reparations. What does
I
that
can
look
claim-
like? If someone who's a fan of the
Is it
reparations?
based on
Are we
blood
going
quantum?
with
How do we
mixed
work this
things? Like, how are we
I
working this out?
don't-
Because I got a lot
I
of
have never
percentages in
worked
me.
that out with Dream, and I won't be the one to do it. Dream tells me.
What
he's
if
black,
someone's
I'm gonna
history
go
is
with
like
that.
50% descended from slave and 50% descended from slaver? Does it like cancel out?
That means their elder was raped.
Well, hold on. They can still be in the same
Uh,
ethnic group if they have the same.
I don't
Katie.
think that matters. But okay.
Katie, so you have a
Wait,
response?
Wait. That means that they are half descended from a rapist.
Oh my God! No, stop!
Yeah,
Stop
a lot
back
of
to it.
people are.
Katie, please.
Yeah, I think it depends. So, Scott, I guess I'll ask you that. So obviously reparations, most people think just how much money do I need to give all the black people, right? But reparation is not, I'm not interested in a reparation where you give a one-time check or whatever like that. And then you saw Lactoid list off, I believe it was like what, a prototype?
San
Like
Francisco's proposal. Yeah.
Yeah, so you saw him read out a proposal and you were laughing, Scott, right? So obviously that proposal is ludicrous to you. So is it safe to assume that from what you know of me, I don't know if you remember me, but from what we know of each other, that you are unlikely to think that what I think is valid reparation, which means elevation of debt, health insurance, free admission to universities, so on, et cetera, is something that you'd be ever okay with?
So I probably wouldn't agree with most of what you put out because it would be about how it's paid. So I'm pro reparations. I just think that the idea that those that are on the receiving end are somehow due those that aren't on the receiving end, right? Their tax money would be a violation of the rights of those people. So if I was to say like what reparations would be, I would say that we would need to sell off public lands, public property, public roads to corporations or people that want to purchase them,
Just
and
stop
then redistribute
funding
those things.
genocides in other countries. That would save a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't know who you think I am, but like I'm not pro funding fucking wars in other countries, right?
That's more
Like
of a
I don't
Gibbs
like
point.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's not that like I'm not for the fucking Western hegemonic imperialist fucking capitalist in the major fucking quotes from my perspective, utilizing billions and billions of dollars so that we can fuck around when other countries buy off whatever neoliberal institutions they want and allow
So,
wars and genocide and all
what
those
What are your
things.
thoughts on
But
funding
that's
Ukraine,
not like
Katie?
that has
So would we,
that's
Scott,
not
you and I
necessarily
be able,
reparations.
so would you and I be able to form a coalition that we both advocate to defund the US military and then that money goes to reparations the way that I want them?
Yeah,
Would you
is
be
that a
up for
coalition
that?
you want in on, Fabian? You want
Well,
Shut
no,
up,
because
defund
that
the U.S. military coalition?
Shut up, Ips.
I mean, well, I would say that preferential treatment towards one specific group of people would be a violation of rights as well. So I would agree defunding portions of the military and then passing that money out to taxpayers, right? Like black people are certainly owed reparations, but so are white people. White people are also owed reparations. Every tax that you pay
Ooh.
is a violation of their human rights. And
Well,
so all
like
of the
that.
taxes that have been paid have been a violation of my rights. So I think white people, black people, they all need reparations. Now, if we were to attempt to do like a calculus for each individual, it'd be very, very difficult and expensive thing to do. But let's say we had a supercomputer that could do it, right? Then
Okay,
maybe we could engage in like.
I must have
in,
not
like,
made
one
myself
over the
clear,
other.
Scott. I apologize. It was my fault. When I said reparations, I did not mean reparations for white people. I apologize. I thought that was obvious. Clearly, I was wrong.
Well, no, it was very obvious. That's why my answer entailed saying that I also believe that other groups of people that have had their money stolen from deserve reparations. I'm including other American citizens who have had their rights violated by
That's
the
goddamn
government
right.
being
Who pay
owed money
taxes.
for the
They owe me
for
some
the
reparations.
violation of their
Everyone
Sure.
gets reparations.
Everybody gets
Yes.
and it's funded by the
Yes.
tariffs.
Yes.
Funded by the tariffs? No, you don't fund it by more fucking violations of the
Get your money
non-aggression
back to
principle.
you.
You fund it by war.
Sell
you fund
off
it by
the
war with
property.
the
Well,
Houthis.
yeah, that's fine. We do war and
We
we
go
do
to war with
tariffs
the
and we get
Typical
Houthis,
tariffs.
conservative
and
knows
then
how
we all
tariffs
get
work.
reparations.
Listen,
Yeah.
we use tariffs and we use the war, and then that's how we pay for everything.
We fund it
True.
with taxes.
No,
And
we
then-
fund it. We fund it. We fund it with
by
Trump
taking other
towers in
other
Gaza.
countries' shit. That's what we do. Yeah,
I
man,
just
Gaza, I'm
know
ready.
conservatives
I'm ready
know
for-
tariffs
in,
work.
in
I'm
all
ready for the
seriousness,
Reverie of the Middle
so
East. Are
like
you?
in all seriousness, right? If my critique of
My Gaza's
diversity,
gonna be
equity,
wonderful.
inclusion initiative
Palestinian bellboys.
is from the philosophical position of what those things actually are. And my biggest critique is the concept of justice from critical theorists that believe in redistributing power between whites and blacks. Like, why would my criticisms of DEI be any different from what you're proposing, which is simply DEI on steroids? You're saying DEI is not good enough.
So we did
Mega
all this
DEI.
shit to land at you would
Mega.
not support reparations as I mean them.
Well, of course, I
I
wouldn't
say
support,
true.
I wouldn't support almost any policy position as a commie means them, right? Like, duh.
Well, hold on. Don't get too hasty. I'm in for this plan. I'm going to be rich. I'm just saying.
Then why did you ask me, supposedly in good faith, how much money we talking about when you always had a philosophical objection to the idea of giving that reparation, regardless of how much money I was talking about?
Because I am elucidating
Wanted to
the
waste our
problems
time.
with your policy. We're in a debate. This isn't like, it's not bad faith to say, explain your position so I can then critique your position. That's not bad faith. That's just you fucking being silly right now. Like, why are you on a debate panel if
I
you don't
haven't
understand what a
called you
debate
bad
is?
faith yet. I meant it, but I haven't said it, to be fair.
You alluded to
Implied
it
it.
by
I did not
its
know Katie
by
was
its
Katie
negative
until just a
corollary,
second.
and then you just confirmed that that's exactly
Katie.
what you were doing.
It was the
So piss
concept of
off.
an insult.
I didn't know Katie was a brunette. This is crazy to me. You just found out.
That is my natural hair color.
I did not know
weird
who
that
you
you
are, but I
remember
was
that.
like, I feel like I know this person. No.
Yeah. So,
I don't know. I love the reparations. I just don't feel like this is the good time. I don't know.
well,
We're the
but
group
no,
of
but
I
I
love
people.
think-
reparations too. I
No,
want
but I
more
respect-
reparations than anybody here.
I think the
I
point
would
that she's
tell you
racist
making,
about it.
hold on, to be clear, I don't think the point that she's making is out of left field. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think
like-
it is. I don't think it's wrong. I just don't feel like I don't know.
I mean,
there's a
Look,
build
this-
up to get to that correct answer. I agree with
So
her.
Bam, this is not really the thing is that all of these policies, whether they do have flaws, right? Even like logical flaws, theoretical flaws, and also in implementation, right? Like how affirmative
mine.
action sometimes ended up fucking Black people more than helping them in some cases, right? So the fact that these programs are difficult to create in a positive way, but they only need to be created in the first place because Black people and other minorities have been marginalized in America, a context that people who are against reparations never seem to want to bring up. And that's why we are in need of those programs. Now, then if you bring up, okay, if you hate these programs so much, just do reparations, they don't want to do that either. But they want to complain about taxpayer money being poured into these unsuccessful programs. Well, you know, reparations was paid twice to Japanese Americans, and it worked out okay for them. So let's try that again. How about
No,
that?
I don't like.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
so
disagree
my
with
critique-
you. It's
my
just there's
critique-
a faith. There's a faith. I'm about to say just because you're talking. There's a way of having these conversations with people that you kind of know the outcome. Like there's people. There's probably even people in this room. This is me assuming. This is not me. Can't say this for certain. But there's people who would argue like, oh, okay. If we Trump's already removed everything related to DEI, but it's saying like, thank God the removal of this is going to lead to like, whenever I see the black pilot, I'm going to know he's qualified, and I'm going to look at him that way and say that yeah, he's definitely qualified to be here. Like, but the reality is it wasn't about DEI. They don't think black people should be in jobs. Like,
Where are you getting that?
And I'm not
bullshit
saying
from?
all jobs. I'm saying like when you see someone in a higher earning position. Charlie Kirk said this verbatim. Charlie Kirk says that verbatim. Like every time I see a black pilot, I'm going to think he's unqualified, and it's not because
Right,
of
but you-
DEI.
you jumped-
he says that
you jumped
because
to a
of
new
DEI.
position.
No,
He says that
said
because of DEI.
Yes.
No, it's
That's
not.
exactly why.
Yes,
no, listen,
that was his
listen, no,
argument.
listen.
That's,
So
that's
listen,
the
DEI
narrative, brother.
DEI
You gotta-
is
The
gone.
no, the
DEI is
argument
gone
is,
now.
is
Do you
that if
think
you
do you
give
think that,
It's not
Charlie Kirk-
entirely
DI
gone.
is not just magically
Exactly.
fucking
When,
gone.
when will it be
You like
gone?
fire all the people that have been hired there
When
from
will
DEI, is that
it
what
be
you're
gone?
saying?
When will we finally be able to say like 'cause
When
Kamala
you,
Harris-
as the representative of black people, say that
Right,
you're no
right.
longer pursuing it, then it will be
Right.
gone.
again, why did we call Jasmine Crockett? Why do we call Kamala Harris? Why do we call these people who we know were
DEI
elected
hires.
by their representatives, have nothing to do with DI or the programs or any of the things? Why do we call them DEI hires?
Because Kamala Harris and
When is that a
Ketanji Jackson
Specifically to
Because
were
DEI.
specifically
it's a
hold on, wait, wait.
one-liner.
They were
It's a one-liner?
specifically chosen
That why?
based on like their gender and race.
No, I'm talking
They-
about
they were
related
openly-
to elected officials. I'm saying that like Jasmine Crockett is considered a DEI.
Yeah, I don't
So
know
I
about
have a
Jasmine.
tweet.
I don't know
hold
about
on.
Jasmine
No,
Crockett.
I have a
but-
tweet about Jasmine
She's a
Crockett
baddie
today.
and a lawyer.
Hold on,
Hold on,
pause.
she's a baddie.
I
we have a
tweeted
lawyer.
I tweeted about Jasmine Crockett today. All right, and ladies, you're not gonna like where this is going because people were saying that she was ugly, and I was like, you can say whatever you want about her being a socialist, but I
this is a
fucking
meme.
oh my
And
fucking
she-
god.
and
talk about how
It's
she's
true.
hot.
It's on my
She's an
Twitter today.
accomplished- She's an
hot as
accomplished.
fuck.
She's an accomplished lawyer. I'll give her.
Okay, sure.
So,
She-
so
she's
this
not-
idea that I'm
whatever.
out here like, oh, she's a DI hire. No, I don't like Jasmine Crockett because
I would've
she
hired her.
fucking
I would've
pushes
voted for her
forward
because of her
leftist
looks alone.
policies.
That's
Wait,
fine.
that's not
That's
what he was asking.
I'm sure she's safe and secure now that she knows Scott was sticking his dick in her.
I mean,
Wait,
it's
wait,
sounded like
wait.
a personal opinion, but I'm
Bam.
saying the by and large opinion. Of
Yes,
her is
I'm addressing. So I don't know specifically about Jasmine Crockett. I don't know about her history, but the reason why people said that about Kamala Harris and Ketanji Jackson, who was nominated to the Supreme Court, is prior to Justice Jackson's nomination, Biden specifically said, "I'm going to nominate a black woman." Like that. That is the pool of eligible candidates, black women. And then when it came time to select a vice president, I'm going to select a woman, preferably one of color. And then, wow, all of a sudden Kamala Harris comes in. These are literally.
Does that mean she's not
before
qualified
hiring,
just because there's an
before-
extra qualifier?
What? 'Cause
There's
you
an
know,
extra
wait,
qualifier.
wait.
There's an
We've
extra
already talked this a million
qualifier.
times. Qualified
You
is
mean
a
as a
concept.
spectrum,
Wait,
right?
The question is,
So he wanted
is,
he was going to choose
but I'm
regardless.
speaking to
Wait,
you.
wait, he was going to choose
Hold
a
on.
vice president
Hold on.
regardless.
Hold
The two
on.
extra qualifications you wanted was
Brother,
that it'd be a
brother.
woman and a woman of color, preferably. What's the issue with that?
The issue is that
but
that reduces the candidate
complain.
pool.
It reduces the candidate pool of people who could potentially be more meritorious. And you can't complain about, well, why are you calling them DEI hires when they were quite literally selected because of their race and gender? You're basically asking for
So
that
that's,
point.
wait a minute.
No.
So I want you to be good faith. Do you believe that?
Yeah.
Do you believe that that's the reason? That you're saying that if that
Yes,
wouldn't happen?
yes, he
People
does.
can-
He
It's
is
literally a
actually
stated
like art.
reason.
No. That's
the
no, I'm
only
saying-
The stated reason. That was the stated reason.
When you use the average
Of
American.
Joe
look-
Biden.
No, I'm not talking about Joe Biden. I'm saying that you think that when people look at them and they also add Jasmine Crockett, they also add every other black elected official into this pocket of DEI. Prom went on Tim Pool and the chat called him a DEI import.
They
You
did.
think that that's what?
Yeah. Racist exists. That's not the entire corpus of that. Like what you're doing is you're not.
No,
you're
you're
saying
saying-
I found racist, therefore the conservative anti-DEI
In Tim
position
Pool's
must be
chat,
racist.
So,
Come on, dude.
You think that Tim Pool? Are you willing to say out
If
loud
someone
that-
is calling,
that
if
is
someone is
not
calling
gonna-
Jasmine Crockett a DEI hire, even though she's clearly an elected official, yeah, they're a fucking racist. Whether or not we have DEI doesn't mean that racism magically fucking goes away.
But I think
Racist
that's the argument
exists.
we
Yes.
like. That's the thing. I think that like what happens is there's racist people, and what we do to make ourselves feel better is we connect some vague bullshit like justification, so then we don't get to call them racist. Like they're the people who the
What are you
people
talking
who,
about?
I'm saying
I just
I'm
called him
saying that-
racist.
No,
No
I'm-
justification necessary.
No, sure, you can say that, but around Jasmine Crockett, because you can't find another excuse. I'm saying the reason people believe
Can't
that,
find another excuse, so you think I would secretly
No.
try and find some other shit?
Okay,
I told you exactly why I don't like her.
move on.
'Cause
We
she's a
got-
fucking
we
leftist.
got- one
just-
sec. Finish your point, Bam. We got to move on from there.
yeah,
Just
I'm
stop
gonna say-
saying
yeah.
racist
I'm-
shit about
Okay.
white people and
Come
and
on,
me.
hey, come on, Scott, please. We got to move on.
Yeah, I'm simply saying that the reason they believe that, and they don't just they say she's that Kamala Harris is unqualified to be vice president or to be a presidential candidate, or that Kentucky Brown Jackson is unqualified is because they're black. You may be able to say that, like, you can find this reason out of thin air to pull out. It's like, oh, well, Joe Biden said they were unqualified, so that therefore they are.
No,
But
Yes, that's what happens. That's what happens when you say I'm going to select somebody for race and gender because white people.
We gotta move on. We gotta move on.
When you say you're going to discriminate against white people are going to feel some type of way.
You gotta move on. I'm going to respond to that later on.
You got to protect your boy.
I'm going to respond to that later on because I got to answer that. But like, we're going to go to Katie, Corey, and Gibbs. It turns out they also called me Blackie in that chat too. But that was fun. But all right, go ahead, Katie.
Surprise. Who would have guessed?
I assume that before Kamala was a DEI because she was picked for her race and gender, every single president in America was too because they were white and a dude. But it's actually not the same, right? Because it wasn't explicit that they got picked for that, right? Or how does that work? It's interesting that only minorities get called DEI regardless, and white people are just what? They're just
when you say that only a minority is eligible for the position,
literally, it's Sarah Palin, right? Like Sarah Palin was a white woman.
Yeah,
she was specifically picked because she was a woman, and McCain said that he was going to pick a woman VP, and people challenged that. So it's not a black thing.
This is all this hullabaloo.
You're just lying.
You didn't say black woman. She said like when it's not a white man.
We don't need to justify it on the right. We don't need to argue about it on the left. This is all a hullabaloo about nothing, right? When you say this DEI thing, it's a witty one-liner. That's all it is. Yeah, some racists use it cool. Terrible people do terrible shit. Surprise. It's a witty one-liner. Anything more than that is, oh, wow, surprise, they did this. Like, that's not what I want to say.
I'm sorry, Katie, you're not done.
You're very close. The point is, every time somebody tells you that they are worried about DEI, they're actually not. They're just racist.
Well, hold on. This does.
Okay. So I'm just a racist. I'm just a racist, right?
Fabian,
I'm a racist.
You were racist way before this DEI conversation. Okay, like I don't know. What you're
okay. So you have no argument.
You merely adopted the racism.
I
was born in.
So do you have arguments against all of the fucking things that you were watching against, and my issues with them, and philosophical takes on where they come from and what the implementation looks like, or do you just call people racist when they disagree with you? And I think that might be why people fucking hate people like you, because they're sick and tired of being beaten and browbeaten over the fucking head. Congratulations, people like you are the reason Trump got elected. Okay, so sit in that bullshit because you can't.
Let's move on.
I didn't fucking vote for him, lady. I voted for Cthulhu. Okay. And yet, when you fucking browbeat people over the head and you refuse to engage in their arguments in good faith in any way, and you just say, if you disagree with me, you're a racist.
I can't really respond to you, can I?
Yeah, of course, because I'm pissed because you just said a bunch of bullshit and you haven't given any valid arguments.
Okay,
you just fucking pretend
Katie, do you have
like fucking like you're amazing.
Okay, Katie,
I am not amazing.
Argument.
I'm very bad, and I'm the reason Trump won. Okay, let's move on.
I'm not just you specifically, just people like you and your racist arguments.
Just very quickly then, because Katie's point was almost my point. So, and you've heard me make this argument before, and I stand by it. Our vice presidents being DEI, right? Like you could say the president is the elected official, and so like it doesn't count for him. Fair enough. But the vice president is picked by the president, and it just happened to be always a white male every time. Until we broke that streak. So like these are DI picks. It wasn't implicit. There was no reason to make. Sorry, it was explicit. There was no reason to make it explicit. It was always implicit. Well, of course, right? Like that is the pool will be from white male politicians. Even when we started having white female politicians come in, they weren't picked. Again, Sarah Palin being an exception there, right? But like that was part of the DEI, right? Like that limited that.
What does that have to do with DEI? Like this is the problem, is that you and everyone here keeps getting mad when I connect it to what these words actually mean and what theorists say about them. Hold on. No. This is a problem. This is a serious problem. It's not a fucking DEI pick to pick a fucking.
Wait a minute, Scott. Like maybe this comment isn't for you. Maybe it's for Lactoid or anyone else who called Kamala Harris a DEI hire. Because if we're talking about vice presidents, then in that case, like if we use it for Kamala, then I think we can use it for other vice presidents. If you're not part of that group, then I would check that. It's not for you then.
Listen. What you are doing is you are equivocating DEI with anybody picking anyone based upon some level of like their ability
That's
to
how people have
succeed
been
in an
colloquially using
election.
that, yes.
Or
On the right.
That is listen. You don't get to run, like when we say this is what DEI is, you don't get to then say that DEI is actually whatever the right is.
Yeah, you can't.
I went through a whole fucking thing on it.
I know. Go on. But Bam and I aren't pushing back on like your academic definition. But we understand that once again, this is escaped into the wild from academia. We understand that the society defines DEI differently, right? This isn't just leftists being bad faith and
that's what I want to talk about.
You're equivocating DEI programs and initiatives and ideology with any time a white guy picks a white guy.
It wasn't liberals, it wasn't leftists who started calling Kamala Harris a DEI hire. It wasn't them, right?
I don't give a fuck about whataboutism. What I'm saying is
then it doesn't apply to you. That's why that doesn't apply to you.
This is bullshit.
Right?
This is bullshit.
You don't get to decide what we can talk about.
No, you're trying. I'm critiquing your fucking argument. And you're doing everything you can to get away from the critique of your argument. And the argument that you're making, the argument that you are making,
you're framing the argument that you're not a part of.
The argument that you are making, yeah, it's called a fucking debate panel.
No, but you're not a part of this argument. You disagree with
You're
that
right.
framing.
I'm critiquing it. I'm saying it's wrong. I'm saying it's invalid. I'm saying it's illogical.
You one back and forth with people all the time when I think that both of you are wrong, but you get to do that. If you don't want to participate in the framing that Prime has, then let the other people have them. Then let them have it.
It's not about the framing that you asked. You made an argument. Your argument is as thus. You made an argument. Your argument is as such. Tell me if I'm wrong. Your argument is that if Ketanji Jackson Brown or if Kamala Harris is considered a DEI pick, why is it not the same exact thing? Or you were saying it is the same thing when any other white president picks a white person. I am critiquing. No, now you're trying to push it. Nobody is hiding. Nobody is hiding behind me. Lactoid and I are in the same vein. Just because Lactoid isn't getting the exact same definition. It is a critique of the position. Dude, you are fucking. Stop being a coward. Stop yelling over me. I am simply saying this one thing.
Stop yelling over.
You are doing everything. You are doing everything you can to try and filibuster because you're all getting fucking cooked.
Yeah, she's filibustering.
It is bullshit. It is bullshit. It is bullshit. It's not that fucking. It's not fucking simple. If you just shut the fuck up, I will tell you why you're wrong in a very quick and succinct way. You can't stop.
I'm going to tell them why they're wrong in a different way.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Right? Okay, all right. Because we know this is gonna take some time from Scott. We're gonna first go to Corey. We're gonna go to Gibbs. Right?
Pussy.
No,
you're
I'm
fucking
not.
pussy.
No, I'm not.
You're fucking pussy.
Scott, you're
I've been waiting an hour on this, so I'm ready.
Yeah, you gotta put some space
I'll
in
wait
it.
for Corey.
Whatever, pussy.
Hold on.
Whatever. You're not gonna listen to what I have to say anyways in any real way.
Okay,
Whatever, pussy.
Okay, Scott, that's nice. Whatever.
Let me tell you, I get interrupted.
We're gonna go to Corey. We're gonna Gibbs. We're going to Lactoid to actually respond to the question. Then because it was directed at Lactoid, we'll get to you, right? The DI thing, right? And then after that, Scott, right, can have his temper tantrum, and we can all listen to Scott's temper tantrum. All right, Corey.
Yeah. So from what I heard earlier, I don't know, 10 minutes ago now, from Lactoid and Scott, it's like, when Biden said that he's going to, choose a woman of color for whatever vice president and whatever Supreme Court nomination, that was bad because it reduced the pool of candidates, I think was the exact wording. Now, is it your argument that reducing the pool of candidates is bad? And if so, why?
Artificially reducing the pool of candidates reduces the likelihood that you could exclude somebody who's more meritorious.
Okay, so as in reducing the pool of candidates, bad because you might be reducing the number of meritorious candidates. So then, by virtue of that, presumably you'd be in favor of having no restrictions, let's say a requirement of U.S. citizenship for vice president, or an age restriction.
I mean, I think there's a merit to being a U.S. citizen when it comes to like loyalty to America, which is a merit to being a leader, right?
Why?
Because one is an immutable characteristic that he chose, but U.S. citizenship is something that you could gain. Now, if you're talking about
What about age?
birth citizenship,
You don't think representation?
Yeah,
is a
I'd be
merit?
open. I'd be open to adjusting the age
yeah,
restrictions.
we've had way too many old presidents.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
think
think she-
what was it, 35 for presidents? I'd be okay with it being as
35.
low as 18.
Does
Okay,
someone with merit find? I mean, does someone with can someone find merit in representation?
What?
Like,
Oh, you mean
because
like
if you
like
are a
it's
big argument that
meritorious?
anything is can be like can find merit
Merit,
in
yeah.
something. Can someone find merit in like having a woman like in their office? Like, oh,
Yeah,
I have this
representative.
job,
Yeah.
all these people.
Absolutely. They
yeah.
can find merit wherever they want to.
Like, it
Yeah.
would be nice to have some women around here.
Yeah.
No,
Back
yeah,
to it.
well,
what
Like,
about
like
that?
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the
Not
thing. If
appreciated
like you,
for this.
Lecto, you said what's qualified. If the president is running in an election, right, and he's like, I get to choose who my vice president is, and the vice president is, kind of arbitrary. You choose whoever the fuck you want, really. And then the president looks up. He goes, I want to win this election. I think I'm going to choose a black woman because that'll help. This provides a lot of merit.
Merit.
She's obviously going to be qualified to like be vice president. She's going to have some type of political knowledge, hopefully, right? But then also, I want to win an
what merit
election
is
in
involved in that.
what
merit? You
it
said
wins
a
the
black
election.
woman has merit, right? And again, this
Yeah.
is why you have to actually.
As in, there's
understand critical race
representation.
theory.
As in, there's representation,
it's-
right? In choosing the
it's-
vice president, there's
no,
a representation which qualifies her to be the vice president because it also ensures him the win.
So the merit here is to pander
does really well
towards
with it.
voters.
That's what
in terms
presidents
of-
do. Yes,
That's what
it's-
campaigns
yes.
are.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You're saying the
setting
merit
yourself a
for
trap.
running the country is the representation. When you are claiming that, you are saying that it's
That's
not
part
the
of the merit.
skills. It's not the
part of it.
skills. It's not the
Why do you have
ability,
to
it's not
omit
that
it? Why
those
do you have to
things-
omit it just because why can't you include? She can have the
No, I'm
skills, the skills necessary to like do the job, but then also there's the added benefit of pandering. There's
why are you
there's a
giving
plus
him
2.
that?
It's not a minus 10.
I wouldn't
Why
say it's
are you-
pandering.
No,
I think
when-
there's an actual
So you have
valuable
to
skill.
300 you have
And, like,
340 million Americans. When you arbitrarily pick a immutable characteristic that only represents, let's say, 12% of the population,
But it's not
cut
really-
that in half,
that-
only
it's not
6%
necessarily
of the population,
arbitrary.
you have automatically said 94% of candidates are no longer
It
in
doesn't
the
matter.
pool. The statistical likelihood that if you are going to find the best person for the job, when you get rid of 94% of the applicants, is very low. All right, now granted,
Why?
it
If
could just
you're
be
choosing from the top of
best
all
person,
applicants,
very
The
well
same
could
thing-
just
the
be that person.
I have a
The same
different
thing holds
argument.
true for citizenship. By you not by limiting it to the United States, also limit it by a huge percentage as well. If you're actually going by true merit, you would want to include the global population.
God.
Well, again,
That's what I'm hoping for in my life, is the
immigration and
global
citizenship
deciding
opinion is
our
very different
presidents.
from yours, right? I'm
Yeah.
for an invitee system.
That's
Okay,
what I'm
let's
praying
not-
I wouldn't
for.
Alright.
artificially limit citizenship in
Let's
such
go-
a way that people wouldn't be able to gain citizenship,
What
so
a
long
thought.
as they strive.
Because everyone, if you're going to restrict it by U.S. citizenship, okay, and age, you are limiting it to a very small percentage.
Let's
just
let
by virtue of
Lactoid.
that.
Let's hold on, guys. We got to keep moving. Let's let Lactoid respond to that, and then we got to go to Gibbs, and Lactoid Scott, Katie as well.
Yeah, so I addressed this earlier in the debate. I don't remember. I don't know if you guys remember it, but I said that there becomes like some interesting phenomenon when we start to look at merit, and if we're allowing race to be put into this definition of merit. Because the interesting thing that happens is it's only ever accepted one way. It's never accepted the other way. And so this is why I think when we talk about meritocracy, we tend to exclude. Hold on, we tend to exclude like immutable characteristics that we perceive to be unrelated to merit, other than, I suppose, appealing to a particular group of people. Now, I agree with
This
you
is
that when
not
we're talking
true.
about, hold on, when we're talking about like getting votes or perhaps even marketing to people or getting customers, like being able to appeal to people could be like an advantage, right?
You're
Obviously,
agreeing
to
with exactly. You said you.
Well, we'll just what?
You said you. I'm agreeing with you. Who in particular are you agreeing with?
Well, so what you guys are saying is, well, what if by being black you appeal to a wider voter base, and so that's the merit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, would you accept it to like be the
They're
case
wrong.
if America was more racist? We only accepted whites to appeal
Yes,
to the
why
voter
do you think
base.
We
Tim Walz was
did.
picked? That's
I
why we
did.
picked Tim
Wait,
Walz.
wait. Was that a good thing?
You wouldn't accept
I did-
it. Like if
No,
Donald Trump said, "I picked a white candidate because whites are important in this country," and
Is
we
there
need
Even more than
white
that, I will only
representation.
pick white president. I will only pick
No.
white.
I
I
candidates
refuse to
going
pick
forward.
black people
I will
because
never
we
pick
need
a
white
black.
representation.
That's what he said. That. What if he
You
said
don't
that?
need to say that. When Obama
What if he
won,
said it?
it was despite that he was black. It was a surprise that he
That's not
managed
true.
to win. Shh. It was a surprise. It was considered a big deal that Obama won because no one thought people will be okay with a black president. It is the default that you have to be white to win. So you don't have to say out loud, I will only pick white people. Because being
Okay.
a woman or
I
being
agree.
black
I
is
agree.
already a detrimental.
internal
You're
critique.
wrong about Obama. by
No,
the
no,
way.
no.
He was
Hold on,
crushing
one
the
quick, real
polls
quick.
leading up to the
Internal
election.
critique. Internal critique. All right. So I take that into
I
account,
don't,
right?
can I
And
talk
so
to Lactoid? Please, I beg of you.
Yeah, she
yeah,
doesn't
I
like
know,
you,
I know, I
Scott.
know. Right, yeah, I know that. I know. So here's the thing. So the argument is that there is an implied bias towards white people. So would you agree that when Biden picked Kamala Harris to be his VP, that he won, and he would have won by larger margins if he hadn't picked a black woman? That it was in spite of
No, it
picking a
depends. It
black
depends on
or
what
a
communities you
woman
want
of
to hang
color.
out with. It depends
Well,
on
no,
what
no,
community
it's
you
got.
want
Oh no, no,
Yeah,
no.
okay,
The,
so the white was the
the
default.
argument here.
That's the advantage.
to.
The
It
ar-
is the default. It is the
well,
advantage.
if you
I
said
know
that
that
it is
Obama
the
would've won
default
by
and
more
that
if he
it
was
is the
white.
advantage, so you're
Can
saying
I
you're
speak
saying
for
Biden would have
myself?
won by more.
We're just using your words.
Katie.
Okay. I don't agree with the rest of my woke panelists that want to make race like a merit thing for marginalized people.
Yeah,
I
Ali.
think it's pretty obvious that Kamala lost because racist white liberals didn't want to vote for a black woman. Like, I don't think that's a stretch. There was
So do you
10
agree?
million. There were 10 million white dudes who voted for Biden and didn't vote for Kamala. It wasn't black people or Palestinians that made Kamala lose. It was racist white folks. Okay, so it's pretty
Well,
obvious.
that's
that
an
there was an
additional
issue for her.
assertion, but we answer the question. The question is, did Biden lose votes? Because as you stated, it is the default position and advantage that white people have in presidential elections. So did he lose votes by picking Kamala Harris as his VP solely because she was a woman of color? You don't care? Well, if you don't care, then you can't make then you've already retreated from your previous argument that Obama won in spite of his being a person of color, and that the default position is white people all along.
Or
So
I just think
so you
that
give that up.
you shouldn't have to define what merit is. I think the merit of a president should be if she has big enough tits. But I don't get to define what's the merit for the U.S. president.
You're appealing to
That's
kids
an
with that.
entirely no. That's an entire. You're running from your own
physical
argument.
attraction is
Your
actually a
argument.
real
So
thing.
do you admit that you were wrong? Do you admit that you were wrong when you stated that President
No,
Obama
it
lost in
wasn't
spite
an element.
of him being
That's why it's a problem when
someone.
Fabian talks, because he says, hey, being the president, it's about skills. And yet we all know that once they introduce televised debates, suddenly different people won compared to the radio counterparts, because skills is a subjective idea. And I don't think Fabian Liberty gets to define what skills the president should have.
I'm not
I
defining
think
what skills a
Lactose
president
should
should
do
or
it.
shouldn't
He
have.
should be mentally
No, I didn't.
cognizant, I think.
No. I did not define.
Like
I didn't
that
define skills.
idea.
This is you. This is you running away because you made one claim. The first
Like our
claim
president's
was
on a decline.
Biden won Obama won in spite of him being a person of color because the default position is white and because we have enough racism that he won in that regard. Now, when we go to the second argument that you are making, or that you're running from, by your own logic, we should assume
This
that
is not
when
philosophy
he
class.
I understand that
Fabian
you're
doesn't
mad
believe
about
the same.
people
You know
discussing
what's
logic.
No, I don't
Right,
like
true.
you.
No.
I really. You
Argument
said it 3 times.
that-
We know your argument. I'm saying I don't like when people say something.
I don't think I get that you're mad every time I'm cooking your team. You start screaming and
Fabian,
getting
we've
mad
heard your
because you are
argument. You know what you're
losing.
saying.
So let me
No,
finish.
no,
You don't
I
even know
don't
where the fuck I'm going with
You're
this.
done.
You
I
have
do know
no
where
idea
you're
where
going
I'm going
with
with this
this.
because I haven't stated
because-
premise 3 of my
because-
deductive
because-
argument. So
because-
premise 2, premise 2, premise
will say
2,
obviously
premise
there's racists who
2.
didn't vote
Will
for
you,
Barack
Bam,
Obama.
will you shut the fuck up,
No, I
dude?
won't.
I know you're mad because you're a racist. I get it. You hate me calling you out on this shit constantly. I get it.
All right.
So let me finish.
We can pull back.
So I've given premise one. Premise one. Premise two is that Kamala Harris. Premise two. Dude, just shut the fuck up.
I'm not gonna open
I'm gonna go ahead. He's asking to be muted. I'm asking for 3 premises. I can't get anything out because I'm cooking everybody, and you're fucking laughing about it. So shut them the fuck up so I can give out 3 premises and be done.
Hold on.
Tell Brian to shut the fuck up.
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. He didn't say shut the fuck up to me, I don't think. But Scott, hold on. No. Scott, we're gonna let Scott finish his point, right? We got to move. We got to move immediately. You can't even respond because we got to move immediately to Gibbs. Has been waiting, right? And so finish it quickly, please.
P1. Yes. P1. Barack Obama lost because he was Barack Obama lost some votes because of racism, and the reason for that is that the default position is a white president, so it doesn't need to be stated. Premise 2 is that by that logic, therefore, right, we would have to calculate that when Biden picked a woman of color, that he actually, even though he won in spite of picking a woman of color. Premise 3 is that if premise 1 and conclusion, if premise 1 and premise 2 are true, then you saying picking a woman of color is a merit-based system because it helps them win elections, then one of these statements is false.
Notice.
Damn, your camera's frozen. Damn, your camera's frozen.
I'm sorry. Gibbs has been waiting for so long. Gibbs,
damn, your camera's
You can
frozen.
respond later on. Stick around. We can respond later on. Gibbs, excuse me.
Thank you. Yeah. So, all right, about an hour ago, maybe a little longer, there was an interesting discussion about what is it, Harlan's razor or
Occam's
razor. No, not Occam's razor. The one where it's like don't attribute malice to what can be stupidity. Yeah, whatever that one is, right? I could have mispronounced whatever razor it is, but okay. So y'all were having an interesting discussion about that, and I want to go back to it. And since now it's my time to monologue for the next hour and a half, go ahead and get your popcorn and whatever. No, not really. I'm not gonna be that long. I'm sitting here and I was sitting here pondering this. And I'm actually of the opinion that it's both. And that's what Occam's razor states, right? Is the simplest solution. So my theory is that some of these guys in academia and at the higher ups levels of the government and in this evil bureaucracy they built have decided that they're going to implement these DEI programs where they give failing businesses diversity grants and all this other baby back bullshit that they're doing with my taxpayer dollars. And then they got out into the wild, just as Prime described. And the average Joe Americans goes, yeah, you know what? It sounds good to go help out all these different groups and guarantee things. And they don't really understand the nefarious intent towards the slant to socialism. Because I hate to agree with Fabian after he's been monologuing for the past hour like a Bond villain, but he's absolutely correct. It is important that we talk about where this shit comes from because it is a direct link to socialism and communism. These fuckers have preached about it from day one, and then they sold it to their rich buddies that are, we're going to be well off fine. And these guys realized, hey, we can keep these people dumb because we're going to be the ones at the top, and have sold this and try to create socialism through this plan. It's nefarious, and the average little Democrat may not realize that, but they are going along with it, and that follows the stupidity part. So no, do I think they're being malicious, those average people? No, but they bought in to the malicious intent of what these nefarious academics that Fabian has described. He's absolutely correct. So all that's bad. And then as for Katie's plan about reparations, I'm in for all of it. Let's just do, but it's my only caveat. It's a one-time thing. Everybody gets it. After that, I never have to hear about it again. And guys, when y'all do get those reparations, you have to call me up for your business services because I'll take care of you. I promise.
Believe in you. All right. Well then, Katie, you can go.
Cool. So Lactoid, hi. Stop hiding behind Fabian. Please.
Pussy.
I beg of you. Let's talk, right? So do we, first of all, just to clarify, while these weirdos try to make an argument that gender and race should be considered a merit thing, I would just say that it's kind of dumb that the wokesies here are letting the conservatives pretend like there is a merit thing in America in anything. Why? Nonsense. So, Lactoid, why isn't, you kind of said it, right? A white male president isn't DIY because he's DEI because he's not a minority, correct? Wasn't that your answer?
You know who I think would be perfect to answer this, Scott? I know that you said something
I
before.
know you do. I know you
Pussy.
do, you little cuck. But do
Real
it anyway.
masculine behavior from a lactoid.
Memes aside, repeat the question.
Okay. You know what? I'll ask you a different question. Since you think Kamala Harris is a DEI hire,
Yes. Yep.
does that mean that Scott thinks that you're racist?
I don't think so.
Ooh.
Why not?
Because I think that Scott would listen to my logic and say, that's not racist logic.
But you're still a socialist.
But I'm still a socialist. But I don't think he thinks I'm a racist socialist.
Okay.
Yeah, but then you're a Nazi if you're a socialist. So
That's
like,
true.
then Gibbs is going to call you a
you're
Nazi.
racist anyway.
But I'm not a racist socialist, so I think I'm not a Nazi, right? I don't know how it's like a quadrant.
That's what a
negative.
Nazi would say.
Here's what I think, Katie. I think that I think you are, and I think Scott did demonstrate this, but you guys didn't listen. I think you are caught in a catch-22. I think that if you think that race is like if you want to tie race to merit here, and your prior argument was Obama won despite being black, so it was like a negative merit, then the decision to hire Kamala Harris by Biden.
Hold on. With merit.
Hold on. Then the decision to hire Kamala Harris was actually entirely motivated, not by merit. It was entirely motivated by some sort of racial equity reasoning. And if you don't think that merit is tied to race, Katie, then you also are stuck with the conclusion that Joe Biden's choice of Kamala Harris had nothing to do with merit. And so, hold on, I'm going off. Don't save her. I'm going off Katie's logic.
Deductive argument.
Yeah, yes. You are caught in a catch-22 in either selection. The only reason that Biden must have had to select Kamala Harris was due to some kind of DEI, like racial equity inclusion motivation, which would mean that she's a DEI hire.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So, Scott.
You're welcome. Now you want to? Oh, stop hiding behind. We're going back to Scott now. What the fuck? I thought you weren't talking to me.
I'm pretty sure Scott said you're racist earlier, and I want you guys to fight over you being racist. So I'm getting us there. Okay.
I mean, I can prove it right now, but probably you might get in trouble. Just kidding. I would never do that.
So, Scott, you said that you think that people who think Kamala Harris is a DEI are wrong, correct?
No. I said explicitly multiple times that Kamala Harris is a DEI hire. I said,
okay.
I said when we were talking about, oh God, now I can't remember her name.
Justice
Jackson. The hot,
yeah. No, you just know the looks.
The one that was elected. Oh my God, why can I not think of her name? Yes, thank you, Jasmine Crockett. I said, if you believe that Jasmine Crockett is a DEI hire, you're almost certainly racist because she was elected, right? She wasn't appointed based upon her race or her gender. She was elected by her constituents. That these are fundamentally different things.
Constituents maybe elected her because of her race and gender?
I mean, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Maybe they really liked her policies. I don't fucking know. I don't know the minds of every single person.
Isn't that just DEI but in politics? Isn't that just DEI but like, long form?
This is I have been trying
communal
so
DEI.
hard. I have been trying
DEI.
so hard to get you guys to realize that affirmative action or just picking someone for race does not encompass all of what DEI is, and that this is a problem amongst both the left and conservatives. And I've said over and over and over again the Carl Jung quote that people don't have ideas, ideas have people. That there's a lot more to it than that. So no, I wouldn't say that that's DEI.
So the reason why I said earlier that people who have a problem with DEI are racists and you got really upset with me is because I agree with you that most people don't actually understand what DEI policies are. Meaning, when most people say this person's a DEI, they're having their own colloquial, ran away from academics understanding of it. And those people are racist because they don't know what DEI is. They just see a person of color that's in a position that they don't like, and they call it a DEI because that's the way they normalize the racism by pretending it's about some policy that they don't understand.
No, so there's a couple, like you made a couple of jumps here, right? When you make your conclusion, you're saying conservatives premise one, conservatives don't understand the totality of DEI. Premise two,
No,
conservative.
most people
Hold
don't.
on.
It's not a conservative thing.
Okay, we're talking about conservatives that are calling people DEI hires, so it's a distinction without a
I
difference.
think liberals
So we'll
are
say
racist
most
too.
people. Okay, fine. Okay, so but we're talking about people that use the term they're just a DEI hire, so that's why I say conservatives. But it's fine. I'll expand it. It doesn't matter for the point of the argument. So premise one is that most people that say DEI hire don't actually understand DEI policies, and then you go from that to therefore racist. There isn't a connection to why they're racist, right? Just because
I
someone doesn't
didn't actually. That's not what
so
happened.
what premise am I missing? What connects to the conclusion?
Yeah, I said that people, a situation is people don't know what DEI is. But
Premise one.
people see a person of color in a position that they don't want the person of color to be with, like a pilot, and it makes them unsure. So then, because they're Charlie Kirk, meaning they're a white supremacist, they pretend like DEI is why they don't want black pilots, even though they don't know what DEI is.
So here you go. So premise one is they don't know what DEI is, right? You know, and all the things, right? And then premise two is they see someone that is, let's say, black, right? Someone black in a position, therefore racist. Well, there's a lot of other things. So I can give you a different premise three, right? I can say that they know that to some degree that they're
saying,
oh no.
No, you skipped
am I incorrect?
it, so I'm gonna help you.
What did I skip?
Okay. So when they see a black person in this situation in a position they don't like, they don't like it because they're racist.
Where are you getting that? Where are you getting that evidence from? That's the jump. Where are you getting the evidence, therefore racist? You're not saying therefore, you're just positing they must be racist. And what I'm saying is very simple, is that you have a logical jump here. You're assuming
that
racism.
A black person in a position they don't like, then yes, they don't like the fact that a black person is in that position.
No, so again, well, that's an assumption as well. But setting that aside, right? If I'm a person, right, and I hear on the news, right, I don't know all of what DEI is, right, but I see an ad on television from Delta Airlines where they talk about how we're going to feminize the planes, and that like it's in that where they literally say that it's a problem that there are so many white men, etc. And I have some understanding that DEI means that there's preferential hiring practices for one or the other. I don't need to hate black people or be racist against black people to now go, I have doubts that this is the best person in the job because I know that this company is specifically selecting for minorities. And by that very definition, that there's a large group of candidates that could potentially be better at this job that have been pulled out or have been discriminated against. So what you're doing is you're using people's fear of anti-white discrimination as proof of their racism, and that's super fucked up and racist.
It's also an assumption that doing that is somehow losing better candidates. That's also an assumption.
No, it's an assumption that statistically that like in one example, right, the assumption would be if you knew that person therefore wasn't the best person. That's not the same thing. What happens is when you iterate this game over and over again and you are giving positive discrimination for a group of people, that entails negative discrimination for another group of people, and therefore at least some people that would have been better.
It's also not negative discrimination towards white people.
All right. You just keep making claims and not backing them up, and all I'm hearing from you is anti-white racism. That's all I hear. I keep saying racist shit
against white people. Okay, very.
Okay, there you go. That's my argument. DEI is anti-white racism.
No. I hate DEI. I want reparations, bitch. I don't want DEI.
Right. DEI isn't radical enough in its anti-white racism, so that's why you don't like it. We get it. You're a piece of shit racist.
Okay, before we go down this, I just want to say something.
You should leave the internet and stop talking to people.
I want to say something real quick.
So you think reparations is anti-white racism, correct?
All right, Yusuf, you
I
can
think
answer
the
that.
process
Man,
by
hold
which
on.
that you
Hold on, Fabian.
described it is absolutely
All right,
not
you
the
can
one that
respond
I
to-
described.
Hold on,
I just want to say,
let Gibbs go out
yeah.
here
Let me
time.
just say first, if you really want to hear some wild takes, ask me who I think is racist, and we can go into that one day. It's secret. It's surprise. It's the people that have secret meetings with people that could make them socially bad if they found out that they were around these people. That's sus. Those people. That's
Epstein?
how they. No, yeah. So I don't know if you know this recently, but there was several prominent meetings in Washington trying to figure out
I gotta
what
get in a
were the
good
Democrat
counterpoints
law.
dig.
Yeah, and so see, he knows. And surprise, there's guess what? Locally, there's some news stories coming out about suspicious people going to meetings in the Washington with their
Who is this?
people,
I don't
and
know.
they are.
Who is this?
I'll blow the
Long
smoke.
story
Counterpoints
short-
did go.
Secret
a
meetings.
racism?
Anyway, no, don't worry about it. He also, that's not the point. And long story short,
Did he? Did he
I
do
don't know
it?
what the fuck-
secret
Who are
cabals
you
are
talking
bad.
about? Sorry, hold on. Stop
Counterpoints
substituting.
and Erudite were in Washington D.C. for a Democratic meetup in order
And
to
so,
boost Democratic policy.
while
There you go.
simultaneously, prominent people known to be associated with with Nazi groups and white supremacist groups were also in Washington at the same time period. I find that interesting. Total
There's a
coincidence.
lot of
Associated with
people
them or
that do
just fucking-
politics
Like,
in
in the same
Washington.
location, in the
What?
same.
But it is
What?
interesting. It is interesting that Connor and you and I both said they were told not to discuss who was there because some of the people would bring them down socially if they were associated with them. That is a little bit suspect since those two things happened simultaneously. But that's all I have to say about that. If you want to find out other stuff, come follow me at Papa Gibbs. Since I'm the biggest feminist on Twitch, tomorrow we're going to be having a women's panel. It's going to be called Wicked Women Wednesdays, I think. I don't know. We're workshopping the name. It's going to be exciting, and they're going to be bringing issues that they want to talk about. Thank you so much for having me, everybody. Go fuck yourselves. This was
Sounds like
terrible.
a DEI initiative.
Gibbs, send me
Because
that
I am
information.
DEI. I will.
Give me that information. By the
I'll
way.
see what I can do for you.
Fantastic.
He did a
It'll
video
be
on it.
fun.
I'll send you. I'll link.
It's a whole video.
Gibbs, you're fantastic. Hold on, but just quickly before I want to make sure Lactoid gets a chance to respond to this too. I think Scott's syllogism, right? Is that a syllogism? Original syllogism was incorrect about Kamala Harris and the in Obama, right? Like saying, well, Obama must have had some negative points, right? Negative points for against him when he was running for president, and then that must also hold true for Kamala Harris. I don't think that necessarily needs to be the case. It could be the case that for Obama, yes, that overall his race was a detriment, right? In 2007 when he's running, and that by the time was it 2015 when Kamala Harris is running, one, the electorate is different, transformed by the fact that one, you did have a black leader for 8 years. And then, or was it 2019? Sorry, 2019, I think, when it happened. Sorry, 2019. But the electorate is transformed, and that within the space of the Democratic electorate, specifically, that you could gain more than you would lose by having a black woman there. Like both of those things can be true. That
Yeah, both those things. You're absolutely correct, right? But the argument, the argument
It's almost like
was
Obama and Kamala are different people with different circumstances,
Katie.
Strange that
That's not what you
added
said, though.
anything to
Guys,
this
I gotta get out of
conversation.
here.
No, I
What you
disagree
said, what
with
you
it.
said, what you said,
Katie, shush.
if they're
shush,
black,
shush.
they're always at a
I
disadvantage.
think you guys tying it is
the deductive
I
argument
disagree.
that I was giving was maintaining the logic that Katie gave, right? Unfortunately, Katie runs away from everything and then just starts positing new questions, new analogies, or new things instead of dealing with the cognitive dissonance that is her own ideology, right? I was attempting to point out the contradiction because the claim wasn't at one point in America's history it was negative and now it is meritorious because the Democratic voter base would show up to vote. The claim was that this holds consistent and is still true. And so your critique of it would be to attack the claim that Katie gave, which is that it is still true that the default position is white, that whiteness, etc., is this advantage in the election process.
Back me. Then I
So
can
I
respond.
don't disagree with your critique. It's just not of me, it's of her. It's not of my deductive argument, it's her logic.
No, I said Prime, attack me so I can
Oh.
actually make my
Oh,
counter
okay.
argument.
Okay, sure. It could be the case that what it means to be black as
This is real anti-racism, by the way.
a
Go
running
ahead,
off-
Prime.
an
Attack me.
an official. That's good.
I am scared for my life.
An official
Okay.
running for office might change and shift on the context, right? Like from year to year, right? And from electorate to electorate, and from person to person.
Okay. I think that it is fallacious to pretend like there's a meritocracy in America in presidential elections in the sense of merit as Fabian would talk about skills. So I do think there is value or challenges in being a certain race or a certain gender. When Fabian claims that you somehow accept that being president can be about race rather than other skills, I think that's bullshit because being president has always been about many other factors besides whatever skills Fabian wants to decide are important. So yeah.
So you agree that it isn't a univariate analysis, right? Like that would be stupid. I agree with you as well in the argument that you just made, right? But that's not actually an attack against the argument that Lactoid and I were making, right? Which is that when someone says, I'm going to pick someone that is a female person of color, that there are other things that people are voting for. There are other things that the vice president should be capable of doing, and that you have limited the candidate pool for being able to pick the best person in those domains because you have picked 6% of the population and you've said 94% of the population are candidates, especially when we're talking about well-to-do politicians. It's probably like 99%, right? So like we've gotten rid of 99% of the people that could potentially be vice president that could bring all different types of skills, abilities, experience, etc.
Okay, I'm going to be very honest. I'm kind of dumb and that was very long. So I'm just going to make my point and hopefully it kind of like connects. So I think that if Kamala Harris is a DEI, so is every other white male politician. The only difference is, I'm going to finish. The only difference is that you get to decide that it doesn't somehow destroys the meritocratic process to just have it be an implicit understanding in the American audience that you have to be white and a dude to be president until Obama won. And yeah, so you just don't, when Lectoid started us on this whole train, he said, hey, we're only doing this race is a merit thing one way with black people. And I was saying, no, it's actually been the default that race has always been a merit for white people under white supremacy. That is all.
Okay. Well, I got to get out of here too. I got to take my mom to go get her car. Car got towed in the morning. So I'll just say I'm Fabian Liberty. You can find me if you just Google Fabian Liberty. You'll find my X account and my YouTube account, which is where I'm doing most stuff. Yeah, it's an interesting thing that
you're not on
X brought in.
Scott, right? You're not supposed to be there.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's my booker. It's my booker that happens all the same opinions as me. Because because Elon Musk is so fucking pro free speech that
I think that account might be trademark infringing though.
Oh yeah, of course. Anyways, yeah, I would just say, as I stated from the beginning, that diversity, equity, inclusion is not it's not purely merit. It's not purely about affirmative action. It is, as I stated in the beginning, it is neo-Marxian praxis to put forward, to install political officers in institutions. That's the goal. That's the stated goal. If you read the theory, that is exactly what it is attempting to do. It is another means to bring about socialism through critical theory praxis. If you read any of the critical theorists, they'll all fucking admit this in all of their fucking works. And this idea that we talk about DEI as like this merit, not merit thing is only a very small portion of what DEI actually is and why DEI is such a threat to Western society. I love you guys. I love coming here, and hopefully I'll be back next Monday. And check me out on my channel. probably got too much shit to do to be streaming tomorrow, but I'll probably be back Wednesday. So,
Absolutely.
appreciate
And
it.
before you go, I just wanted to say, like, I wanted to say when more of us were still here, but like, I'm just really glad to have that the group back together, right? I know I'm supposed to be looking for
Yeah,
like
having the
more.
gang back together. Yeah, you need
Yeah.
to find more people. What's up?
I'm supposed to be indeed, right? And so in the process, right? There's another person I want to try out next week. But still, like, it's not the same without my boys. So I'm really happy that you guys are all here. Shout out to
Boys are
you.
back together. Let's go.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, plus Katie, but you know, but really the boys are back together. All right, guys.
Yeah,
I'll
have a
see
good one,
you
friend.
around.
Take care, Scott. Be well.
Yeah.
I can be a boy. They got to me. They have me now.
Lactoid. What was I gonna say to you about the DEI? You're wrong about everything. I think I was gonna say.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say too much longer, but I'm gonna say a little bit.
Yeah.
So I just want to point out though, Katie, when you had the opportunity to question me, because you had been saying I was hiding behind Scott, you went right back to Scott again. I'm here and ready for questions. Okay.
Now he's got to go though.
Well, no, I'll field a couple just to make it clear that I'm not running. But I mean, it is late. I mean, I've stayed here longer than everybody.
I would love it if when Katie asks a
other
question, you
people.
just leave.
That'd be mean. That'd be rude. I wouldn't do that.
No, it's okay.
I didn't run. This is President
I had
Sunday
a-
reference. Go ahead.
I had a sound clip of that, for like 6 months of just like a remix. I didn't run. It's good.
Yeah, I think I know the guy who made that.
I made my own.
Oh, never mind.
Okay. Can you finally tell me why Joe Biden isn't a DEI?
Because he could have been it could have been any race. There wasn't like a restriction placed on him. Like anybody of any race can run for president.
Can run.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And so like in terms of, do we know that the race was the deciding factor for him? No, you can't prove that. We can prove it with Ketanji Brown Jackson and Kamala Harris, where he specifically limited the criteria to women of color.
that still doesn't mean that you can prove it for them. He limited the criteria, but it could have been other ones, right?
It could have been a different woman of color, but any woman of color you select is going to be their competition has been artificially limited by race and gender, which is what we tend to refer to as DEI.
So in the way that you can't prove Joe Biden is a DEI because, the competition might be limited, that the American public has historically never wanted non-white president.
I mean, he was the vice president for Obama.
Yes, that's true. Luckily, before Obama's, America has proven their love for Black presidents.
And Obama won in a landslide.
Wait,
both
hon.
times.
Lactoid. Sorry. The play here is not president; it's vice president. So going back to Joe Biden being Obama's vice president. Why was Joe Biden picked? Right, Joe Biden was not. Well, he bombed out during the race. Right, he didn't actually do a good job. Right, he lost early. Right, similar to how Kamala Harris. Right, Kamala Harris was like the first person to drop out when she was running. Right, years later. But
Wait, what year are you talking?
Sorry, when Obama was won the nomination, right, and he had to pick a vice president. Right, why did he pick Joe Biden? Just like how Kamala Harris years later. Did a horrible job within the primaries. So did Joe Biden. So why was Joe Biden picked? Joe Biden was picked because specifically he was a white man. Specifically,
no,
wait,
absolutely,
this
you
was,
can't prove that. You can't prove
no. Okay, I'll provide you articles because that's exactly what they were talking about within the team. Right, they were saying that okay, we have a black guy, right, and America is already going to be hesitant for this black guy. We need to pick someone that is familiar, right?
And Obama said that.
The team said, I don't think Obama specifically said it, but the team said this is not they don't fight against this. No one pushes against this.
I'll take a look at it, but again, I'm immediately skeptical because the person in charge of hiring is not saying I am only going to consider white men.
Hold on, it doesn't matter. This was the decision within the campaign. But or the other, let's just assume that that's true, right? If that was true, I see your hand, Corey. If that was
then
true,
he'd be a DEI hire.
He would be a DEI hire. Okay.
Yeah.
So
if
then-
Obama said,
so-
"I'm only going to hire a white man, everyone else be damned," yeah, of course.
Blackwood's entire point is that you can't prove centuries of preferential treatment towards white people because no one ever, like, people only wrote, we hate black people, but not we super love white people and favor them, right? That's what his entire argument focuses on. It's crazy.
Okay, go ahead, Corey, if you want to.
Just maybe as a question. So in your list of DEI hires of Ketanji Brown, do you also include Sandra Day O'Connor in that?
I don't know about her. Like, was she selected because she's a woman?
I believe, according to my understanding, Reagan explicitly said like he would appoint a woman to the Supreme Court.
Sure, then definitely.
Okay. So moving forward, you will include, like, you won't just single out Ketanji Brown, also Sandra Day.
Well, I didn't single her out. Bam specifically brought up those two examples. I think he specifically brought up Kamala Harris and the other woman. I don't remember her name, but specifically brought up Kamala Harris. And so this was a pick from Biden. And I said Kamala Harris and Ketanji Brown Jackson. I may have included her, but only because they were both selected by Biden, and they were both like they held race and gender criteria that were restricted by Joe Biden publicly. Right. This is, I think, one of the first examples I can think of where they came out and said, I will only hire this kind of person. And this is not just to appeal to the DEI interests of maybe perhaps Biden himself, but to the DEI interests of the public, right? They're the left-wingers generally, at the time especially, a little bit less now, it's become less popular, but especially at the time, they liked the idea of like positive racism or like affirmative action, DEI, stuff like this. And so he was appealing to those by saying this. Just like you would assume that perhaps like in America, like the old America that Katie's talking about, like you would maybe really appeal to somebody's whiteness, I guess, when you're trying to get them to vote for that person. But for me, because I'm not a racist of old and I'm not a racist of new either, right? I am truly the base one who is above the racist of the old people and above the racist of the
blazing a new path of racism.
Blazing a new path of true anti-racism. Okay. When I look at people, I'm looking at things other than their race and gender. And the problem is DEI makes it difficult for me to evaluate people based on things other than their race or gender, because I don't have full insight into their life. And so how do I know if their credentials aren't being gamed? How do I know the fact that they went to Harvard was truly because like they're good enough to go to Harvard, or are they part of the 2/3 that?
Yeah, because Harvard isn't a school that has a legacy program where you get in because you're the son of someone who went to Harvard, and so it doesn't mean you necessarily qualify. But you don't check those white boys.
So I have an entire working paper I've listed before you joined. So I'm not going to come after you that regarding this. But if you eliminate legacy and athletics, both of which marginally benefit white people, there's a 2019 simulation.
That?
Well, just hear me out. There was a 2000 working.
No. Why would I eliminate that?
Because you're trying to control for race specifically, and so you're right that legacy does advantage white students.
I'm saying that when someone says they have a Harvard degree and they're white, you're not looking to see if they're a legacy or a sports thing. Well, you just assume they're fine. But if a black person does,
because the likelihood of somebody getting in because of legacy or because of athletics, that being the critical difference, is extraordinarily low compared to race. But it is a factor, right? If I find out that somebody got in and the deciding factor was legacy, I'm going to look at them as lower than somebody who did not benefit from legacy.
Are you going to worry about that when a white person tells you they got to Harvard?
Well,
are you worried about their credentials? You don't know their life story.
Yeah. So the racial group that I worry about the least is Asians, right? Because I know that Asians have the hardest time getting in, and they actually are less likely to have legacy. The Asians are just, again, rolling in this DEI world that the left has created for me. I'm assuming that Asians are probably going to be the most qualified, and then I just like go down the racial tier list from there.
This is your anti-racism, yes?
Well, it's unfortunately the lefts have forced me to engage in racism. Right, when I don't want to. Absolutely. I prefer to look at everybody as an entire individual. But how can I? But how can I when Asians are so when you have an Asian who gets into Harvard, that means that on every merit-based metric, they are like considerably better than other racial groups on average. Like it's not even close. So if I have an Asian applicant who got into Harvard who's got an SAT score that's significantly higher than a black student, do those test scores not matter at all? Do we just ignore them? Are they not relevant? are test scores and other forms of like measuring people's accomplishments? Do we just
So
throw
what
that all
you're
out the window?
telling me is that
So,
from
but
now on, we're going to
before
worry
you finish,
about white Harvard havers, like degree havers,
More,
right?
more than Asians for sure.
just quick interjection. You guys can get back to it. PBS article. Former President Barack Obama has said picking Joe Biden as his running mate. This is in 2020. Running mate in 2008 was one of the best decisions he ever made, quote unquote. It was also a no-brainer as vice president picks go. Choosing a veteran white lawmaker like Biden was a natural fit for Obama, then a 47-year-old freshman senator facing questions about his age, experience, and whether the nation would select a black president. I'm still looking for a quote from the campaign itself, but like it's another article corroborating this was the thinking at the time. Go ahead.
Yeah. Look, you could, and I'm happy to take a look at it. And if you find me something saying that Biden was given preferential treatment because of his race, then yeah, I would say that's like DEI, right? Now, is this DEI to the extent of Obama is only going to consider this group of people? I mean, that's a very forceful statement that Biden made at a very specific time, right? It was a very forceful statement saying nobody is eligible for the Supreme Court besides a black woman. And nobody is eligible for my vice president besides a woman, preferably one of color.
Intelligencer says Obama clearly wanted someone white and from the political mainstream, recognizing that the high drama of his candidacy would probably make any running mate a reassuring afterthought rather than a true partner on the campaign trail. Biden, Sebelius, and Kane were Catholics as well. It goes to show you, that last sentence goes to show you that it's not just race. When we're talking about DEI hires, this is why I've been saying, you've heard me make this argument many times before. It's not just on axis of race, right? It's all the other things why the people are picked. Like Joe Biden fit a demographic. Being Catholic helps Obama get the Catholic vote. Being from if you pick up a VP from the South, right? Hopefully that person will help you get the Southern vote. It's purely DEI.
Sure.
Is the reasons why they hire these people. But go ahead.
No, I understand. It's not purely DEI, just to be clear. But I understand what you're saying.
The one that has to do with race, not about all the others.
Well, the one that has to do with race, I think, is different because I think you guys treat race differently. Again, if you had somebody, let's say, come out publicly, let's say Trump said, I will only select a white man as my vice president, would you have a problem with that? Or would you not care? Yeah, any of you. Would you have a problem if Trump came out and said, I will not consider a black person, I will not consider an Asian person, only a white man can be my vice president? Would that bother you? What would your reaction be to that? Would that be racist? What do you think?
I'll let someone else answer first.
Sure.
Oh, I assume that Trump's category was like anyone who's pedophilic as much as he is. That would be his.
Not just white men. Just white men. That's all he says. He says, I will not consider anybody of any other race. Only white men.
Yeah.
Anglo-Saxon white man too.
Well, I think Trump. Well, my opinion, but I think
even knows what Anglo-Saxon is.
Let's just say he does. Do you think that would be racist? That's my question. Would you have a problem with that, or would you say, oh, he's just appealing to that demographic? Who cares?
I would have my suspicions.
Why?
I think that would be racist.
Why? He's just appealing to the demographics of voters.
Because I don't think white people have the same history in America as black people. And I think the reason why black people need programs like DEI in the first place is because you don't give them reparations or proper treatment and set them back in time where they can't compete as much as white people who are favored by white supremacy.
Let me explain that a little bit more. So I know you said they're not the same. So you're saying they're not the same to the extent that if Trump were to select a white man because he was a white man, this would be racist. But if he selected a black man specifically because he was a black man, this would not be racist. And that's because black people are disadvantaged.
No, I'm saying that you are saying if Trump says I'm exclusively picking a white person, then you're asking me about that thing. But yeah. I think Trump is racist for many other reasons. I don't think he likes
I don't care about those other reasons. I'm specifically the decision to say I am only going to select a white man. And he says it like that too. He looks in the camera and he says white man. Would you consider this to be like a racist action? Would you have a problem with this action?
By a racist person? I just assume that it is the action, whether he says it or not. Like, the difference between you and I is that you need someone to say explicitly that they're racist to label
I'm
their
asking
actions
you.
racist.
I'm asking you if you think that would be a racist action.
I think Trump takes racist actions regardless to what he says they
Yeah,
are.
but this action, do you think this would be a racist action?
Sure, I already said it would
Okay, okay. If Trump said, "I am only going to hire a black man, and I won't ever hire a white man again," would this be a racist action?
be. No.
Okay, all right, we're getting somewhere. Why would it
Did
not
I
be a
already
racist action?
explain to you why?
And yes, and your argument is that because black people had a different history, then had is historical would be had, right?
Yes, and I'm claiming that the effects of that history are still present and therefore still need to be corrected.
What are the effects? What effects? What are you talking about?
You know what?
Can I ask you a question? I just want to look. This is just an important question. I just want you to really think about this one and answer it honestly.
Sure.
Is one of the effects of Black people's history existing in the United States today?
I'm sorry, that was the end of the question?
Yeah, yeah.
He's asking just by virtue of black people being here. Is that one
Is
of
that an
well,
effect of like Black people's history? I would assume the answer must be yes, right?
And that's a problem. Why?
I'm not saying it's a problem. I just want you to acknowledge that that is one of the effects of Black people's history.
I think
Well,
Black would
no,
argue that's a benefit.
It's one of the
Instead
effects of
I
white
would.
supremacy
pro
doing the
category.
transatlantic slave trade. Yeah.
Yeah, and so Black people benefited from white supremacy, you would say, because it's better being in America than it is to be in Africa.
That's just something a racist person would say.
Well, is it true?
I think that's actually hard to argue personally, but
What's hard to argue?
well, I think Lactoid's argument would be of like black people being here displaced was a net positive to them because they get to live in America as opposed to where they were taken from.
The descendants,
Although,
at least.
yeah, I don't know that
The
let's say
descendants,
factors
yeah,
in.
so not the slaves. That's a
Oh
good
yeah, being a
start.
slave would suck, but like the descendants, right?
Uh-huh. Which country in Africa?
Multiple.
Yeah, I bet it
Primarily,
doesn't matter.
primarily the West Coast. Primarily the West Coast.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't matter because all of them suck compared to America
Okay.
by every single socioeconomic measurement, right?
Compared to America or compared to the conditions of some black people in America?
Compared to the average conditions of your average Black person in America.
Of the average black person, yeah, probably. But that depends on the African country, right? But whatever you need to do to say slavery is actually good for the descendants of black people, truly, I respect you for that.
Thank you.
I think this is really your anti-racism showing.
I told you, I'm not a racist person. I stand above it all, right? I'm against the racism of old, and I'm against the racism of new. I don't believe in reparations.
Yes,
I don't
your
believe in
new
slavery.
path of racism is just about saying that descendants of slaves actually have it pretty good.
They do. Or do you disagree
Yeah.
with that?
I'm not interested in racist talking points.
Is it wrong or is it right?
What is slavery?
Do the descendants of slaves living in America, on average, have it better than if they were in Africa?
Where in Africa?
Any country, pick one.
I'll have to pick one.
Mm-hmm.
Which one do I want to pick?
Name me one African country in which the average quality of life is comparable to the average Black person in America.
To the average black person in America.
Mm-hmm.
Guess Africa has been pretty raped in the same way that slaves are, so. Still better to be white in Africa than black on average.
Depends on which country, but in some places, sure.
Why depends on which country?
Because there's some countries where there's like overt anti-white racism, right?
Not like America.
America has some pretty overt anti-white racism. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Not to the same extent, though, I would say.
Yeah, it's much worse in Africa for white people, isn't it?
In some places, I would agree, yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
This is fun.
So anyway, Prime, I don't know if you have anything else, but I think we came to the conclusions that were needed.
Oh, okay. I was listening, but I found a bunch of articles that were saying the same thing. I haven't found a quote from the campaign, so I will say that I haven't found a quote from the campaign. But the all the thinking at the time was that because his choices, people were thinking, oh, you're gonna choose Hillary Clinton, but the problem is Hillary Clinton was a white woman, and they didn't want to have two people who were too different won the campaign ticket. But like I've heard them before. I think I've heard in videos. I haven't seen an article, but like, I heard in videos like people from the campaign saying this. But in any case, I've found articles all like repeating exactly what I was saying from the time. But I'll have to send you the video though. But
Wait, I have an answer to your question, Lactoid.
Go ahead.
Which African country?
I'm ready.
All right, this is not to my credit. This is to ICAO's credit. The answer is Wakanda.
I was gonna like joke about that, but I don't know if that was like actually racist. I don't know. That's why I didn't want to say it. But
okay, well, he's South African.
You said
so.
that. I do think that's kind of racist. So
see, the expert agrees. Look at that, Corey. What's wrong with you?
I'm not the expert, right? I think that Black people didn't benefit from slavery. the racism of mine.
Wait, just to be clear, do you actually, like you said, you are really racist against white people? Are you actually racist? Would you consider yourself to be like a racist?
That would be horribly against TOS. I was clearly joking.
Oh, okay, sure.
I love white people. They are my people.
I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. I forgot we're on Twitch. Sure.
I am white. Some people, your friends, some neo-Nazis, might say that I'm Jewish, but no, I am white. So yeah. Well, I'm both.
I think I've made it very clear. I only care for white women. The other half of the bunch. I mean, they're cool. I mean, right? And they're necessary to get me more white women. But like, other than that, it's pretty much.
Do you have all whatever potential suitors that genetically tested? How white are you? You need to meet a certain threshold.
It's the colors of the nipples. If they're pink, it's good enough, right? Well, that's wide enough for me. All right. Let's move on.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I much appreciated. This was fun, and in unexpected places. And again, I can only expect great things from this group. And I'm just like grateful that you guys come through. We missed Lactoid. It wasn't the same without Lactoid, even just for a week. Or was it 2 weeks? Whatever it was. For however long it was too long.
I think it was someone else who was hiding behind Scott when it was gone.
Sorry, someone else. So we will, of course, raid out to a woman. It's my friend. She's up. All right, I'm gonna raid my friend. If you guys are longtime viewers of the channel, then you recognize my friend. If not, then you won't. But I used to raid this woman a lot, and I actually know her. Right? So don't be surprised. But you're gonna be surprised.
Like
when you
biblically know her, or like what's that?
I don't know her biblically. I can assure you, I don't. But she is a good friend of mine. Well, a person I've known for quite a long time. In any case, and they happen to be streaming, and I'm just waiting until the countdown goes through. It just is gonna take a while. Off you go.